Njengoba ke senditshilo ukuthi siyaxolisa ngokuthi sifike isikhatshanyana ebesisibekile sibe sesidlulile.
As I said, I apologize that we have started beyond the time that we had stipulated we would start.
Siqala ke sizazise so that niyazi ukuthi ngabobani abalanga phambili.
We're going to introduce ourselves so that you know who it is that is in front of you.
Igama lami ndingunonkosi Mvana, usihlalo wekomiti yeportfolio yakwa social development.
My name is Nonkosi Mvana. I am the chairperson of the portfolio committee.
Ndibuya le Eastern Cape endaweni abathi kusekomani.
I am from Queenstown in the Eastern Cape.
Ndililungu elihamba namanye amalungu la angaphambili endizawunika ithuba nawo azazise kuqala.
I am a member of the committee along with those up in front, and I'm going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Okay, ngizawuqala ngapha ngase left.
I'll begin on my left.
Thank you.
Goeiemorgen. Hoe gaan dit?
Minjani,
Ek is Letitia Aries.
Emina Letitia Alice,
Ek is 'n lid van die portefeulje komitee van maatskaplike ontwikkeling.
Nehumaka Committee Portfolio ya Social Development.
Ek is van George in die Weskaap.
Nehuma George Kapa Wupela Jam.
Ek wil vir julle sê welkom
Ndam amkela hikwini ka n'wina.
en dankie dat julle hier is.
Na khensa leswaku hikwerhu mi tile.
Dankie dat julle omgee vir ons kinders. Thank you for caring for our children. Thank you for caring for our children.
Khensa leswaku mi hlayisa vana va hina.
They are the leaders of tomorrow.
Hi vona varhangeri va munduku.
Wees verseker,
Ha mi tshembisa leswaku
maak nie saak hoe gering u dink u inset is nie.
a swi na mhaka leswi mavonele ya n'wina ya nga swona.
Elke inset is belangrik. Every input is important.
Mavonelo hinkwawo I ya nkoka.
Thank you.
Nda khensa.
You see, I love you to take out.
Good morning, everyone.
Ndi xeweta un'wana na un'wana wa n'wina.
My name is Dikgang Stock.
Hi mina Dikgang Stock.
I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Ni xirho xa komiti portfolio ya nhluvukiso wa vanhu.
And I'm from the Northern Cape in Kimberley.
Ni huma eKapa N'walungu eKimberley.
Thank you very much.
Nda khensa swinene.
Good morning, everyone.
Ndi xeweta munhu un'wana na un'wana.
I am Sithembile Mhlongo,
Hi mina Sithembile Mhlongo.
a member of the Portfolio Committee of Social Development.
Ni xirho xa komiti portfolio ya nhluvukiso wa vanhu.
And I am from Nelspruit in Mpumalanga.
Ni huma eNelspruit eMpumalanga.
Thank you.
Nda khensa.
Dumelang,
Avuxeni.
le a phela.
Mpfukile.
Ai le rona re a phela.
Na hina hi kona.
Lebitso la ka ke Anastasia Motaung.
Vito ra mina I Anastasia Mutau.
Ke tswa ke le hona mo Gauteng.
Ni huma kwala Gauteng.
Ke tswa eKuruleni.
Ni huma ekurhuleni.
Ki e mong wa leloko la committee ya social development.
Ni un'wana wa swirho swa komiti portfolio ya nhluvukiso wa vanhu.
Re lebohe hore le tlile ka bongata le sile ntho tsa lona.
Ha khensa leswi mi teke hi xitalo na ku tshika swilo swa n'wina.
Ke a leboha.
Nda khensa.
Namishaweta,
Good morning.
biturami ni Jane Wakamanganyi.
My name is Jade Manganyi.
Namina ni un'wanyana wa swirho swa komiti leyi ya social development.
I'm also a member of the portfolio committee on social development.
Mina hi matshamelo ni huma a Northwest Province.
I come from the Northwest province.
Ni khensa na ku mi vona hi xitalo lexi mi nga ta hi xona.
I'm happy to see you having come in your numbers.
A ku talangi loko fika amadorobeni kuma vanhu va tele so.
It's unlikely to arrive in a place and find people in their numbers.
Ni tshemba ku ri namuntlha hi ta va na mivulavurisano leyi yi humelerisaku vana va hina amahlweni.
I want to believe that today's discussions will develop our children.
Na khensa.
I'm thankful.
Good morning.
Avsheni,
My name is Bridget Masango.
himina Bridget Masango.
I'm sorry. I am the
Nkhomeleni.
member of this portfolio committee.
Na mina nun'wana wa xirho xa committee portfolio leyi
And I represent Gauteng.
ndi yimela Gauteng.
I am very grateful for you to have come through today to have us engage on this amendment bill.
Nda mi khensa swinene ku va mi tile haleni leswaku hi ta vulavurisana hi nawumbisi lowo hundzuluxa.
Thank you so much.
Nda mi khensa swinene.
Sanibonani nonke,
Avuxeni hinkwerhu.
igama lami Gisela Opperman.
Vito ra mina
My name is Gisela Opperman.
hi mina Gisela Kurman.
Ek is van die Noord-Kaap
Ni huma eKapa N'walungu.
en 'n lid van hierdie portefeulje komitee.
Na mina ni xirho xa committee portfolio leyi.
We are here today to address the gaps and the challenges within the child care and child protection services with you today, and I'm looking forward to your valuable input, and I appreciate being here. Thank you.
Namuntlha hi tile haleni ku ta pfalapfala mavangwa lama ma nga kona eka nawumbisi lowu. Ndi tlhela ni langutela mavonelo ya n'wina lama nkoka swinene.
Goeiemôre Soshanguve.
Avuxeni Soshanguve.
My naam is Marie Soekers
Vito ra mina I Mari Sukes.
en ek is van die Weskaap.
Ni huma eKapa Vupeladyambu.
Ek wil ook net sê ons is baie bly om te sien dat daar soveel mense is om te kom input gee rondom hierdie bil.
Na mina ndi lava ku kombisa leswaku I ntsako eka mina ku mi vona mi tele hi ndlela leyi.
Thank you. We
Hi
are
langutele mavonelo ya n'wina. Ha khensa.
Okay. Thank you, honorable members.
Ha khensa swirho leswo xiximeka.
Let me stand up to show the respect to you and also a happiness to see the hall full as such.
Moni yima hi milenge ni mi komba ku xixima na ntsako ku mi vona mi tele hi ndlela leyi.
I am going to take an opportunity to welcome you.
Ndi ta tirhisa nkarhi lowu ku mi amukela.
Ndicela ukunamkela ngolu suku lubalulekileyo lwe Can we request the people that are at the back not to make noise, please?
Hi lombeni tindleve n'wina mi nga endzhaku ka holo.
Security, Can you assist us with the noise that is at the back?
Varindi hi pfuneni hi pongo leri nga kona haleni.
Namhlanje siyayazi makhosikazi silontsha usuku lwethu olubalulekileyo esilibiza no children, no abuse, no violence. Siphezu kwalo namhlanje.
Women, you know that today we are launching an important day during which we say no violence to children and to women.
Silibiza 16 days of activism.
We call this day the beginning of the 16 days of activism.
Siyayazi ke into yoba olu suku silusungulayo namhlanje luba nengxaki kakhulu amaxesha amaninzi.
We know that this day presents many difficulties.
Siyayazi into kokuba asiyo suku esililontsha because of sisenza nje into yongathi siyalontsha, but imele ba ibe yi 365 days umolo wayo.
We know that we are not launching or observing this day for no reason at all, and we are conscious that we should actually be commemorating this day for 365 days, not just 16.
And usually iyathanda ke ukwenzeka into yoba kwande ukubulawa nokuhlukunyezwa kwabantwana nabantu abangomama kakhulu kule period sizibiza uba siyayilontsha.
And we often find that the number of attacks on children and women increases during this period.
Kwenzeke i-coincidence enhle ke yoba sibe namhlanje sizisa i-bill, amendment bill ye Children's Act okanye i-amendment bill, umthetho sihlomelo kulento siyibiza Children's Act.
And so it is a fortunate coincidence that today we are also here to discuss an amendment bill that will look at children's rights.
Siyacela ke into yoba sibambisane nabantu besilisa behlangene nabomama kungenzeki loko throughout the 365 days.
We ask for cooperation between us, women and men, so that these attacks do not happen for the entire 365 days.
Sizawuthi ke xa sisenza lo mthetho sihlomelo esaziyo ukuba i-act yabantwana yasungulwa ngo-2005.
As we work on this bill and recalling that it was first initiated in 2005,
But as you know that the time is going by and also things are changing, kufanelekile sihlale sibonisane singumphakathi njengoba nizile, sijonge siphenye ezi zihlomelo siza nazo kuni, nibonisane nathi ukuba niyazamkela na ofori anizamkeli.
and so with the passage of time and with changes, it is very important that we remain in contact with you and then we discuss changes and modifications and hear your inputs.
Sizawu summarize nje ke ukwenzela uba singachithi ixesha sikwazi uthi catch up with the 30 minutes esiqale mva ngayo.
We are going to summarize so that we don't lose any further time, given that we have already begun late, and so we're going to see whether we can catch up on lost time.
Siqala ngesihlomelo kulo mthetho ngokuveza into asibiza into ba ukunakekela ukukhulisa abantwana bethu singabazali.
We are going to begin with a clause that refers to the care of children by us as parents.
Pha kule miqulu niyiphetheyo ithetha nge-parental responsibilities.
You have documents in your possession where they talk about parental responsibilities.
La mthetho ke uhlonyelwa ipatinyana encedisana nabo baba, whether they are married or unmarried or single, kodwa abo baba babe nayo indlela yokuthi bancedisane nokukhulisa umntwana nabo.
Some of the clauses refer to the role that can be played by men so that they too participate in the care of children.
Amaxesha amaninzi we know that uba abazali abangomama ilungelo lokukhulisa umntwana xa underage belinikwa umuntu ongumama kuphela.
We know that traditionally and typically, care for children is given to the female parent, to the woman.
Now that otata ke ngoku benikwa uxanduva loba nabo mabancedise bane responsibility yokukhulisa umntwana wabo.
Now that we are also giving responsibility to men so that they too may take responsibility for caring for children,
Siyathemba ke into yoba lo mthetho uhlomelo bazawuncedisana nathi koko bangabahlukumezi abantwana.
we are hopeful therefore that men will work with us as we modify this bill and that they will not abuse children.
Enye isihlomelo esikhoyo endifuna nje ukunikhumbuza esikule miqulu niyiphetheyo ngumcimbi we-child marriages.
Another clause of which I would like to remind you of, which is in the documents that you hold, is that of child marriages.
Leke thina bazali abangabazalikazi esithanda ukuyincedisa ukwendisa abantwana bethu siyobathwalisa kwimizi esicinga into yoba ingasincedisa kwiintlupheko esinazo.
This concerns particularly us female parents, mothers, who often want to marry off our children into families whom we believe will help us out of our difficult financial situation.
Endifuna ukukhoshina abazali abalapha bayisele iso indaba yabantwana lento siyibiza child trafficking yokuthengiswa kwabantwana kumazwe nakwiindawo ezisezinye bayoba ngamaxhoba odlwengulo kwindawo ekucinjwa into yoba bayophangela kuzo.
And I would like to warn and draw the attention of mothers and other parents to the issue of marrying children off and sometimes child trafficking, so that children who are sent off to other countries supposedly to work are actually abused and raped.
Sise iso nako my friend from not my mother.
We must also focus on the people that we call my friend, my brother from another mother.
Okanye kwabantu abangosomashishini abanazo intsiba zokwazi ukuziphilela.
We must also pay attention to people that are business people or otherwise that are financially well off.
Siyafuna ke ukuthi xa umntwana umbona erhuqa igrocery engena endlini kodwa ubungamnikanga mali sukuthatha ngokuthatha igrocery upakishe ekhabhathini ungabuzanga ukuba uyithatha phi le grocery ubungamnikanga mali nje.
And so when your child comes home loaded with groceries, do not just accept it and pack it away without asking, but where does it come from?
Ngoba intsusa mabala leyo iqala kuloo ndawo lento.
Because that is how the troubles begin.
Enye umba osihlupha kakhulu ngulomba we-ECDs inkuliso ngokwalentetho yethu.
Another great concern of ours are ECDs, early childhood development centers.
Nayo lo mthetho sihlomelo unayo indawo oyikhanganyayo so that uhambe amanqanaba and processes ezilindelekileyo uzihambe before u-department wakwa-social development akuncedise.
This bill also addresses ways and procedures that must be followed in the registration of ECDs before the Department of Social Development can be involved.
Enye ke isihlomelo ndiyasummarize mos ninani zawungena nzulu ekubeni kuba nini abantu abayinxenye yezi zinto sizikhanganyayo namhlanje.
I'm going to mention another clause, but I point out that I'm just summarizing. You are the ones that are going to enter into detail into these documents.
Sinayo indaba yokuthi sivule i-drop off homes okanye orphanage okanye indawo zokugcina abantu esicinga bangabantu abadala ngelinye ixesha kodwa singabinayo indlela yokulandela imiqathango efanelekileyo ikwazi ba ivunywe njengendawo elungele ukuhlala bobantu.
We often have what we call drop-off homes or homes to care for people, especially the elderly, but sometimes we don't follow the right procedures so that those places are appropriate for caring for the elderly and for different people of different needs.
Omnye isihlomelo mthetho sesisokokuba siyazi indoba ku-adoptwa njani xa ku-adoptwa.
Another clause helps us to know just the procedure to follow when we want to adopt.
Amaxesha amanintsi siphisa ngabantwana ngokuba singakwazi ukubanakekela okanye sibondle, siphise ngabantwana ahambe lo mntwana aye apho ungaziyo noba kukuphi ungazazi nezo parents ngelinye ixesha uphisa ngazo.
It may happen that we literally give away children because we are unable to care for them, and we may not know what awaits the children where they go, or we may not know the people that are going to care for them.
Amaxesha amanintsi ke sihlutshwa nayile mcimbi esiwubiza foster care services.
Often also we have difficulties with foster care services.
Umuntu mhlambe abantwana bashiywe ngumntakwabo okanye ngudade wabo okanye sisihlobo sakhe aze afune ukwaya kumkeyela lento siyibiza child okanye child support grant.
It may happen that a friend, a sister, someone else you know, has passed away and their child are left alone, and you may want to go and claim a grant in the name of that child.
Kuyafuneka ke sizilandele izibakala namanqanaba alandelwayo kwi-department uyirejistarishe yonke lonto ide ihambe iyonqumla iyofika nasemakoti.
It is very important then to follow correct procedures and make sure that the steps are followed until the matter, for example, if necessary, goes to court.
Nyeke zezinto endizikhankanyayo just to remind you and summarize ezi zinto kodwa yonke lento at the end of the day funeke ihambe iye kwa municipality. So you must know the role of the municipality ukwazi ukusebenzisana nomasipala because nguye okwaziyo indoba asincedise kwi-infrastructure and also mhlawumbi ufuna site for lo orphanage okanye lo home akunike ke ngoku isite ngokuba unyathele zonke isteps ofanele uzinyathele.
I have tried to summarize what is in this bill, but I want to remind you that it is important to know what the role of the municipality is and to follow the procedures of the municipality so that they can support you in, for example, obtaining a site for whatever services that you want to render. The role of the municipality is important in following procedure.
Siza kwenza ngolu hlobo ke inkqubo.
Our program.
You have to introduce yourself first. Uze apha kwi-mic.
You'll need to introduce yourself and come to the microphone.
Sawuthi xa sifumana ukuba sinezinto esiziphetheyo ngokuba sisuka kwi-sector zethu upresente apha kodwa ukuba ufumanise indoba inde kakhulu i-presentation yakho ubethwe lixesha longakwazi uzibeka zonke izinto sinawo amagosa ethu esihamba nawo endicela nje awoyivisha izandla niwabona uba andawuni nangayapha.
We represent different sectors, so when you make your input, it may be relevant to a particular sector. Just be aware that representatives, the ones who have just raised their hands, are here. So if during your input, for example, you run out of time, you may actually address your input to the members of the sectors.
Ungalibali ke xa before uhlale phansi ukusichazela whether you support the bill okanye awuyisupporti.
Do not forget before you sit down to tell us whether you support the bill or not.
Xa ke sele ugqibile upresenta unqwenela indoba izinto zakho zingene unelungelo loba xa ugqiba usuka pha uye pha kanti xa izinto sensitive ocinga into yoba awungeke uzithethe emayikhini ezinye mhlawumbi zichaphazela amagama abantu kuba uzawusuwishwa ukuba uzobiza amagama abantu ngezinto that you are not sure of apha embokweni. Unako uchwechola amagosa ungenise loo information kuwo. Unako ukuthi xa unezinto ozilibeleyo ukuzifaka ucinge uyofakelela asahleli phaa kulaa tafile ungaphinde uyofakelela.
When you have finished your submission and you find that there is more information that you'd like to pass on to the members of the different sectors, the officials, feel free to do so. You may also want to approach them because you forgot something, or you may want to approach them because there is sensitive information that you want to share with them, because you may not necessarily want to say aloud, for example, mention people's names and risk being sued. So feel free to approach them in confidentiality.
Ingaba akhona amagosa kwa social development angaphakamisa izandla kwindawo ahleli kuzo?
Are there officials or members of the Department of Social Development? Could they raise their hands, please?
Oh, thank you very much. Wona ke yonke inkcukacha esizawube siyithetha kwi-mic ayachola kuba ekugqibeleni uzawufuneka azokwenza ingcaciso yezinye izinto ezingaqondakalanga apha eluntwini.
During the time of your input, they will be taking notes, and later on they will come forward and make for you some clarifications in case there should be anything that is unclear.
Ixesha elininzi ke sifuna ulinika nina kuba sithi abaze kuni ukwenzela uba nisixhobise into yoba zeziphi izinto nifuna sizangezelele izeziphi enifuna sizithabathe kuzo. Ndizawunika elo thuba ke ngoku lokokuba izandla ngabantu abafuna uza ngaphambili ukwenzela uba sibanike izindawo zokuhlala bazozanga kwi-mic.
Going to give you the majority of the time because we have come here to listen to you so that we may be empowered by your input. So in the next step, I'm going to ask people to raise their hands, those who are preparing to make their inputs.
Iza tata. Iza, you can come forward.
Please come forward.
There at the back. Kono sinyi sandla.
Are the other hands?
Iza ma. Nasi situlo. Upu-security bethu nasincedise. And then bamele ntoni ke ngoba? Bamele ntoni abababili? All right. Iza apho ngemva.
Please come forward if you're at the back.
Masizole kancinci ke le holo inayo ukhwasha nengxolo.
May I appeal for calm because there is an echo in this hall. Please, may I appeal for quiet.
Okay. Le mpithi yaduna bethu na. Oh. Thank you very much. Masiqhubekeke ke mnikeni mic bethu neze ngaphambili. Enkosi.
Can we proceed with our program? Please give a mic to the next person.
I was trying to speak in English. Yeah, but I need to say it's so I don't know where we call. But no.
Oh, masivumelane into yoba khange siyithethe into yoba umuntu uthetha ilanguage free ukuyithetha nokuba yeyiphi kuyatolikwa apha. Enkosi.
I remind you that you are free to speak the language of your choice. We do have interpreters.
Sanbonani. My name is Solomon Mondlane. I'm from Hebron side. I was born in Swaziland. My mother is South African from Eastern Cape, and my father Mozambican. So I'm a Rainbow Nation human being. Why I'm saying that, it's because
Askis baba, kawuphinda introduce yourself?
my name is Solomon Mondlane.
Mandla.
Yes, my mother is a South African, my father Mozambican. I was born in Swaziland.
Oh,
I live in Hebron. I'm trying to emphasize on that because my introduction will touch on that. I'm so excited that as a father, I'm here today in this rare opportunity whereby we are also looking at the gender-based violence, standing against gender-based violence in our country with the 16 days of activism, which is also, as far as I understand, our chairman there said it's a woman's period, but it's also men's period because it affects us directly. I'm so excited that I'm standing here. This journey started last year, March, when I went to the Department of Social Development, asking the department to assist me to have access to my children, to have full custody of my children after their mother died. It took 11 days of hunger strike in front of the National Head Office of the DSD. When the minister was up there, the deputy minister was up there, and all the directors were up there, always peeping whether I'm dead or alive. But I had to stand there, calling for the review of the laws in our country, which affect us as fathers mainly, and our children. So this journey, I don't take it lightly today to stand here, because immediately after that, there were talks about our Children's Act of 2005, which surely has problems, which surely is biased against fathers and men.
masifumane umuntu otolikayo. Mna andimvu ubhuti uthini. Apha abanye abantu nguwe wedwa kuphela otolikayo.
Into. All right.
Sicela nitolike bethu. Utata uthethile for about a minute. Animvanga?
I was not sure whether I was going to
but-
interpret.
All right. Thetha bhuti. Thetha le uyivileyo. Sizayifakele.
Chair, we were just trying to see which language among the many we needed to interpret into. I think in that case, if they speak into English, then we will use the language of this block, which will be into Tsonga. And then we will probably do that with the next one.
Bathu abatolikayo aniyazi ukuthi kusetyenziswe siphi isithetho apha. Ngoba ubhuti ebekhumsha ndithi kukho abantu abathethayo abafana nam ekufanele nibatolikele, whether sesiphi isiSuthu, whether sisiTsonga or whatever. Leyo ilanguage efikileyo ukhulumani bathu. Qhubekeka baba, because I don't think you'll be able to uqalela ekuqaleni, but this thing is emotional even to you.
So, like our chairman has just said, it was just an emotional period for 11 days on hunger strike.
Tani la mtshamaxitulu a kombiseke hi kona, a wu ri nkarhi wo khumba lowu a wu ri wo titsona swakudya.
Being a person also on chronic sickness, I had to be taking tablets on empty stomach, but with one aim.
Tani munhu loyi a nga na vuvabyi byo godzambela, ni fanele ku kuma swakudya leswaku ni ta kota ku gwinya tiphilisi.
To have my children back.
Na ku kuma vana va mina.
I wanted my children dead or alive.
Ani lava vana va mina va hanya hambi va file.
I wanted to force the department to start engaging us as fathers.
Ani lava leswaku ni vulavurisana na ndawulo tanihi vatatana.
But the arrogance of the officials at the DSD
Ku ti tekela henhla ka ndawulo ya DSD
could leave me sitting there on hungry stomach on medication for 11 days.
yi ni tshike 11 wa masiku ni ri hava nchumu ekhwirini hambileswi a ni ri munhu wa maphilisi.
Because I had already gone to court more than 8 times.
Ni ye ekhoto ku tlula ka nhungu.
Imagine a father when he comes to court already, even if they don't know you,
Anakanyani hi tatana loyi a taka ekhoto hambiloko va nga ku tivi.
you are branded violent,
U tekiwa hi munhu wa tihanyi na madzolonga,
a child molester,
muxanisi wa vana,
an abuser,
muxanisi.
and all the negative things. They don't know you already, you are branded that you are guilty.
Marito hinkwawo lama ma hlawulekisaka hi ndlela yo homboloka va ku teka tihanya.
Imagine at the department, the minister wrote a letter to me and endorsed that I'm a flight risk just because I am half Mozambican, half Swazi, half South African. She endorsed.
Anakanya loko holobye a tsarile papila a kombisa leswaku loyi I mubaleki tanihileswi a huma ka matiko yo hambanahambana.
And she based that on a fabricated report which was introduced to her by the DSD officials who never did any investigation.
Leswi a swi huma eka xiviko xo lukeleriwa laha ti-official ta ka DSD ti nga endlangiki vulavisisi na byitsanana.
So I wanted them to take the case over from a Dutch Reformed Church NPO, which is very corrupt, called CML, and investigate the case themselves as DSD instead of giving the Dutch Reformed Church.
Ani lava leswaku va teka nandu lowu kusuka emavokweni ya kereke ya madachi leswaku vona hi voxe va endla vulavisisi.
And I even questioned the minister, she has so many emails from me, why are you involving an apartheid church which supported apartheid in our children's affairs in South Africa?
Ni tlhele ni vutisa holobye leswaku hikwalaho ka yini u khumba kereke leyi nga na xihlawuhlawu.
You are funding this church to destroy our church.
U pfuna kereke leyi hi timali ku hi lovisa.
She's avoiding that question, she'll never give me an answer.
Wa xi papalata xivutiso lexi a nga ni nyiki
That's why on
nhlamulo.
the 7th of December, as others were marching back to the DSD, she must.
Sweswo swona swi endlaka leswaku hi ti 7 hi marcha hi tlhelela eka DSD.
I need one in the 15 days of activism.
Tanihileswi hi nga ka 16 wa masiku ya ku lwa ni madzolonga.
Let me get into this.
Mo ni nghena ka mhaka leyi.
The Children's Act of 2005 categorizes biological fathers as unmarried and married.
Nawu wa vana wu tlawahata vatatana va ngati tanihi vatatana lava va nga teka na lava nga tekangiki.
This is problematic
Leswi swi na xiphiqo
because it means that unmarried fathers are never different from other biological parents of the same child.
hikuva vatswari lava va nga tekangiki va tlawahatiwa ku hambana eka lava va nga teka.
Unmarried fathers must satisfy a certain super medical image above that of the other parent of the same child.
Vatswari lava va nga tekangiki va fanele ku fikelela swihlawulekisi swo karhi leswaku na vona va ta tekiwa tanihi vatswari.
That's when the father will qualify. You need to certify that you are a parent.
U fanele ku tiyisisa leswaku hakunene u mutswari.
This kind of discrimination does not apply to unmarried mothers.
Xihlawuhlawu lexi a xi tirhi eka vamanana lava nga tekiwangiki.
This is gender bias.
Leswi swi teka tlhelo eka rimbewu.
Now, this invites vultures within the system of child welfare.
Leswi swi rhamba makoti eka nhlayiso wa vana.
You find now that social workers, they suggest that you go for supervised visits without any reason. And I was told to pay 600 rand per hour to see my own biological children.
Leswi swi endla leswaku va ka DSD va ku lerisa leswaku u ya vona n'wana u karhi u vekiwe tihlo. Sweswo swi endli leswaku ni humesisiwa mali yo ringana 600 ku vona n'wananga.
The same social worker suggested for me to be clinical assessed at 9,900 rand.
Ma social worker va lava va endli leswaku ni kamberiwa leswaku ni hanye kahle ke hi ntsengo wo ringana 900.
This is a group of network social workers, psychologists, and attorneys from legal aid who form a scheme against a father who presents himself to say, I want to be a father.
Lowu i ntlawa lowu katsaka ma social worker kun'we na vayimeri va nawu lava va endlaku xitumbe eka tatana loyi a ti tisaka ange mina ni lava ku va tatana.
And they will eat from the father.
Naswona va ta dya kusuka ka
Some
tatana.
fathers have won 100,000 fighting this case.
Va tatana van'wana va fambile va humesile 100,000.
I've won 100,000.
Mina ni tekile 100,000 ku lwana na ndlwa.
Home for millions. There are many. We have a network of fathers who are home for millions, still fighting. They are taking social workers, psychologists, attorneys, everybody in the system. It's very corrupt.
Van'wana va humesa kwalomu ka timiliyoni va karhi va ya ka ti social worker na vakamberi va miehleketo na van'wana na van'wana.
The Children's Act
Nawu lowu wa vana
must first and foremost redefine the term in the best interest of children.
wu fane wu hlamusela theme hi ndlela leyi yi vuyerisaka vana.
This term has been misused by a network of corrupt social workers.
Theme leri tirhisiwa hi ndlela yo homboloka hi ntlawa wa ti social worker.
Corrupt NPOs,
Ti NGO leti nga na vukungundwana.
magistrates and institutions and lawyers to serve their own best interests, not for children.
Va magistrata na magqweta lava na vona vo ngo ti vuyerisa ku nga ri ku vuyerisa n'wana.
Whereas one parent, the father, in the most suffers,
Kasi tatana hi yena loyi a nga ku xanisekeni.
and the children becomes victims.
Kasi vana va hundzuka va xanisiwa.
It's 5 years without seeing my elder daughter who's 18 years now, since the mother died.
Sweswi I ntlhanu wa malembe ndi nga si vona n'wana loyi a nga na 13 wa malembe kusukela loko n'wana manana a lovile.
Because the alienators poison her against the father.
Hikuva va n'wi hlohlotela leswaku a nga rhandzi tatana.
And the social workers picked that up.
Ti social worker ti swi vonile.
But the little boy was fighting to say, I want to see my father.
Kambe xifanyetane a xi ti karhatela ku vona tata wa xona.
3 times I was given an opportunity, so sad that they didn't want me to bring my child at home. They wanted me to celebrate. We even celebrated my son's birthday on the street pavement.
Ka nharhu a ni lava ku yisa n'wana wa mina kaya hi na hi
We decorated very nice the street with my son and we started singing and dancing for the first time. And the social workers were amazed because what they were told by the alienators is not what they see.
leswi a hi swi tlangela exitarateni.
And how did the social worker then recommend that the alienators must take away my children and I must also continue seeing my children under supervision?
Hikokwalaho ka yini leswaku ti social work ti sindzisa leswaku ni vona vana va mina exitarateni.
That's where money comes in.
Hi laha mali se yi nghenaka kona.
They are bribed.
Va khomisiwa xe le xandleni.
They are bought.
Va xaviwa.
They manipulate the law.
Va hlohlotela nawu.
Section 21 since 2017 until February of this year was the one we were debating. And it was in my favor and all the reports in my favor.
Xiyenge xa 21 kusukela hi 2017 ku ta fika sweswi a hi karhi hi tlhuvutsa mhaka leyi.
But when they saw that no, that section of the law favors the father and the reports favor the father, they say now we're bringing section 23 of the Children's Act.
Loko va vona leswaku xiyenge lexiya xi yima na tatana na nawu wu yima na tatana se sweswi va tisa ku cinca ka xiyenge
Here is
xa
the reason.
23.
Because the children have already bonded with the grandparents, so we must protect them.
Hikuva vana sweswi va ti namarheti na vakokwa wa vona.
Whose fault?
Hikokwalaho hi fanele
Whose fault did they bonded with the grandparents without the father? Because 2017, when the mother died, I said, I want to see my children. They said, no, you are a Mozambican, go away.
Hi 2017 loko mana wa vona a lova ntini la ku vona vana kambe va ku fambela eku
5 years later, no, they've bonded with, you need to do supervised visit. What reason? No reason.
loko ni tshinela va lava leswaku ni vekiwa tihlo xivangelo i yini.
I spoke to my pastor yesterday. He says, Solomon, you always say 5 years has been stolen from your kids. You are no longer doing it for yourself and your children because time has been wasted. But you are doing for other parents, fathers, and children that are coming after you. But remember one thing.
Ntlhanu wa malembe sweswi ya hundzile a ku na lexi ni nga ku xi endleni kambe tsundzuka ni mhaka yin'we.
When your children comes back, they will blame themselves for what is happening today.
Loko vana va wena va vuya va ta tisola
They will read how long we have suffered because of them.
va ta hlaya leswi va nga xanisekisa swona.
Your daughter who insulted the social workers and told them that that's not my father, it's my stepfather, she will blame herself for what she has said.
N'wana wa nhwanyana loyi a nga tilandula emahlweni ka tata wa wena wa yena u ta tisola eka social work.
All the social workers, attorneys, psychologists, and alienators will not be there by that time.
Hi nkarhi walowo mapapila yo huma eka va social work na maloyara ya ta va ya nga
But be ready, Mr. Mondlane, to tell your daughter to say it was not fault. I know what was happening behind.
ti lulamisele tatana Mondlane ku byela n'wana wa wena wa nhwanyana leswaku a ku nga ri xihoxo xa
I'm in
wena.
that stage now to prepare myself that if I'll be alive, no matter how long it will take, when they come, I will say, I knew everything what was happening.
Sweswi ni le ka xiyimo lexi
Why?
ni nga tiyimisela leswaku a ni swi tiva hinkwaswo.
Because the whole system is a mess. It doesn't protect children.
Systeme hinkwayo yi na swihoxo a yi
I'm hopeful this, what you are doing, will lead us to have a fair and balanced Children's Act.
Ni anakanya leswaku leswi hi nga ku swi endleni swi ta va na mbuyelo lowunene lowu ringanisiweke.
The Act must make it clear that a child is born by two parents.
Nawu wu fanele wu endla leswaku n'wana u tswariwa hi vatswari vambirhi.
Social workers and everybody involved must operate within the law.
Ti-social work landzelelana nawu.
Social workers must also investigate cases. If they can't investigate the false accusation against fathers, but they must take those cases to the South African Police Services.
Ti-social work lavisisani loko mi nga lavisisi yisani milandzu yaleyo emaphoriseni.
Grandparents from both the maternal and paternal should be treated equal.
Vatswari havambirhi kusukela vo suka eka manana na le ka tatana va fanele va khomiwa hi ku ringana.
Maternal grandparents shouldn't play super on people's children.
Vakokwana lava nga tswala tatana va nga ti tekeli henhla.
Ay man bo koko siyandinga, but give us our chance to raise our children.
Vakokwana a mi kombela kambe
Don't interfere in our children's lives unless there is a need.
mi nga ngheneleli eku kurisiweni ka vana handle ka loko ku ri na xidingo.
The maternal grandparents mainly are a problem.
Vatswari va manana.
We can give you those grandkids, you can stay with them. Bring our children.
Hi tiseleni vana va hina mi nga tshama na vona kambe hi pfuneni.
Encourage your children to raise their children.
Mi nga ka mi nga koti ku kurisa vana.
The Act should also make it clear that a child's voice comes first.
Nawu lowu wu fanele wu tlhela wu endla leswaku rito ra n'wana ri tekeriwa enhlokweni.
The moment a father or a mother who is alienated comes and reports a case, trace what the children are saying.
Xikan'wekan'we loko tatana a ta eku mangaleni ka nandzu lavisani leswaku n'wana u ri yini.
Avoid a 5-year period, then you come and ask a child who has been poisoned. That is not valid.
Papalatani n'wana loyi miehleketo ya yena yi humbuweke.
The voice of a child is first.
Rito ra n'wana hi rona ro sungula.
The parent's child is second.
Ra mutswari i ra vumbirhi.
Both parents, mother, in my case, only me is the second because the mother is dead.
Eka mina ku va mina ntsena hikuva mana wa n'wana u lovile.
Then you can bring all the relatives and friends and neighbors and listen to them. But you don't put the father as the enemy of the child or the parent.
Endzhaku ka swona hi kona mi nga tisaka maxaka lawaya hinkwawo kambe mi nga endli leswaku
All right.
van'wana va na
All right.
na nandzu. Thank you.
You know, we've got a similar case in Jengale up at Gauteng. We were whispering to one another.
Hina
But yena
yelana a karhi
yena
hlebelana.
ngumama lo icase yakhe enzima. Into similar exactly. Undicela ushiye inumber zakho kwaba sisi. Bazaba nendlela yokuthi bayibeke uba because we have to have ezo numbers zakho.
Please leave your contact details at the table on the left.
Thank you so much. Also the documents, is it too long?
Yeah,
Okay,
present the document.
Thank you. I support the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enkosi, siyaxolisa ngalokho.
We apologize for that.
Good morning. There's some other things which I'm supporting from the previous man who was speaking here.
Kuna swilo swin'wana leswi ni seketelaka eka n'wanuna loyi a ha ku vulavulaka.
And I do support the bill.
Naswona nawumbisi lowu na wu seketela.
The bill is all right, but more especially there's some disturbing things about the bills which are being presented to us.
Nawu lowu hakunene i wunene kambe kuna swin'wana leswi swi ndzi kavanyetaka hi nawumbisi lowu tisiweke eka hina.
After the bill has been passed,
loko nawu lowu se nawumbisi wu pasisiwile,
everything is falling apart.
Hinkwaswo swi sungula ku va swi hangalaka.
Because in most cases, this bill, they make for both men and women.
Minkarhi yo tala loko ku simekiwa nawumbisi wu endleriwa vaxisati na vaxinuna.
But when it's coming to the act,
kambe loko swi ta eka nawu,
is favoring the women.
wu fika wu seketela vaxisati.
I hear they're talking about the gender-based violence.
Na swi ta swa ku vulavula hi madzolonga.
Some other men, they behave differently.
Van'wana vaxinuna va tikhoma hi ndlela yin'wana leyi hambaneke.
Like me at this present moment,
fana na mina sweswi,
I'm having a court order.
Ni khome enkongomiso kumbe court order
which doesn't work for me.
Lowu nga ndzi tirheliki.
And I don't even believe it will work for me.
Naswona ni ehlekete leswaku court order yi ta ni
And
tirhela.
then even irrespective of the divorce, I didn't abuse my wife.
Hambileswi ni ve ndlaya vukati a ni n'wi xanisanga nsati wa mina.
But I'm still a victim.
Kambe ni namuntlha na ha ri muxanisiwa.
Because I'm having it, but it doesn't work for me.
Hikuva ni yi khomile vokweni kambe a yi ni tirheli.
I went to Venda where my kids are staying.
Ni ye eVenda.
I was never even been helped.
A ni pfuniwanga ni kantsongo.
Because most of the social workers are very rude.
Hikuva ti-social worker to tala ti na lunya.
But the principle, maybe it ended by Mandela era.
Ku rhangisa vanhu swi nga endleka swi hele hi nkarhi wa nguva ya Mandela.
Batupili is still working.
A ni tiyiseki leswaku Batupili ya ha tirha na.
Even you can go to some offices.
Hambiloko ya ka ti-office tin'wana.
You won't even see a board of Batupili principles.
A wu nge wu kumi board leyi nge vanhu ku sungula.
Because the people who are working there, they don't even believe it to it.
Hikuva va tirhaka kwala na vona va pfumeli ka sweswo.
At this moment, I'm having some other people who I can mention here.
Sweswi ku na vanhu van'wana lava ndi va xaxameteke laha.
Is MEC from Limpopo.
MEC a huma ka Limpopo.
And Kaken Rakwale.
Tatane Rakwale.
I've been complaining to her.
Ni ve ni kombisa ku vilela ka vona.
I went even to Vembe district.
Ni tlhela ka xifundzatsongo xa Vembe.
I spoken to Mrs. Lalumbe.
Na kambe ni vulavula na Mrs. Lalumbe.
I was never been helped.
A ndi pfuniwangi.
This court order was being issued on the 2016.
Court order leyi yi rhumeriwe hi 2016.
Till today, I didn't see my kids.
Ku fikela namuntlha a ni si vona vana va mina.
And I'm asking, we can make bills.
Naswona ndzi ri hi nga ha simeka minawumbisi.
We're making bills, but those bills, they didn't work.
Hi simeka nawumbisi kambe a wu tirhi.
It seems they're working for certain genders.
Swi tikomba ngo swi tirhela vanhu va rimbewu ro karhi.
And then at the end of the day, we're blaming gender-based violence.
Hi makumu hi tlhela hi sola madzolonga ya swa rimbewu.
And I'm not saying
a ni vuli leswaku
men must kill women. I'm not saying that.
a ni vuli leswaku vaxinuna va dlaya vaxisati
But let's balance the whole thing
kambe a hi ringeteni ku ringanisa nchumu lowu hinkwawo ka
to
wona
accommodate men,
hi kota ku va hi khoma kahle vanuna
kids,
vana
women,
vaxisati
and both families.
mindyangu hayimbirhi
Because in most cases you find that the family of the lady,
hikuva minkarhi yo tala u kuma swa ku hala ka ndyangu wa xisati
they are the ones who instigating the whole fire, those people.
hi vona va hlengeletaka ndzilo
And then they don't even communicate with the family of the father.
naswona a va vulavurisani ni ndyangu wa tatana
They say the well-being of the kids first.
va ri va fanele va rhangisa vana ku sungula
But in most cases, I see that many bills, they favor the well-being of the woman first.
kambe ni xiya leswaku nawumbisi yo tala yi seketela vuhlayiseki bya n'wansati
Because a kid must have both parents at heart.
vana va fanele hakunene va vana vatswari havambirhi kumbe nawumbisi seketela vatswari havambirhi
But a kid from the early age,
kambe n'wana loko a ha ri ricece kumbe a ri ntsongo
he's growing without a father.
u kula a ri hava tatana
He's going to see the father while he's going to pension.
u ta vona tatana loko se a ha ya ka majoka
The father will be 80 years, the kid will be 65 years.
vana tatana u ri na 80 vana va ri na 65 years
I'm asking all of us here,
le mi kombela hinkwenu mi nga kona la
let's not rejoice that we're doing a new bill.
hi nga tsakisini leswaku ku na nawumbisi
Let's try to build
a hi ringeteni ku aka
families rather than breaking the families.
hi aka mindyangu ematshan'weni ya ku va hi hlakata
Because only one mistake which the father was talking now, the social workers, they take him left to right.
hikuva xihoxo xi endliwaka hi laha tatana va vulavuleka ha kona va n'wi yise hala na hala ti-social worker
They say social workers.
va ri ti-social worker
We believe those people can build families.
hi pfumela leswaku vanhu valava nga aka mindyangu
But the 70% of social workers,
kambe 70% ya ti-social worker
they breaking families apart.
va hahlula mindyangu
They judge you when you get into the door.
hi ku ku languta ntsena se va teke xiboho
Because sometimes you go there on foot,
hikuva nkarhi n'wana u nghena hi milenge
the lady will be driving a Range Rover there.
loko u languta manana wa kona u ti fambela hi xivandzana xa Range Rover
They say that man is abuser.
va ku luya i muxanisi luya
Let's not look for material things.
hi nga languti swilo swa le mandleni
Let's look the reality.
a hi languteni mhaka hi ntiyiso
Even when we can see for children,
hambiloko kumbexana swa timhakeni ta vana
children, they don't fail because they are fools.
vana a va tsandzeki hi leswi va nga swi phunta
They need father figures.
va lava nseketelo wa tatana
Others, they need mother figures.
van'wana va lava nseketelo wa manana
So the child won't perform well.
kutani n'wana a nge koti ku va a tirha kahle
There's an example now.
hi le xikombiso xi nga kona
There's some kids who are suffering, who are supported by NSFAS.
ku na vana lava xaniseka va seketeriwaka NSFAS
NSFAS now is needing 75%.
NSFAS sweswi yi le ka 75%.
If your mentality is not good,
loko 75% leyi u nga yi kumi hikwalaho ka byongo lebyi nga ri kahle
I don't think that you can pass that
a wu nge
75.
yi pasi 75%.
So let's try to do the right things.
a hi ringete ku endla swilo swinene
And then I'm hoping
naswona ni tshemba leswaku
today
namuntlha
I can get help.
ni ta kuma mpfuno
Because for not seeing my kids while I'm having a court order is a joke.
hikuva ku va ni khome court order kambe vana ni nga va voni i fenya sweswo
I'm supporting my kids.
ni tlhela ni kota ku va ni wundla vana va mina
I'm not working,
a ni tirhi
but I can't see my kids.
kambe a ni swi koti ku vona vana va mina
And I'm asking even the social workers,
naswona ni kombela na ti-social worker
they must not dare to be biased.
a va fanelanga va teka tlhelo kumbe va hlawula ndliwa eka hove
They must take time to investigate cases
va fanele va teka nkarhi va kambisisa milandzu
rather than judging people.
ematshan'weni ya ku va va avanyisa vanhu
I thank you.
khani mambo
Sawubona, Dumela, goeiemorgen. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Nadine. I am from Door of Hope Children's Mission, which is a home for abandoned babies.
Before you, ma'am, I'm sorry for that. Can we request the social worker relevant to what has been raised by the previous speaker. Aphume aye naye le ngaphandle babonisane. That issue is sensitive to such an extent that ibingekho suppose ithiwa phahla apha. So sicela ngoba nazana nodwa ukuthi ngubani responsible for a situation of that nature.
Before you continue, ma'am, we would like to ask the social worker who's relevant to the matter that was being presented now by the men to go outside, let them have a discussion because it is a sensitive matter which was not even supposed to be discussed or to be told people in front of everyone.
All right, you can continue, ma'am. I'm sorry for disturbing you.
No problem, thank you so much. I want to specifically talk this morning about Part A of the bill, amend the Children's Act to strengthen protective measures for children.
Namuntlha mpundzu lowu ni ta lava ku va ni vulavula hi xiyenge xo sungula xa nawumbisi lowu xi vulavulaka hi vuhlayiseki bya vana.
Private research done in 2010 and 2016 shows that around 3,500 babies are abandoned annually in South Africa.
Loko hi languta ndzavisiso lowu endliweke hi 2010 na 2015 ku vula leswaku 3.5 ya vana va nga va ri vana lava va nga riki na vayini eAfrika-Dzonga.
And for every baby found alive, 2 are found dead.
Naswona eka vanhu vana vambirhi lava kumiwaka va hanya vambirhi va va se va lovile.
Published media articles in the last 18 months indicate that 180 babies were found abandoned, of which 107 were already dead. These were just published articles.
Nakambe loko languta eka tin'hweti ta 18 to humeke eka swiyenge swa mahungu va kombisa leswaku vana va 180 lava kumekeke 107 ya vona va se va lovile.
I'll just give a few examples of some of these articles.
Ni ta mi nyika xikombiso swin'wana swa tinhlokomhaka leti ni vulavulaka hi tona.
2-day-old baby found in parking lot.
Kuna vana lava nga kumeka eka ndhawu yo pakela eka yona.
Newborn found in bucket in Attridgeville.
Un'wana u kumeka Bakidi eAttridgeville.
10-month-old baby found dead in bushes in the Eastern Cape.
N'wana wa tin'hweti ta 10 u kumiwe a lovile enhoveni eEastern Cape.
Baby found floating in a dam in Kempton Park.
N'wana loyi a kumekeke a papamala ehenhla eka tiva ra le Kempton Park.
Dead baby in rubbish bin in KwaZulu-Natal.
N'wana kumekeke a file eka ndhawu ya thyaka nhundzu ya thyaka eKwaZulu-Natal.
2 babies' bodies found at dump site in Langa.
Vana vambirhi lava kumeke mintsumbu ya vona yi kumeke eka ndhawu yo tikumetela thyaka eLanga.
And I just want to share a more personal experience. On Sunday, the Hillbrow Police brought us a baby that was found in a plastic bag with the placenta, with the umbilical cord in Joubert Park.
Nakambe ni kombela ku mi hlamusela mhaka leyi humaka ka mina leswaku hi sonto maphorisa ya le Hebrew va hetisele n'wana loyi a kumekeke a phutseriwe eka plastic naswona a hanya a ha ri na nkava wakwe a tlhela ku va na xivelekelo xa ha ri kokwalaho.
We had to rush this baby to hospital. She's in ICU fighting for her life and she's 2 days old.
Nakambe sweswi vulavulaka n'wana u le ICU u le ku lweni a lwela vutomi bya yena u na malembe mambirhi ntsena.
These are just cases that have been published. How many cases are not known? How many babies abandoned are never found?
Leyi ku va mhaka leyi tiviwaka kambe vangani vana lava va kumekaka va cukumetiwile lava kumekaka va file.
Section 11 of our Constitution states that everyone has the right to life. And Section 28(2) states the best interest of a child is of paramount importance in every matter concerning a child.
Xiyenge xa 11 xa vumbiwa bya hina bya tiko xi komba leswaku un'wana na un'wana u na mfanelo ku va a hanya kasi 22 xiyenge xo sungula xi komba leswaku hinkwerhu ka hina hi fanele hi seketela un'wana na un'wana leswaku a kota ku va na rihanyo.
Unsafe baby abandonment is an infringement of the right to life, and being abandoned in a drain, a toilet, a pit latrine, or a felt is not in the best interest of a child.
Ku cukumetela n'wana endhawini ya nkululo kumbe ku cukumetela n'wana eka ndhawu yin'wana nga va ku ti-drain swi kombisa leswaku hakunene n'wana loyi a nga nyikiwanga mfanelo ya leswaku a kota ku va a hanya.
The Constitution seeks to establish a society where the individual value of each member of the community is recognized and treasured.
Nakambe xiyenge lexi nga ka xona xi fanele xi tiyisisa leswaku un'wana un'wana la vumbaka xiphemu xa rixaka timfanelo takwe ta kota ku va ti tekeriwa ehenhla na ku hlayisiwa.
The right to life is central to such a society.
Mfanelo ya vutomi hi yona yi nga ya risima eka rixaka.
Door of Hope Children's Mission is the first organization in the world to install a modern-day baby saver.
Door of Mission hi yona yo sungula eka nkarhi lowu hi hanyaka ka wona ku tiyisisa leswaku ku na endlelo ro karhi leswaku vana va kota ku hlayisiwa.
A baby saver is a device that is fitted out with an alarm to alert a responding team of the arrival of a baby.
Baby saver i nchumu wo karhi lowu nga xitirhisiwa wu khomisiwaka eka n'wana ku tiyisekisa kumbe ku tivisa lava va langutelaka vana leswaku ku na rihanyo kumbe vutomi byi nga kona eka n'wana wo karhi.
And organizations that have baby savers partner with child protection organizations to do the statutory work of a baby that is placed in a baby saver.
Nakambe ku fanele ku tiyisisiwa leswaku hi ku landza leswi swi hlamuseriweke n'wana u kota ku va a hlayisiwa naswona nhlangano lowu simekiweke u va na xiave lexikulu eku endleni sweswo.
There are over 40 baby savers in South Africa, which is a safe place where a parent can safely relinquish a baby that they are unable to care for rather than abandoning it somewhere to die.
Kuna ti baby saver ta 40 eAfrika-Dzonga kumbe laha vana va nga hlayisiwaka kona laha mutswari a nga tekaka n'wana a n'wi siya kona ku vanhu va xikwembu na tsandzeka ku va n'wana loyi ni n'wi hlayisa.
However, any type of child abandonment is illegal, even safe relinquishment. So a parent or a person that places a baby in a baby saver can still be prosecuted.
Ambiswiritano ku va u cukumeta n'wana kumbe ku siya n'wana hi ndlela yoleyo swi tshova nawu hambiloko u tiyile ka xiyenge xexo ta n'wi siya u nga ha tikuma nkarhi wun'wani u tengisiwa.
For this reason, baby savers are not advertised, so we are unable to reach desperate parents who need our services. A baby saver does not encourage abandonment, but it is used as a last resort when counseling or assistance for a desperate parent has failed or is unobtainable.
Hikwalaho hi swona swi endlaka leswaku ti baby saver kumbe ku va ku hlayisiwa vana ku nga vi nchumu lowu hi wu navetisaka hikuva a hi nchumu lowu hi tibumaka hi wona i nchumu lowu hi wu endlaka emakumu endzhaku ka loko munhu a tshinyiwile kumbe ku tsundzuxiwa kutani ku nga lunghi nchumu.
Many countries in the world recognize baby savers or baby boxes as a safe, legal alternative, and the parent does not face prosecution when a baby is safely surrendered through a baby saver.
Matiko yo tala eka timheho ta munhu ta misava ti teka baby saver kumbe bokisi ra n'wana tanihi ndlela ya nawu ya leswaku munhu a tisa n'wana naswona va teka leswaku loko munhu a n'wi tise hi ndlela yeleyo a nga fanelanga a tshinyiwa tlhelo ra nawu kumbe ku va a tikuma a tengisiwa.
We need to implement this in South Africa and change our laws from being reactive to being proactive.
Nakambe hi lava ku va leswi hi swi simeka Afrika-Dzonga ku tiyisekisa leswaku nawu loyi a wo tiviwa ntsena kambe i nawu lowu tirhaka.
Our neighbors, Namibia, implemented safe haven laws in 2019 after only 13 babies were found abandoned in 1 year. We have around 3,500 abandoned in 1 year.
Vaakelani va hina va Namibia hi 2019 va simeke nawu wa leswaku vana va kuma eku hlayisiwa endzhaku ka loko ku ve ku na vana va tlula ka 3,000 lava nga tikuma se va cukumetiwile hi lembe.
Baby savers are not just used in third world countries. They are also used in first world countries like Germany, the US, India, and China. That is just a few of the countries who actually have baby savers as a safe alternative.
mhaka ti baby saver yo tirhisiwa ka matiko lama ma nga na vusweti ntsena kambe ku tlhela ku tirhisiwa na le Germany, India na le China swi kombisa kunene leswaku i nchumu lowu tirhaka hi ku angarhela.
We would like to propose 3 things to be part of the Children's Act to save the babies of our land.
Hi kombela ku nyikanya swilo swinharhu leswaku swi va xiphemu xa nawumbisi wa ku hlayisa vana va hina eka tiko ra hina.
Firstly, that safe relinquishment in a baby saver is legalized as an immediate solution for unsafe abandonment.
Na kambe ku tiyisisiwa leswaku xitirhisiwa lexi tirhisiwaka eka n'wana ku tiyisisa leswaku kumbe ku tiva leswaku wa hanya ku va nchumu lowu hakunene wu simekiwaka tanihi nawu leswaku u tirhisiwa.
It is important to note that we're not asking for all types of abandonment to be legalized, just safe relinquishment. Unsafe infant abandonment should still be illegal and prosecutable.
Hi kombela mi tsundzuka leswaku a hi ri hi hlohlotela leswaku vana va cukumetiwa kambe bula leswaku hi lava ku va swi endliwa hi nawu ku va n'wana a tisiwa kumbe ku ta vekiwa loko swi nga ha koti ku va a hlayisiwa.
Secondly, the later legislation of baby safe havens where infants can be left at hospitals, police stations, and fire stations, such as the laws that were developed in Namibia.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sorry. Secondly, later on, we would like for legislation of baby safe havens where infants can be left at hospitals, police stations, fire stations, such as the laws that have been developed in Namibia.
Nakambe exa vumbirhi hi lava ku va hi ringanyeta leswaku ku simekiwa nawu lowu pfumelelaka leswaku vana va nga ha yisiwa eka tindhawu ta ku fana na police station, exibedhlele kumbe tindhawu ta ndzindzakhombo wa ndzilo kumbe ti-fire station leswaku swi va nchumu lowu tiviwaka hi laha swi endliwaka ha kona etikweni ra hina leri nga makelana eNamibia.
We realize that implementing safe haven laws will take longer as these relative departments would need to be trained in the care of a baby.
Ha swi tiva leswaku swi nga ha teka na nkarhi ku va ku simekiwa swivandla swa nsirhelelo leswaku vana va hlayiseka hikuva hinkwavo lava katsekaka va fanele va leteriwa ha un'we.
And thirdly, a recent NPO that has been registered, Baby Savers of South Africa, where Door of Hope is a member, would like to work hand in hand with DSD to oversee the installation and functioning of all baby savers in South Africa.
Nakambe khampani leyi nga tiyimela leyi yi nga xirho xa Door of Hope hi lava ku va yi tirhisana kahle na ndzawulo ya DSD ku tiyisisa leswaku ku va kona xivandla lexi simekiwaka xa leswaku vana va kota ku tshama va hlayisekile.
We would like to represent all the baby saver organizations in South Africa to ensure that safety protocols in terms of savers are adhered to, and that organizations that do not follow the intake protocols are not allowed to have baby savers.
Hi lava ku va hina tanihi nhlangano hi tirhisana na vanhu lava va nga ka xiyenge xa baby saver kumbe ku hlayiseki bya vana leswaku lava va nga pfumelaniki kumbe va nga endleki swilo hi nawu va nga pfumeleriwi leswaku va xiphemu xa fambiselo leri hi nga eka rona.
We have already drawn up a proposal that we have already submitted to a member of parliament on the Social Development Committee. And we have put laws together as suggestions that will govern who can relinquish a child safely.
Se kuna milawu yo karhi leyi hi nga yi tsala hi komisa hi rhumeleke eka palamende leswaku yi langutiwa leswaku ku tiyisisiwa leswaku nchumu lowu hi vulavulaka hi wona a wu hundzuki nchumu wo bula hi wona ntsena kambe wu tlhela wu simekiwa tanihi nawu.
Furthermore, laws have been developed for the reclaiming of a child should the mother change her mind. If these laws are not adhered to, it will not be regarded as safe relinquishment, and the person should still be prosecutable for child abandonment.
Nakambe kuna xiyenge lexi hi lava ku va xi simekiwa na xona xa leswaku loko manana hi n'wi nyike n'wana kambe a cinca emianakanyo n'wana loyi a tlhela a kota ku tlhela a tekiwa naswona mutswari yaloye loko suku u endla swilo hi ndlela yo karhi a nga ha tikuma se a tengisiwa hi leswi a cukumeteke n'wana.
We have also developed regulations that provide the specifications that must be met by the physical structure of a baby saver and protocols that have to be adhered to.
Nakambe hi simeke xiyenge lexi xi tiyisisaka leswaku vanhu lava katsekaka eka nhlangano walowo kumbe fambiselo rero va fanele va landzelela milawu yo karhi hi ku angarhela.
We also propose that all organizations with baby savers have to partner with a child protection organization and the Department of Social Development.
Nakambe ri nga endla leswaku hinkwavo lava nga ka eka ti-baby saver fambiselo rero hinkwaro ka rona va fanele va tlhela va khomisana ni ku fambisana na Child Development Department.
If these organizations do not adhere to the protocols, we request that they be closed down.
Loko mihlangano leyi hinkwayo ka yona yi nga fambisana na milawu leyi vulavulaka hi yona kumbe yi nga simekiwaka hi kombela va pfariwa.
At the same time, we also admit and recognize two challenges in implementing of these proposals.
Ha swi tiva nakambe leswaku ku nga ha va na mintlhontlho mimbirhi yi nga ha va ka kona loko ku ta simekiwa swikombelo leswi hi swi tiseka n'wina.
One is the challenge of a father's rights.
Ntlhontlho wo sungula timfanelo ta tatana.
Here, the current approach adopted to protect fathers' rights will continue to operate. That is a 90-day advertisement that is placed in a local newspaper.
Nakambe mfanelo ya vana kumbe ya tatana leyi simekiweke yi ta ya mahlweni yi tivisiwa eka swiyenge swo navetisa ha swona eka masiku ya 90.
We request for this law to remain in place.
Hi kombela leswaku nawu lowu wu tshama u ri kona.
The second challenge is the child's right to know his or her origin. Specifically, we are referring to a child that has been safely relinquished in a baby saver.
Nakambe ntlhontlho wumbirhi i mfanelo ya leswaku n'wana a tiva la a humaka kona. Hi vulavulela hi kongoma eka n'wana loyi a tekiweke eka ti-baby saver kumbe vuhlayiselo bya vana.
We acknowledge that a baby that is placed in a baby saver will lose these rights, but currently unsafely abandoned infants are losing these rights anyway.
Ha swi tiva leswaku n'wana a nga ka ndhawu leyi ya vuhlayiselo bya muxaka wolowo swi nga endleka a lahlekeriwa hi timfanelo teto kambe hambiswiritano vana lava cukumetiweke a na se nakambe va lahlekeriwa hi timfanelo ta muxaka wolowo.
Excuse me, ma'am. How long is the submission?
I've got the submission that we've submitted already. It's about, or my talk.
You've already submitted it.
It is in the hands of a member of Parliament on the committee. She's not here today.
Okay.
It's a couple of pages. I'm almost done. I've got two more paragraphs.
Finish up, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Weighing and balancing of this right with the right to life indicates that the child's right to life is superior and must be protected.
Loko hi ri karhi hi ringanisa milawu leyi ya timfanelo ta vana swi kombisa hakunene leswaku n'wana u na mfanelo ya vutomi naswona vutomi byakwe byi fanele byi rhangisiwa.
Baby savers must be seen as a solution. The solution has been tried and tested in the whole world.
Ti-baby saver kumbe fambiselo ra kona ra vuhlayiselo bya vana ri fanele ri tekiwa tanihi xintlhantlho hikuva se ri ringetiwile eka matiko yo tala kumbe emisaveni hinkwayo hi ku angarhela.
Legalizing safe relinquishment through a baby saver is an option to unsafe abandonment and will reduce the number of babies being left somewhere to die.
Ku tiyisisa leswaku ku va na nawu lowu simekiwaka wa vuhlayiselo bya vana kumbe baby saver swi ta pfuna leswaku vana va nga cukumetiwi kumbe ku vekiwa ko karhi va fa.
I just want to finish off with a quote by Madiba. There's no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children.
Ni la ku kemeta marito ma humaka ka tatana Mandela leswaku a ku na rixaka ro karhi leri nga tikumaka ri rixaka ro hlawuleka loko ri tsandzeka ku va ri nga ponisa vutomi bya munhu kumbe moya xiviri wa munhu.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Kan mambo swinene.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguSisi Rose Tshwane. I'm the ward councillor of this area. So I just want to welcome you to this ward. Rose Sisi Tshwane. Yes, I'm the ward councillor of Ward 34. I have a request. In Soshanguve, we have Soto, Shangani, Nguni, and Venda.
Kinesicelo lapha eSoshanguve sinelimi eziningi isuthu isishangane isingoni
Venda.
nesivenda.
Yeah, please, ngicela bashintshisane neshangane. It's not only this area we have Songas, we have Zulu.
Can they please alternate the languages because in this area sineSitsonga, sineSizulu, sinezinye.
Yeah, I thank you. Since I was a board member of the orphanage somewhere here around.
Ngangiyilungu lebhodi lendawo ehlalisa abantu abangenabazali khona nje la kule ndawo.
We had to deal with the CYCC, the social workers.
Kwadingeka ukuthi sibhekane ke nosonhlalakahle basendaweni.
Kunzima.
It is difficult.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, please, we have the centers that are closed.
Isicelo sami ukuthi kunezikhungo ezivaliwe kule ndawo.
And we don't get help from the social workers.
Asiluthola usizo oluvela kosonhlalakahle.
They have to advise what to do.
Kumele baseluleke ukuthi kumele senze njani.
Not just come on 11th hour.
Hayi nje ukuthi bafike sekonakele.
And give you 24 hours.
Kungasekho isikhathi nje
to deal with the
bakunike
problem.
amahora amashumi ukuthi ubhekane
After 2
nenkinga.
days, they close the center.
Bese emva kwensuku ezimbili bavele basivale
It's
leso
hurting to
sikhungo.
us as board members.
Kuyasilimaza lokho njengamalungu
Because
ebhodi.
those children who are there are our babies.
Ngoba lezo zingane ezilapha yingane zethu.
And the other thing is, please, social workers, as you know that we have some different departments.
Okunye ke bosonhlalakahle njengoba nazi ukuthi sineminyango ehlukahlukene.
Like Department of Health
Njengomnyango wezempilo
and other departments.
neminye iminyango.
Please engage with those people
Siyacela ukuthi nibonisane nalabo bantu
to help us
ukuze
to
basisize
give a better service.
ukuze sikwazi ukwenza imisebenzi
For our
engcono
community.
sisiza imiphakathi
Those
yethu.
CYCC centers
Lawo ma-CCY centers
are very important to the community
abaluleke kakhulu
because are within
emphakathini
the community.
ngoba ngaphakathi
That
emphakathini
is the
yethu.
request that I'm asking.
Yiso isicelo sami leso.
Most of the things, the first two speakers, they covered for me.
Ababili bakhuluma ngaphambili bakuvezile ke bengifisa ukuveza
How social workers are failing the
ukuthi
society.
osonhlalakahle impela yibo abawulimazayo umphakathi.
They never came to the community and investigate.
Abafike emphakathini bazokwenza uphenyo.
We do that for them as councillors.
Yithi esibenza lokho njengamakhansela.
Before I became a councillor,
Ngaphambi uma ngibe yikhansela
I was
ke
a community activist.
ngangikade ngishoshoza
That's when
semphakathini.
I find out that the social workers,
Lapho ke ila ngathola khona ukuthi
they are
hayi
not helping the community.
osonhlalakahle bawusiza inhlobo
They
umphakathi.
will take it from pillar to post.
Bazokuphosa ngapha nangapha.
You find that the social worker is telling you what your social worker is not here. That one who's here, she cannot help you.
Usonhlalakahle utshela ukuthi ke usonhlalakahle wakho angeke akwazi ukuthi akusize lona ke angeke akwazi futhi ukuthi akusize.
Come COVID-19,
Yafika ke ne-COVID-19
from bad to worse.
awukonakala kakhulu.
They have COVID,
Baba
they
ne-COVID
are sick for the
bagula
whole month.
inyanga yonke.
That time the child is suffering in that house.
Ngaleyo nkathi ke ingane iyabhekana nobunzima lapha
We
endlini.
have to intervene as community.
Kudingeka
activists.
ukuthi njengeshoshos emphakathini ke
We have to go
singenelele.
and seek for food parcels for
Kumele
those
sihambe
kids
siyobheka sithole ukudla okunika lezi
because
zingane
the social worker is sick.
ngoba usonhlalakahle uyagula.
So please look at these things in different way. We need your help.
Ngakho siyacela ukuthi lezi zibhekwe ngendlela ehlukahlukene
And then-
siyaludinga usizo lwenu.
The last thing that I'm going to request is,
Okugcina ke kuyisicelo sami
as a new elected councillor here,
ngiyikhansela ke elisha lesanakhethwa kule
please,
ndawo.
when you come again, you can give us this information so that we can give to our stakeholders maybe 2 days before.
Siyacela masanibuya futhi ukuthi nisinikeze amaphepha lawo ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sinikeze abantu abahlala endaweni esikuyo mhlawumbe sibe nensuku ezimbili ngaphambi banifike sibanike nabo.
So as councillors, I think we won't have a problem to call our stakeholders and give them the information.
Njengamakhansela ngicabanga ukuthi angeke sibe nenkinga ukuthi sinikeze esixhumana nabo emphakathini sibanikeze ulwazi labo ke abambe iqhaza emphakathini yethu.
So that when they come here, they know ukuthi sikhuluma ngani.
So ukuze masibefike
So
la
right now,
bazi ukuthi ke sikhuluma ngani.
We just go through as the member is been summarizing it.
Ngoba manje ke sincike kulokho
Which we
ilungu elisongele kona
We
lasitshela
heard
ngakho.
that, we like that. We'll have to approve, but it's good if we have this 2 days before.
Sizwile siyakuthanda lokho kodwa ke besingajabula uma singathwala lokho usanensuku ezimbili ngaphambi kuba nifike.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
Bagolo dumelang.
Greetings, everybody.
Ka lebitso ke Mpho Ndlovu from Mamelodi.
I'm from Mamelodi.
Good
My
Hope
name is
Forum.
My name is Mpho.
Ke botlhoko ka go utlwa diboledi tse di fetileng.
What has been said by
And
the
then,
previous speakers actually saddens me, and
Le gore re bereka ka bana
And,
and
uh,
how sensitive the issues are.
then also that we are child
I'm a
minors.
woman, ke mosadi.
I'm a
ke
woman.
mme,
I'm a mother.
And it's so painful go bona bontate
Ebile go
ka
tlisa-
mokgwa o bomme re ba treatang ka teng.
And then it's very painful to see how men actually treat women.
I think 2 days back I had a challenge ya ngwana ya ntate. A tla ko kretšheng a re motsadi mme wa ngwana o gana gore a bone ngwana gae.
And then just an experience that I had
Ngwana
about
o
two.
ntshitswe ko kretšheng
Sorry, mommy. Sorry.
around, I think ka bo March.
Just about 2 days ago, I had an experience where the father actually came to my ECD and was explaining the problem of him having denied access to the child. So this is one of the problems that I'm dealing with.
So bomme re na le go lokela bana mo mathateng a rena le bontate. And seo ke bona e le phoso.
So us as women, we've got this tendency of actually exposing children to this particular problem, and I don't think that is right.
So se nna ke tlilo buang ka sona bathong ba gaetsho re na le matsapa mo Tshwane.
So what I want to speak about really is that we do have problems here in Tshwane.
Es ke boletse gore ke tlhakele ko ECD.
As I mentioned, I'm from one of the ECDs.
Tshwane ya re gatella ka di bylaws.
Tshwane is really oppressing us.
E re gatella ka di rezoning of which we can't afford.
It oppresses us with regard to rezonings, and we just cannot afford them.
Most of the ECDs today di tswaletswe because of that.
Bontsi ba di ECD gompieno jaana have been closed because of that.
And re bereka ka bana bathong re tla mo COVID recently, many parents have lost their jobs.
We are child minors, and we have gone through COVID, and many mothers have already lost their jobs.
And re ra gore bana bao re ba ise kae.
So the question is, what must we do with these kids?
And le ba bereki le bona.
And what do we do with
What
the,
must we do with them?
what do we do with the employees themselves?
So re ntse mo fatshe re le mokgatlho wa Good Hope.
So as a Good Hope organization, we sat down to talk,
Re ne le di recommendations for norms and standards.
and then we were looking at accommodation for norm standards.
The first one, it was that the requirements approved for building plans
Ya ntlha
be
e ne e le go
reviewed,
amogelwa ga-
including the provincial ECD facilities and rezoning and for an informal settlement.
Ya ntlha e ne e le go amogelwa ga lekwalo tetla la gore go dirwe dikago tse di tla dirisediwang ditheo tsa go tlhokomela bana mo go tsone.
The ECDs tseo tse di leng ka mo di facilitiesing.
Now
Ba
these-
patela tšhelete e ntšhi e ile goreng masepala o e batla from bona.
Now, in these ECDs, they are paying an exorbitant price, which unfortunately the municipality demands from them.
We don't deny gore re ska patela, but if the municipality can reduce the rezoning and consent use.
Ga re gane to pay, but masepala ana a ka leka go fokotsa di rezoning e rile gore re tla re kgone go duela.
And ke matsapa ao re a fitlhelang re le bomme ba di creche.
These are the challenges that we as ECD's practitioners are experiencing.
I am working in a center e le goreng e na le almost e startile ka 87
Ke bereka mo centering which started in 87.
and then e startile ke an old lady o e le goreng ge nna e thoma di requirements tse dintsintsi tseo tse di leng teng gone ba ntse di batlegang ne di se.
It was started by an old lady whom when she started it, there are so many requirements that we must meet today were not existing then.
So ne re kopa lena ba ko parlamenteng ba social gore ke kopa gore anke le bueng le Tshwane gore at least e re reducetseng ditsela or e try go reduce di payment gore re kgone go afford.
So we
How
wanted,
much am I getting from the salaries tsa bana? And then ge nna se le ko patela almost above 40,000 rand.
so we wanted to ask the social department and the parliament as well to please speak to Tshwane, the city of Tshwane for us, so that we can be able to afford, to be able to pay these things. For how can I have money when I have to take so much of it from my salary and attempt to pay what I'm owing?
I'm just going to stop here. I have drafted this, re tla e tlogela mole, and then you'll go through it. Thank you so much.
Ke tla ema fano fa go na le di le mmalwa tse ke di kgwarentshitseng ke tla di na bomme fano mme lona lo tla kgona go di bala. Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
Oh. Khona ezinye izandla ezisalele ngemuva.
Are there other hands from the back?
Iza ngaphambili ma.
Please come forward.
Iza ngapha bakhona bayi-2. Khona
I see
oyi-1
the,
lapha ya iza nawe.
Please come forward.
Phelile kuqala abantu abaphakamisa izandla. Iza.
If there are any other hands, please come forward.
Okay. Asizole kancane.
Please, can we be quiet?
Over to you, Geba.
Over to you, sir.
Before I can start, I would like to sort of comment on what Nadine. Before I can start, I would like to comment on what Nadine spoke of, the lady from Door of Hope. I would really.
Qala uzintroduce kaloku ba.
Okay, igama lami
Ukuthi
nguJonas.
ubuyaphi ungubani igama lakho and then ke ngoku ukhulume mawuhlala phansi uthi ukuthi uyayisupport ibill of or awuyisupport. All right, kuweke.
Igama lami nguJonas wakwaNdlovu, ngihlala eDaveyton but then attend isikole endaweni yase Soshanguve. According to enye yama section nje on the Principal Act, I ceased to be a child about 6 months ago, but then because there's a lot that I would like to speak on, hence I'm here. First, before I could start talking on what I've prepared for this session,
Sa ntlha pele ha ke ne ke simola ke baakanyetsa thulaganyo eno e re tlileng mo go yone gompieno.
I would like to speak on what I think it's Nadine spoke of here.
Ke ne ke batla go bua ka se se fetsang go buiwa ke mme yo o neng a bua fa tswa fa.
I would really like to understand that if relinquishing a child or abandoning a child is unlawful, how, as an organization, do you therefore protect those mothers who'd really like to take that risk against the law, because it's definitely a thing that's necessary for many of them.
Ne ke
And
batla go itse gore ga e le gore kgang e ya go latlha ngwana tota ga se e ka fa molaong. Jaanong lo ba sireletsa jang ba e leng gore morago ga moo ba leka go berekela go nna le tlhokomelo ya ngwana yono yo.
Because at the end of the day, someone should be behind them, someone should be assisting them, and someone should be giving them an assuring hand.
Ka
And
lebaka la gore tota go tshwanetse bo go na le mongwe yo ba emonokeng, motho yo o ba thusang, motho yo o kgonang go ba bontsha gore ba ka diragatsa jang boikarabelo ba bone.
Siyabonga. On behalf of Blind SA, and I suppose many visually impaired people and children, or on behalf of Blind SA, and
Mme
the-
mo malebana le batho ba e leng gore ba tshela ba na le bogolo jo bo rileng e ka tswa e le bana kgotsa batho fela ba ba rileng.
and the visually impaired children in South Africa.
Bana ba ba sa boneng ba ba leng mo Afrika Borwa.
I would firstly like to speak extensively on the bill's recognition of the need to accessibility. That's something that's very plausible. We thank it, we appreciate it, we like it, we are so heartedly into it, and so satisfied that these such things are being recognized at the
Ne
end
ke
of the
batla go
day.
bua fano fa ka dilo tse e leng gore di akantshiwa mo teng ga molaotlhomo tse e leng gore di malebana le gore le bone ba kgone go na le diphitlhelelo tsa dilo dingwe tse e leng gore di a tlhokega mo boemong jwa bone ka ntlha ya seemo sa bone.
Most of the first and foremost reason this is very much in line with the Constitution, it is because it is promoting the inclusivity and rights of persons with disabilities.
Sa ntlha se se tlhalosiwang mo molaotheong ke gore molaotheo o rotloetsa polelwana ya semolao e buang gore le bone ba tshwanetse gore ba ikutlwe e le batho ba ba amogelesegang fela jaaka ba bangwe botlhe.
This inclusive approach of the bill in the promotion of human rights and the advancement and enhancement of all citizens in the best interest of our nation as a whole
Jaaka molaotheo o ne o bua o rotloetsa kgang ya gore ba ikutlwe ba amogelesegile bo botlhe gore go diragadiwe ditshwanelo tsa bone botlhe jaaka ha o akantsha
is not to be undermined and deserves
ke
recognition. on
ntlha
its
e sa
own.
tshwanang go tlhokomologiwa gotlhelele eo.
Even though there is a need for oversight on many of the provisions,
Mme go tshwanetse ga elwa tlhoko kgotsa dipakanyetso tsotlhe tse ba di direlwang di tshwanetse gore di ne di beilwe leitlho ka dinako tsotlhe.
so as to ensure compliance, good standards nationally, not only via regulations, but also possibly through the establishment of a regulatory body,
Go tshwanetse ga elwa tlhoko gore ditekanyetso tse ba di beetsweng le tsone ko mantsobang di a diragadiwa e seng fela ka go dirisa thuto mme gape le ka dipakanyetso tse dingwe tse e leng gore di tshwanetse go kamelwa.
such as those envisaged in Section 27, paragraph G of the General Regulations of the Children's Act of 2005,
Jaaka fa karolo e buang ka molao kakaretso o amang bana wa 2005 o bontsha polelwana ya teng ya semolao
number R of 2010,
e le number R ya 2010.
and Section 77, paragraph 1, Section 79, paragraph 3,
Section 77 paragraph 1 le 79 paragraph 3
as 92, subsection 1, 93, 4B,
Molao wa
and
72.
Section 94, 3 of the Children's
Section
Amendment Act
94
of 2007,
ya molao wa tlhabololo ya bana karolo ya 97
Act number 41 of 2007.
molao wa 41 le one.
I constrain that oversight should be spread across provisions provided for in the Principal Act,
E bontsha fano fa gore tiro ya bookamedi e tshwanetse gore e fitlhelele gotlhe go ya ka molao wa konokono o tlhomilweng o amanang le yone.
the Amendment Act and the Amendment Bill
Molao tlhabololo mmogo le molao ka kangwa o tlhabolotsweng.
pertaining to this regard, so as to not leave policies of such importance only on paper but impractical.
E dirang gore go twe seno se tshwanetse se elwe tlhoko e le gore botlhokwa jwa molao o kwadilweng e se ka nna fela gore o botlhokwa ha o kwadilwe mo pampiring mo o tshwanetse gore mo nageng yotlhe re o bone o tsenngwa tirisong.
Final regulations should provide specifications for ECD centers that should have to deal with learners with special educational needs.
Mmogo le molao o e leng gore one o amana le di-ECD tse di nang le molao o amang bana ba e leng gore ba lepalepana le dikgwetlho tse di kgethegileng kgotsa mathata.
As to how they can make available necessary basics for any child they may have to admit.
E le gore ba tla ba kgone go itse gore ba ka tlamela yang ngwana mongwe le mongwe yo ba tla tshwanang ke gore ba mo tlhokomele ka ditlhoko tse a nang le tsone.
Ya ka mokgwa o ra hore o tshwantse re be le di regulations le regulatory body e leng hore e tla netefatsa hore ha re na le di bill tse bjana then di tlhaella di ba di act ha e se ka nna pampiri fela e kwetsweng ba gaetse.
Which means that we need to have a regulatory body that will actually keep an eye on the fact that the law written on the paper is important, but we want to see it being put into application.
Because ha e ka ba ka mokgwa e le hore mo pampiring fela ho ra hore se re se etsang hona jwale go waste nako hobane re bua ka ntho e leng hore at the end of the day ha o tlo iriwa sepe ka yona e tlo ngwalwa fela just for the.
Because if this law is only good in a paper, so what we're doing is a waste of time, because that simply means that it's not going to be put into application in any way.
Further engagement of the DSD and relevant stakeholders, especially organizations representing a wide variety of different types of disabilities, will be necessary.
Gape go tla tlhokega gore lefapha la tlhabololo leago mmogo le amang a amana le di-ECD le one a dira gore a tseye karolo e ba tla e tsayang e le go tlhokomela gore melao eno e re buang ka yone e a diragadiwa.
So as for the for the DSD to be efficient in knowing, understanding and the implication of provisions such as contemplated in section 11 of the later and other relevant regulations.
Gore di-DSD di tle di kgone go nna mosola ha di tepatepanya le melao eno e kwadilweng e le gore ba tla ba kgone go e ba leitlho malebana le tiragatso ya yone.
Of the Amendment Act of 2007, Act number 41 of
2007,
there's an extensive talk on how municipalities should engage with ECD centers so as to ensure compliance and just evade irregularity. So in that sense, I would.
Go buiwa thata mo molaong o ka ga gore DSD e ka berekisana mmogo jang le di-ECD go tlhokomela gore ba diragatsa molao o.
In such a way, I would like to encourage the DSD locally on local governments to engage with those organizations so as to understand the specifications and how they can help or rather come into play when it comes to having to make sure that children with special educational needs are being provided for properly and currently.
Go ela tlhoko gore DSD ya itse gore e ka dirisana jang le di-ECD te e leng gore ba tla kgona go tlhokomela gore baotlhe ba itse gore ditlhoko tseo tsa bana le mekgwa e ba dirisana mmogo le bommasepala ka yone ya go duela le emeng e farologaneng ba ka kgona go diragatsa go ya ka molao o tlhomilweng.
When preparing this very short talk of mine, ke lebelletse through the Principal Act of 2005 Amendment Act of 2007.
Ha ke baakanyetsa puo eno e ke ile ka lebella molao wa amendment wa 2005.
Le amendment bill, which is I think 2018 or 17. So ho tsona tsotlhe there's little difference mo dilong tse dingata, but I would also like to raise something it wasn't specifically spoken upon, especially in the principle and the amended act. So the issue of sporting
Okay,
activities
and then I also looked at the 2016 and 2017, and when I compare both, I found that there is actually not much of a difference. So for that reason, I would like to also raise something that has not been touched on or that has not been spoken about.
or rather it may be me, eleng hore I wasn't aware of it, but the sporting activities in ECD centers, youth care centers, it's something that should be highly promoted so as to promote fitness, mental health, and goodwill as a.
So seo ke mananeo a metshameko mo teng ga di ECD e leng gore e rotloetsa botsogo bo jo bo siameng jwa mmele jwa tlhaloganyo le dikarolo tse dingwe so le tsone ga di ka akanyediwa gore di ne teng mo teng ga di ECD tsa rona e ka nna selo sengwe se re ka se itumelela.
And ke a leboha.
Thank you.
All right, siyabulela olandelayo ke. Nkosi.
Ra leboga, re kgopela o latelang.
Kana ka bolela. Dumelang.
Greetings.
Wa bolelang mo ke Mabaloi wa ko block HH Soshanguve.
My name is
Bontsha ko
Mabaloi
ECD center,
from
daycare
block
center.
HH Soshanguve.
Nna sello sa ka ne ke kgopela gore puso e ka se khone go re thusa na. Bona byanong ko Tshwane. Ke tlo bolela mo ausola o a fitileng o na bolela ka di ECD. Mo Tshwane mo Tshwane ya re hatella rena re le bomme ba di ECD.
Tshwane is oppressing us as our ladies who run ECDs.
Ka hore ba re na go re thomala mathomo re bula di ECD isa le ba re fa di health certificate. Gore ba tla go creating and then ba tlo lebella hore center ya hao ya e right na and then the health promotion ba o fund health
Okay.
certificate.
Because when we started, they gave us certificates. What they did was they came to our centers to check whether our centers were in a proper manner. Then when they were satisfied, they would then give us certificates.
And then morao he wa tla ba re Tshwane e rile molao wa hore di go di health certificate tse ba after 2 years ya expire health certificate.
Then later, they said that Tshwane had made a law that said that after 2 years, those health certificates expire.
And byanong he health ela e expire ile ho tshwantse o tsosolosa health ela. Ho tshwantse o tsosolosa health ela ba re Tshwane e tlile go di health inspector ba fitla ba botsa hore motho o a sa irang consent o a sa tshwantse re tlatse consent form ka hore re berekela mo di back ya teng. And he lori
Later, they said that when you want to apply for another health certificate, they said that Tshwane went to the health inspectors and said that
ba re he lo hore a wa tlatsa health consent form ba ska tlhele ko re Tshwane ska tlhele re fa ba le ba di health ba ska tlhele ba re fa health he lo hore a ra tlatsa consent form.
yes, they said that Tshwane had told the inspectors that they should not give us the health certificate if we had not filled their consent forms.
Ene byanong di consent form tseo he re ile ra di tlatsa di consent form.
We indeed went and filled the consent forms.
And consent form ho e tlatsa ba e hona le di department tse e tsamayang mo tsona.
Now, after you had filled the consent form, it goes to different departments.
Ko di department tseo hona le di road and storm le di eng le di eng road and storm e nyaka 40,000.
Now, amongst those departments, there's also roads and storms
the
department,
department that's all-
which requires you to pay them 40,000.
Road and storm e nyaka 40,000 ela e nyaka 15,000 ela e nyaka bokae nna ya ka he yo yotlhe he ke check ya consent form ile e rile 171,000.
Now, the other departments also want us to make different payments. So when I checked mine, it said that I'm supposed to pay 171,000 rand.
Biano ne ke kopela hore puso e tsenelle mo hare e re thuse ka hore tjhelete e kana ka eo ko e tseya ko kae nna ba re ba bala ka bana hore bana ka mo senteng ke ba ba kae.
Now, I'm pleading with the government to interfere and help me because I cannot afford to pay this amount. They say that they actually count as to how many children you have. Hence, they ended up reaching that amount.
Ene mo baneng ba ka nna ne ba ira 68 ka 170.
I only had 68 children, which then amounted to that amount.
Ene bianong ba re phanishetsa hore re berekela ka mo di backyarding.
They are punishing us because we are working from the backyards.
Sale ke applyela stene ka 2013.
I have since applied for a stand in the year 2013.
Ko di HH kwa hona le di tene tse tsa di daycare center di teng mo hona mola.
Now,
Mabala awa di daycare.
At section HH, there are stands which can be used for daycare centers.
Ki ile ko Tshwane kwa ka fitla ka applyela lebala leo he ke ntse ke ya ba ra sinkiatso a sinkiatso ho feleletsa ho tsena ho foromelwa ditena mo batho ba ipha ba tsentsha ba ira mikhukhu ba irang mara ke di stand tsa di daycare center.
When I approached the Tshwane municipality asking about that stand, they told me that no, the stand is not available, or it is not available yet, but the stand is there, and it eventually got used for making bricks.
Ene le hona kwa mo block GG molano hona le creche e nngwe ya ahilweng ba re ke ya community.
And also at Block GG, there was an ECD center which was built. They said that it was for the community.
E vandalizitswe creche eo.
That ECD center has been vandalized.
Last week ne ba tsentshitse sekorapata se thuba dilo tsotlhe batho ba itopela mo long a tseya mola. Bianong a ke
Just
tsore
last week, they had sent an excavator which went and destroyed that whole building, and there were bricks scattered all over, and people were collecting them.
e bianong a ke no hona le ba bang ba ne ba ile ko mo councilor ba khopela hore ba ka tsena mo senteng eo ba e berekisa hana wa feleletsa ebile e vandalizitswe waste e kana kana.
Other people went to the councillor asking that they be permitted to use that ECD center, but the councillor refused. So as a result, it was vandalized. So that was quite a lot of waste of resources.
Bianong na ne ke khopela hore biana ka hele tlile ka hore ke khale re ntse re ra ritse re tlallela ko mang re tlallela ko mang bianong ka hele tlile bana re khopela hore sello sa rena se le se lebeleng ka hore a re rate berekela ka mo di backyard mara di mabala a teng a foromelwa ditena ho ahiwa di room tsa ho hirisa hona mo rena re le di daycare center re fiwe mabala.
Since you are here, now we are pleading with you because it has been long that we did not know as to who we can complain to. So we are asking you to help us because there are vacant stands available. So can you please help us with that? Because we do not enjoy working from the backyards where there are rooms which can be used for leasing to tenants. I thank you.
Askisma, Mamo, would you support a bill or for it?
Ikaba o supporta molao ka kanya o kapo ha o supporti? I support the bill.
Yeah, umba wako suzwile mara ufuna umasipala ezuba sechilo.
We've had your plea. It's with the municipality, as you have said.
I greet you all.
Ojame ngaphambili nguThembi wakaMthweni.
My name is Tshwane Mthweni.
I'm an adoption social worker.
Li social worker elisisa ngabantwana.
Ngithome ukubereka ku-ABBA Specialist Adoption and Social Services
I started working at ABBA Socialist and Specialist Services
in the past 14 years.
eminyakeni elishumi nane edlulileko.
Okay, angizukhuluma izinto eziningi.
I won't be much.
Okay, ngizokuthoma ngama challenges esinawo.
I will start with the challenges we have.
It's a plea to all the social workers that are here.
Abereka kiwo bonke ama-social worker akhona la.
Besingathaba nabangakhona ukuthi barifere ama-case aku-foster care to adoption in time.
We will be happy if they would refer the cases of the foster care in time.
Because abazali abaningi esinabo abazali abangafuni uku-adopta abantwana abasebakhulu.
Because most of the parents we have are the ones that do not want to adopt grown children.
Unfortunately, they prefer to adopt under the age of, I can say, 2 years.
Banyula ukusisa abantwana abaneminyaka emibili
Ngombana baqale indaba ye-bonding and attachment.
because they look at the matter of bonding and attachment.
And then abasebenza kuma-CYCC, they will understand if I can say,
Bese labo ababereka kuma-CYCC bangazwisisa lokho engizokutsho.
ukuthi abantwana beza ku-adoption, most of them are traumatized children,
That most of the children that are adopted are traumatized children.
are children that have experienced rejection,
Bantwana abakhe balahlwa.
are the children that they've never been in contact with their biological parents.
Abantwana abangabaziko ababelethi babo.
So kubalulekile ukuthi nawuthole i-case uyibona ukuthi akunakuthi ungathola abazali bomntwana.
So it's important that when you find a case whereby the child has not been in contact with its parents,
Please consider to refer to us as soon as possible.
sibawa ukuthi nimdlulisele kithi ngokurhabako.
Kunamanye ama-cases esicalana nawo abudisi.
We face some of the difficult cases,
Uthola ukuthi umntwana ube ku-foster care for the longest time.
finding that the child has been in a foster care for a long time.
Abazali bayabhubha.
The parents passed away,
And then uthola ukuthi umntwana loyo bekuyi-foster care.
only to find that that child was a foster care child.
Okumbi uthola ukuthi umntwana loyo bekagada angakamukelekanga efamilini because bekukuthi uhleli lapho kwesikhatshana.
And what is worse, that child was not accepted in the family, whereas he stood with that family for quite some time.
But if you consider ukuthi umntwana mbelekelwe adoptwe,
When you now consider that the child should be adopted,
kuhle ngoba umntwana uyazi ukuthi uzoba protected even if the foster care parents passed on and then the child is known in the family that now is part of the family.
then you know it's the best decision for the child because he or she will now be protected and will be part of the family.
Okay, and another challenge that we are facing,
Esinye isitshijilo esiqalana naso,
ngamaphandle akhona uthola ukuthi are undocumented.
with the undocumented, is the challenge of undocumented foreign nationals.
Kubhlungu ukucalana nomuntu ezile ofisini aphethe umntwana but akanamphepha.
It's sad to be able to face someone who is undocumented and has a child with her.
And uyatshela isimo sakhe and uyabona ukuthi the child, she's in the position that she cannot take care of the child.
She relays the situation for you, bese uyabona ukuthi akekho ebujameni obuhle bokuthi engakhona ukuhlogomela umntwana loyo.
And then kuba i-challenge ngokuthi nangi social worker ngiyokwamukela loyo mntwana loyo and then ngiyokufika ecourt umntwana angana certificate and then ngihlangabezana nobudisi ukuthi the presiding officer be in the position that she cannot help me because the order to be issued there should be a legal document for that specific child.
Then it poses a challenge for us as social workers that how am I going to stand in front of the court with an undocumented child?
Unadini nakajame la ukhulume ngabantwana abathathu abalahlwako.
Nadine spoke about several children that are abandoned.
And then kwabathathu, unfortunately, only one baby that survived.
Out of 3 that were abandoned, only one of the babies survived.
Ngaleyo challenge yabantu abakhona abanganamphepha.
Isitshijilo ke sibangelwa ngilabo bantu abanganamaphepha.
Sometimes in my mind kuba ukuthi maybe ngomunye naye ongazange athole ihelebho and then i-option kwaba ukuthi angizukubuyela kusahlola kuhle umntwana ngizamlahla.
Bese kufika kwemkhumbulo nami ukuthi umuntu loyo ubonile ukuthi ngoba nangisenawo amaphepha okukuphela kwento engayenza kumlahla umntwana lo.
That is very sad.
Kuyadanisa kwamambala lo.
Angazi isimo esinjalo ukuthi singalungiswa njani.
I don't know how can we resolve such a situation.
Because sinabo abantu banengi abanamphepha and then nabafika la they fall pregnant and kuba nabantwana aba innocent that are born.
Because we have many undocumented people who come and fall pregnant, and then it poses some more challenges.
And with adoption, identity of each and every one, us or each and every child is very important.
Begodu ukumbelekelwa komntwana ngamunye kuqakathekile.
Because if someone is abandoned, the child if is abandoned,
Ngoba umntwana nakalahliweko,
unfortunately, I can say 99% of them, they are found without any identifying details.
kuyadanisa ukuthi ama-percent angaba 99 wabo batholakala banganawo amaphepha.
So bekungaba kuhle if abantu banemphepha and then bakhona ukuza and then sibanikele counseling umntwana nasimthatha sithatha kumuntu that we have information.
So it would be best if those children have documents so that we also be in a position to give them counseling and we know that they are in a good standing.
Because that is the information that the child will need when turns 18 years.
Ngoba leyo mininingwana umntwana azoyihloka nakaba neminyaka elithumi nobunane.
Okay, on the Children's Act, section 2391D,
Kumthethomgomo wabantwana ku section 29D
on application for an adoption order
malungana nokufaka isibawo nokumbelekela
and letter of recommendation.
nencwadi yokulayela.
Ngiyabawa
I'm pleading
ukuthi if it can be amended,
ukuthi that if it can be amended
kube ne time frame.
so that there may be a time frame.
Because after the adoption, before the adoption can be finalized,
Ngombana ngaphambi kokuthi ukumbelekelwa kuphasiswe,
the social worker will need the recommendation letter, adoption recommendation letter.
i-social worker kufuze ithole incwadi ephakamisa umntwana loyo bona ambelekelwe.
Engizokhona ukuhamba nayo ngiye court.
I need to have that document with me.
Ngithi magistrate ngwenzile umberego wami, umntwana legally adopted.
Give it to the magistrate to tell him or her that I have done my job and the child is now adopted.
Abazali bahloliwe ngikhambile ngayobona umntwana la hlala
We have
khona.
examined the parents and we know where the child stays.
But unfortunately,
Kodwana okudanisako,
angeke ngathatha leso sinqumo ngingedwa.
I can't take that decision solely.
So the challenge, there's no time frame ukuthi sigayithola nini leyo ncwadi leyo.
Naso ke isitshijilo ngiso leso sokuthi incwadi le asazi ukuthi singayitholaphi.
Ukungatholi leyo ncwadi leyo ngesikhathi esifaneleko,
Being unable to get such documents in due time,
it blocked the movement of the child for legalities to be finalized.
kucharakanisa ikambiso yokuthi inkambiso lawulo zomthetho zilandelwe ngefanelo.
Okuba buhlungu ukuthi abazali abakhona ukuthi bangakhamba baye phetsheya umntwana anganayo leyo ncwadi leyo i-adoption ingakafinalizwe court.
The parents won't even go abroad if that child has no legal documents for adoption.
Kunalapho khona abazali abangakhona ukuthi baragele phambili ngempilo ekwenzeleni amalungelo womntwana because umntwana i-adoption yakhe is not yet finalized.
Other parents, they can't even proceed with their ventures in life because now the child has not been adopted.
National DST standard operation procedures, they say the letter should be released at least in 7 days.
On the national DSD standard procedures, they say the letter should be released in 7 days,
Kodwana lokho akwenzeki.
but none of that happens.
So umbono wami bekuthi maybe if it can put ku amendment
So my opinion is that if on the amendment this can be put,
and then ngingaba nami into engikhona ukuthi ngibalekele kiyo.
I can also have something that I can reference to.
I support the amendment.
Ngiyayisekela umthethomlingwa.
Ndi Macheloni. Dzina langa ndine Tshepo Mbengwa.
Good
Dzina
morning.
langa ndi Tshepo Mbengwa.
My name is
Ndi
Tshepo Mbengwa.
shuma kha
I work
organization
in the
yo no pfi
organization
Lesedi la Batho Block
which
D
is
Mabopane.
called Lesedi la Batho Mabopane.
Ndi tamo livhuwa muambi
I
wo
want to
fhiraho
thank
nga
the
zwe a
previous
amba nga-
speaker who was
nga vhana
talking
vhane a vha na
about
dzibammbiri.
children who do not have certificates.
Vhana vhane a vha na dzibammbiri vha tshi khou dzula ngeno South Africa.
I want to talk about children who stays in South Africa but they don't have certificates.
Kanzhi ri ḓi wana ri na dzikhaedu musi ri tshi khou shuma ngavho.
Mostly we encounter some challenges when we're working with them.
Ngauri hezwi u tshi khou ṱoḓa muthu a nga ḓa a tshi khou ḓisa ṅwana kana hu ḓe ṅwana ane hana vhabebi.
Because when such children are brought and then they don't have the papers,
Thaidzo ndi ya uri hezwi u tshi ya u tshi khou mu ṅwalisa tshikoloni.
the challenge is that when they have to start with their schooling,
Zwine zwa ambiwa ndi zwa uri vha nga si kone u ṅwalisiwa ngauri a vha na mabammbiri.
the problem is that they cannot be registered because they don't have birth certificates.
Ende zwa vhukuma ndi zwa uri dzi mistake dza vhabebi a dzi ngo tea uri dzi phanishiwe kha vhana.
And truth be told, whatever that parents do should not affect the children.
Bege yo fhiraho ro vha na ṅwana ane mubebi wawe o mu shavhela wa disability.
Last week we had a parent who abandoned the child.
Hoyo ṅwana u na miṅwaha miṱanu.
That child is 5 years old.
Ende ra ri tshi zama uri ri yo nyaga fhethu hune hoyo ṅwana ri nga mu isa hone.
When we try to seek the place where the child can be placed,
Ha vha hu khou ambiwa zwa uri ṅwana a nga si kone u dzula ngori hana mabammbiri.
we were told that that child cannot be accepted because he or she doesn't have papers.
Ende chimwe cha tshithu tshine nda nga tama uri tshi shandukisiwe.
Another thing that I need to be changed
Ndi cha uri mubebi wa munna naye a tendeliwe uri a registere ṅwana wawe uri a kone u wana mabammbiri.
is that fathers also needs to be given the opportunity to register their children.
Ngori huna vhana vhane vhabebi khotsi yawe ndi wa South Africa mara miyawe vha tshi khou bva kha ḽiṅwe shango.
Because the situation is that you find that there are fathers who are foreigners, but
Mara
then the
ngauri-
mother is a South African.
Ngauri milayo ya fhano South Africa kanzhi vhathu vha tshinna a i vha favor.
So because South African laws does not favor a man,
Vhuphedziseloni hezwo zwithu zwi vha zwi khou fhedzisela na vhana zwi khou vha affecta.
at the end, people who are affected are the children.
Zwino nṋe nda ndi tshi nga humbela portfolio committee ya social development
My request from the Portfolio Committee of Social
uri
Development
vha shumisane na Home Affairs
is to work hand in hand with Home Affairs.
uri zwithu zwo no nga hezwi zwo registera vhana vhane khotsi yawe ndi wa fhano South Africa miyawe vha si vha fhano nazwo zwi kone u tendeliwa.
So that we need to mitigate the
Ngori
fact that
huna-
if the father is a foreigner and the mother is South African,
Huna vhana vhanzhi vhane vha khou tshimbila tshiṱaratani vha sa khou dzhena tshikolo.
there are many children who are roaming around in the streets.
Ende vhabebi vhavho a vha khou yo ṱuwa vha humela mashangoni avho anytime soon.
The thing is, the parents are not going to go back to their countries anytime soon.
Ende kanzhi na musi u tshi nga ya kha dzi ofisi dza DSD u tshi khou ṱoḓa thuso ya placement kha ṅwana.
In most cases, even if you go to the offices of DSD and looking for assistance for the children,
Ende na zwine wa vhudziwa ndi zwa uri arali ṅwana a sina mabammbiri a huna uri vha nga mu isa kha hedzo center.
we are often told that if the child does not have papers in a form of birth certificate,
Na zwene
there
zwo
is
ndi
nothing that can be done. And that is a challenge.
Ende huna vhana vhane vho aluwa kha dzi center vhane a vha ḓivhi vhabebi vhavho.
There are most children who grew up in centers who do not know their parents.
Hoyo ṅwana a tshi aluwa naye hana mabammbiri.
That child, when he or she grows up, he
Anga
doesn't
dzhena
have papers.
tshikolo a swika kha matric a tshi swika matric hawani certificate ngori hana bus.
He can go to school, but then when he got into matric, he
Na
cannot
zwenezwo ndi
get the
khaedu.
certificate. That
Kha
is
vhathu
also
vhane
a
vha shuma vha
challenge.
khou lingedza uri
So-
vha shandukise vhumatshelo vhutshilo ha vhathu kha community.
When people are trying to change people's lives, but then there is no help, from those organizations.
Nṋe nda ndi tshi nga humbela uri a hu vhe na access ya free DNA.
My request is that let's have free access to the DSD.
DNA
DA, sorry.
kha vhathu vhane una ṅwana na mufumakadzi wa Zimbabwe kana Mozambique mara hana tshelede ya uri anga ya a ya ita DNA uri a kone u registera ṅwana wawe uri a wane basi kana certificate.
Referring to the parents who are foreigners, but then you find that they are in a situation where they don't have money to go and have a DNA.
And hezwi kanzhi u tshi vhudzisa ndi zwa uri a rina tshelede ya uri ndi ye ndi yo ita DNA.
When we ask them, they will tell you that we are so poor, we don't even have money to go and do the DNA.
So nṋe nda ndi tshi khou zwi humbela hezwo ndi khou livhuwa.
That is my plea.
And na amendment ndi khou I support.
She also supports the amendment.
Sanibonani. Mina ngingumandla Mkhwanazi.
My name is Mandla Mkwanazi.
Ngihlala la ema-AA eSoshanguve.
I live here at Soshanguve.
Ngingumkhulu, ngipensioner.
I'm a grandfather and a pensioner.
Manje kudala ngagcina ukukhuluma phakathi kwabantu sengithukile.
It has been a long time since I spoke in public. I'm actually shocked.
Kodwa kunezinto ezimbili ezintathu engithanda ukuzikhuluma kulomhlangano.
But there are three things I would like to comment on or mention in this meeting.
I'll give you just some snacks
Ngizon-
before I say what I have to say.
Ngizoveza nje lapho kusilele khona ngaphambi kokuba ngisho lokho engizokusho.
Please, in the future,
Ngokuzayo,
don't have a public meeting
sicela ukuthi kungabi nomhlangano womphakathi
that is not regulated
ongalawulwa ngokomthetho.
in terms of how long a speaker has to speak.
Wokuthi ke ingabe isikhulumi sizokhuluma isikhathi singakanani.
Because when you do that
Ngoba uma nenza lokho
to us,
kithi
members of the public,
thina njengomphakathi
we are very thirsty for government.
impela somele ukuthi sithole
We
uhulumeni
are going to download
sizolanda konke
all of our problems
zonke inkinga zethu
that are not even related to the child.
esingahlangene nakuhlangana nalesi sichibiyelo sokwenziwa la seyingane
Because that's the least we can have of the government.
ngoba phela yilo thuba leli silitholile sokuthi sihlangane nohulumeni.
Secondly,
Okwesibili,
I would like to thank you
ngithanda ukunibonga
for taking us as people.
ngokuthi thina njengabantu nisibone sibantu ababalekile.
There is this arrogance from government employees.
Kunendlela enkulu evela kubasebenzi bahulumeni
They would come to an event
beze emcimbini noma la kuhlanganyelwe khona
and be late
bafike emva kwesikhathi
and not apologize.
bangaxolisi.
What I like is that
Engikuthandayo ukuthi
up front
kuqalwa nje
you apologized
niye naxolisa
and you were only late
kodwa benisemuva nje
by 19 minutes.
ngemizuzwana nje eyishumi
They come an hour
neshagalolunye
later
bafike emva kwehora
and it's so what?
kube nto ethi nje
I
kuphokunani.
really appreciate that
Impela ngiyabonga ngalokho
because I'm a person
ngoba ngiwumuntu
who loves
othanda
African time.
othanda ukuthi isikhathi sase-Afrika noma ungasigcina isikhathi
African time. No.
isikhathi
I love
sase-Afrika
African time.
ngisithanda impela.
African time is
Isikhathi sase-Afrika
when an event is scheduled for 10 o'clock,
sisho ukuthi lapho umcimbi noma umbuthano umiselwe isikhathi sehora leshumi
you have to be here
kumele wena ufike lapha
15 minutes,
sekudlule imizuzu eyishumi nanhlanu ngaphambi kwesikhathi,
not after time.
hayi ngemuva kwesikhathi.
That's the African time.
Isikhathi se-Afrika empeleni ke yileso.
I hear a lot of lost people
Kunabantu abaningi abalahlekile
who
ngengibeze
say when people don't respect time,
abathi uma abantu bangahloniphi isikhathi
it's African time.
lokho ke isikhathi se-Afrika.
I wonder where you get that
Angazi
nonsense.
bakususelaphi ke lowo msangano.
Africans are people who know and respect time.
Abantu base-Afrika abantu abasaziyo nabasigcinayo isikhathi.
Your grandmother and grandfather
ogogo benu nabomkhulu
who has no watch,
abangenalo iwashi.
if you tell them to wake you up at 4,
Uma uthi bakuvuse ngehora lesine,
they won't wake you up at 6
angeke bakuvuse ngelesithupha.
and say it's African
Bathi
time.
isikhathi se-Afrika leso.
They are going to wake you at the right time.
Bazokuvusa ngesikhathi esifanele.
Most of us here,
Iningi lethu
if you
lapha
are truly Africans,
uma ngempela singama-Afrika,
you don't have to have a watch.
asikho isidingo sokuthi umuntu abe newashi.
We all know
Sonke siyazi
that after sunset,
ukuthi uma sekushona ilanga,
salt does not move from one house to another.
usawuda usuka omunye umuzi uye komunye.
You can't be moving salt at night and say it's African time.
Angeke uhambise usawoti komunye umuzi ebusuku bese uthi-ke isikhathi se-Afrika leso.
So stop this nonsense of not respecting time and saying it's African time.
Mangeke lo mhlolo ungahloniphi isikhathi bese kuthiwa isikhathi se-Afrika leso.
Okay, let's come to this event. that we are
Masike
in.
sibuye-ke size lapha embuthanweni.
One thing I did not like about your arrangement of this meeting,
Into eyodwa engayithandanga ngokuhlela kwenu lo mbuthano,
it was only 71 hours ago
ukuthi-ke emahoreni ayimashumi ayisikhombisa nanye adlule,
that I heard about this meeting.
yilapho-ke la ngithale khona ukuthi ngizwe ngalo mhlangano.
I think it was in a year plan somewhere.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi bekade kubhaliwe ohlelweni lonyaka endaweni thizeni.
You didn't wake up last week and say next week we go to
Anifukanga
Soshanguve.
sidlule nathi ngesonto elizayo siye Soshanguve.
So please tell us in time.
Ngakho sicane sazise kusanesikhathi.
We had to run around to get the people that are here.
Kuyamele sigijime-ke siyolanda abantu bazohlanganyela
Because
lana.
we don't want you to say you consulted, we were not there.
Ngoba sifuni nithi nabonisana nabantu kodwa besingekho.
Secondly,
Okwesibili,
or thirdly, okay,
okwesithathu,
let me not then number these things because I'll be
Mangazibali-
saying secondly 6 times.
mangayibalike lezi nto ngizolwe ngithi okwesibili kuze kube yisithupha.
I'm not a legal person,
Angisiyo umuntu womthetho.
but this act talks somewhere
Kodwa-ke lo mthetho endaweni thizeni ukhuluma ngokuthi
about when one party denies access to the child.
uma kuba nonqabela omunye ukuthi akwazi ukufinyelela enganeni,
That person, if found guilty, may be prosecuted and sent to 12 months imprisonment or a fine.
lo muntu uma-ke ethwala ukuthi unecala walahlwa ngalo angayiswa ejele iy'nyanga eziyishumi noma-ke akhokhiswe inhlawulo.
Now, cabanga-ke,
Now think about this.
umkhulu Mkhwanazi
Grandpa Mkhwanazi
uyala ukuthi lo mfana azobona lengane.
refuses to allow this boy to come and see this child.
Hayi ngoba engafuna ukulalela umthetho.
Not because he doesn't want to obey the law,
Kodwa akayazi lento yokuthi makathi ye wena mfana untombazane maye khona awuzi manje soyeza ngoba uzwa bathi use Cape Town
But
angeke
now-
umbone umntwana.
but now he doesn't understand this thing of saying that you boy must stay there. You can't come here if just because the lady is not here and is in Cape Town, now you want to come here and see the child. He does not understand that whole thing.
Ukusuka lapho umfana uyongibophisa
Then the boy goes and lays a charge against me.
sengiboshelwe ukuthi ngalela umfana ukubona umntwana.
And now I'm being arrested because I refused access to the boy to come and see the child.
This is purely a social matter.
Inkinga yezenhlalakahle noma yomphakathi le.
Ayifuni criminality phakathi.
It doesn't involve any criminal matters at
Ama
all.
social worker why angangeni ke lapho
Why don't social workers intervene right there
beze naye lo muntu
and bring this person
bathi mkhulu une right yokuthi abone umntwana.
and say, Grandpa, this person has a right to see the child
Ukuze ngiqonde ukuthi kwenzekani.
so that I can understand what is going on.
Asifundanga eSouth Africa.
As South Africans, we are not educated
And sinendlela yethu yokuphila
and we have our own way of living,
engenaso isilungu
which
phakathi.
has no westernized
Siyasikhuluma sona,
manners.
siyasikhuluma sona la kodwa asisibo abelungu.
Yes, we do speak English, but we are not white.
Umuntu ongahlawulanga kwami
A person who is not paid damages of making my child pregnant
Bese
in my
nina
home.
ngomthetho wenu nithi ageze kwami.
And then according to your laws, you are saying that he must come to my house
Azobona ingane ngokufuna
and
kwakhe.
see the child as he pleases.
Ngibuza abantwana ukuthi ubani lokade la?
And then I asked the children, who's this person who was here?
Hayi baba kaSibusiso
Ah,
mkhulu.
it's Buso's father, Mkhulu.
Laba kuba bangazi ukuthi ngihlalaphi
In his family, they don't even know where I live
ngoba bayangidelela.
because they are rude.
So ngicela ukuthi nithi kuyibheka lapho.
So can you please consider that?
Ni ibe nesintu phakathi ingabi nesilungu
Implement
sodwa.
some African culture in there and not just the Western ways.
Okunye safa uhulumeni.
Another thing is that we are suffering because of the government. We've had so much from the government.
Unjani lo hulumeni nomasipala?
What kind of government municipality is this?
Ufuna imali nje kuphela
They just
empilweni.
want money, that is all.
Lo gogo lengane azibeke lapha emuva emarumini.
That grandma who has children who are there in the back rooms
Usiza abazali bazo abangakwazi ukuyomzimikisa emacreche asedrobheni naku.
helps the children, the parents who are unable to take the children to creches in the towns or in the cities,
Naye ukwazi ukubhadala lama lights kamasipala ngale yamadlana.
and is able to pay for the municipality lights with that money.
Kodwa ama bylaws nama law enforcement
But now the bylaws and the law enforcement,
mabefika bayayivala le yanto kagogo.
or when the people from when the police come, they come and they close this place.
Kodwa le yandlu ethengisa inyawupe lapha ekhonweni iyaqhubeka.
Whereas the other one is proceeding at the corner.
Babulala ingane zethu.
They are causing damages to our children.
Akuboshwa umuntu.
No one is being,
Akekho umuntu oboshwa kula benyawo.
no one is being arrested.
Ingane zilele lapha estation zimile.
The children are just lying there at the station.
Inyawupe.
They are having nyawupe.
Abantu abayithengisayo baboshwa.
People who sell it are not being arrested.
Kodwa icreche kagogo yavalwa.
But the ECD center of the grandma is being closed.
Ake nibe nobuntu.
Can you please have some Ubuntu?
Okunye iSouth Africa engiyaziyo mina
Another thing is that the South Africa that I know,
engikhulele
the
kuyo
one I grew up in,
iSouth Africa yama standards.
is South Africa that has standards.
Kwakuze kukhona indawo ebizwa SABS,
There was a place called SABS,
South African Bureau of
South
Standards.
African Bureau of Standards.
Before into izothengiswa bekufuze iyondlula la.
Before something would be sold, it would have to go there first.
Namhlanje
But today,
umuntu ubuya la buya khona
a person comes from wherever they come from,
ubheka isinkwa lapha kuma informal settlements.
bake the bread there in the informal settlements.
Department of Health inspect ayenzi
The
lutho.
Department of Health doesn't inspect, they don't do anything,
Abantu bakithi fuze badle leyo nto
and
leyo.
our people must eat that bread.
Uyazi ukuthi why kuthiwa every chips lawa a dry amasimba chips.
You know why they call the dry chips simmer chips South Africa?
Yingoba bekunenkampani eyenza amasimba chips
It's
in
because
this country.
there was a company that made or manufactured simba chips in this
Manje
country.
sodla anything ekupink kubovu kungamaphakethe amancane kuthi kubuya akunandaba kuyathengiswa
And now with
kuse South
this,
Africa.
anything can be pink, can be
All
red,
right.
can be in any
Okay,
small
Baba.
packets.
Sisizeni sivikeleni.
Yeah.
Please protect us.
Lalela
Nabantwana
ke,
bethu.
lalela ke. Ubufanele ukuthi ubeke umthetho lapha kuwe.
You are supposed to put a
Masenze
law for yourself.
masenze iphutha lokungawubeki umthetho wokukhuluma thina.
When we made a mistake of not
Wena ke
stating,
uzibekela umthetho wokuthi uzokhuluma isikhathi
of
esingakanani.
not stating rules for speaking, you are supposed to put that rule for yourself.
Mara amapoint akho siwavile nje uqala uwenzela i-preamble.
But we heard your points. You gave us a preamble at the beginning.
Sifuna ke ngoku ungene straight to the point kula ukugcina unawo.
Now we'd like you to get straight to the point. Ungene kuyo ngqo, leyo qonde kuye ekugcineni baba.
Last point ngiyabonga.
Here's my last point. I thank you.
iSouth Africa yaslimaza ngokwenza imithetho open ended.
South Africa caused problems for us when they created laws that were open-ended.
Bathi i-vaccine ayikho mandated.
They said the vaccine is not mandatory.
Kodwa mawufika somewhere bafuna ukuvaccina ngenkani.
But when you go somewhere, they force it on you.
Awukho la uzobalekela khona.
You have no place where you can go.
Why am I saying that?
Kungani ngisho lokho?
There is no age limit to adopting a child.
Awukho umkhawulo khona weminyaka yokuthi umuntu athathe umntwana amkhulise ngamzali
Legally.
ngokomthetho.
But to this day,
Kodwa ke namhlanje
I couldn't adopt a child.
kuze kube yimanje angikaze ngikwazi ukuthatha umntwana ngimkhulise
I
ngokomthetho
so much
ngamzali.
wanted to adopt a child.
Kade ngangifuna ukuthi ngithathe umntwana ngimkhulise ngibe ngamzali.
My last child is 28 years old.
Ingane yamagcina iminyaka 28.
I could have raised that child for another 20 years.
Ngabe ngumntwana ngamkhulisa eminye iminyaka
But
20.
because people who are running these places are private,
Ngoba abantu abaqhuba le misebenzi kulezi ndawo abantu abayimele.
they tell you you are too old to adopt a
Bathi
child.
uguge kakhulu ukuthi ungathatha umntwana
Please,
umkhulise ngokwakho
sisizeni.
ngamzali.
Because we are
Please
trying to
us.
help.
Sizama ukusiza la.
Ngiyabonga.
Thank you.
All right. Yazi ke baba uyantempta ukuthi ndikuphendule wena ungekahlali naphansi.
Sir, you are tempting me to respond to you before you even sit down.
Niyitheni imask yakhe bathu?
Where is his mask?
Bheke epokothweni baba. Siyabonga ke nitholile.
Thank you.
Ima kancane ma. Baba,
Baba,
lokhu kurazile kubalulekile.
you raised a very important point.
But ndifuna niyamphazamisa bithu.
You are disturbing him.
Ndifuna njengoba uthi sizela isikhathanyana esincane singakutshelanga.
As you have said, we came here and only gave and did not inform you in time.
Sicela nihambe nina senizile apha niye kwi-community zenu.
Could you women who come here go back to your communities
Nikhulume ezinto nizikhuluma la niziphakamise kubona.
and
so that
raise the issues you have raised here among them
niba understandise le bill issue.
and try to make them understand what this bill means?
Uyiraise le ndaba yokuthi kufanele kuhlawulwe.
Please raise this issue that damages have to be
I
paid.
think you must sit down with your community and talk about these issues so that they must understand the bill.
Ngoba
Because
leyo sihlomelo umthetho size nawo thina ke awuzange usho ukuthi umuntu angahlawuli mara uthi umuntu ongubaba whether sometimes ushadile whether akashadanga whether umuntu divorced for situations as unforeseen or whether umuntu sekwi separation, at least that particular person engubaba ine responsibility yokukhulisa umntwana wayo.
we came here just to make you aware that whether you are married or not married, the fact of the matter is all fathers must take responsibility of their children.
Nake into endifuna ukuyithetha yokuthi abangezanga la namhlanje nabo sifisa kabuhlungu inhliziyo zethu ngoba iholo eli ngenxa ye-COVID nayo yonke into bebengekhe bangene kule holo. So nina ke sinithembile ukuthi nizawuthatha lezi documents nalomthetho nalezi zinto zawuphendulwa. Akukakaphendulwa nje tempted ngoba mase kuphendula sometimes I move back ndiyekele ama honorables and also department aphendule. Kodwa sinithembile ukuthi you will go outside nihambise lento nimbuke no 408 channel lo wase parliament eTVini zenu nivu ukuthi kulandeleka kanjani zihambe kanjani izinto zenu ebenizi edishile and ziphelela kuphi.
We are sorry that we could not accommodate everybody into this hall, but we are also happy that you people who are here, please go out, send the message, talk to the people about the bill, so that the message should be given to the people. And there is a 408 channel that you must also watch in TV, which they explain further about this bill. Thank you.
And baba angeke uzunikezwe umntwana mawusothola ipension ngoba uhulumeni unikeza wena ipension ukwenzela uzondle let alone ukuthi thina ke ngoba sinezizukulu sisabela izizukulu kodwa nje ebefanele ba uyasibopha thina sidla pension sifuna ukuyidla nabazukulwana ngoba wenzela wena. So uma uadopta at your age uzomkhulisa ngani lo mntwana ngoba umntwana uyanakekelwa, umntwana unama challenges awatholayo. So ikhona i-restriction efanele yenzeke kulo mthetho subekayo lapha.
There is also a restriction that has to be placed on pensioners. You are a pensioner, the government looks after you. How are you in a position to look after the children because you are also getting pension from the government? And as well as being the grandmother, we should be given some restrictions which are going to govern whether we, as pensioners can be allowed to look after the children or the grandchildren.
Lastly, they even go and assess ikhaya lakho ukuthi leli khaya ufuna ukum-adoptela khona angafitha na umntwana ukuthi ahlale. Remember kaloku isizwe sifa ngomuntu oyi-one. Abantu ba-adopta abantwana kanti bafuna ukuba-abuser babenze i-sex slaves.
Remember that when you want to adopt a child, there are certain regulations that you must follow. Whether the place is safe, whether the place is protected. Because of COVID, one person can kill the whole village. So we must also take into consideration those things.
All right, ngiyaxolisa angisifanelanga ukuthi ndikungena emlonyeni kodwa kusenhliziyweni kwami lonke konke lokhu kuthethayo. Siyabonga ke mama ungangena asikisi ngokuphazama.
Thank you very much because I had to answer that question because there was something burning in my heart. Thank you.
I'm a child. I'm unique. Be patient. Don't abuse me. I'm a child.
Ke ngwana ke na le nako ya go iketla ke nyaka go godishwa ga botse ka tlhompho le ka tshwanelo ka gore ke le ngwana.
My parents,
Bana ba ka batswadi ba ka
my family,
lapa leshu
my neighbors,
baagišane
I'm a child.
ke ngwana mo go bona.
Give me love,
Mphe lerato,
hope,
tshepo,
caring,
tlhokomelo,
respect,
tlhompho,
protection,
tshireletso,
support,
thekgo,
trust.
go ikana.
I'm a child.
Ke ngwana.
I thank you.
Ke a le leboga.
I love you.
Ke a le rata.
I'm a child.
Ke ngwana.
Leina la ka ke Mashidikane,
Leina la ga machine gane,
Maganyela,
magalela,
Maganyela.
maganyela.
Ke tswa ke le Mamelodi.
I come from Mamelodi.
My center name is Eye of Wisdom Development Center.
My center is IOS Freedom Development Center.
Se ke tlo se bolela mo,
What I'm going to say to you,
ke kwa bohloko ka gore ke motswadi ke mmelegi and botlhe ba re leng ka mo re batswadi se se re kopantšhitšeng mo ke ngwana ebileng a sa tsebe gore letšatši la lehono re kopane ka lebaka la gagwe.
I'm in pains because I'm a woman, I'm a parent, and we are here today. And all the people who are here, we are talking about this child.
Go developa lerato la go rata ngwana ke le tuelo pele ke le ngwana ke na le mengwaga e 10 ke le mofepi wa ngwana wa lesia.
To develop the love of a child, I was also a child. I had to develop the love of the child when I was also a child.
Ke ka lebaka leo ke re go basadi swarang thipa ka bogaleng lena le botse go di-center tsa go hlokomela bana le se ka ba hlokomela ka lebaka la gore le nyaka tšhelete le ba hlokomeleng ka gore le ba rata.
Every woman would like to protect the children. Don't open up ECDs because you want to open them up. You must open them up because you have got love for these children. You want to develop these children. You want to make them better people in future because you love them.
Ke umadimabe ka gobane re pentilwe ka pente e swanego. Ke ka lebaka leo mmušo wa rena o hlomilego melao ya go fapafapana gore gatelela gore re se ke ra kgona go tšweletša seo le rena re lego sona.
It's a pity that we have been painted with the same paint and same brush. And the very government has developed some laws which are not allowing us to express who we are.
Go ba le mafelo a go hlokomela bana ka mo mafuri a se ka go rata ga rena. Re be re duma go ka tšweletša borena kwa melaleng. It's so unfortunate mo mafelong a re leng gona ke mafelo a ile gore a ka diatleng tša rena a mang a wela go lefapha la mmušo la mmasepala a mang mafelo a isale e ba a lebaka le la apartheid a ile gore a ba le mafelo a batho ba ba itšeng.
It's just unfortunate to find ourselves in this situation because we cannot control stands or land that is in the hands of other people like during the apartheid era.
Ke ka lebaka leo ya ka lefelo le ke hlokomelang bana go lona ke lefelo le le gore ba re gala ke lefelo le gore ga le bonagale ga botsebotse ke ba re le bitswa unproclaimed ka sekgowa.
The place where I look after these kids, it is called unproclaimed land.
Jwale mmušo wa ka o ke o tshepileng wa South Africa o ke ileng gore he ke bouta ke o botela gore ke kgone tšwela pele mo bophelong le bana ba ba sa tlang ka morago ga ka ba tla ba rate se nna ke se dirang ga o kgone go nthuša.
The very government that I believe in, that I voted in, is not helpful. So that the next generation must be following in my footsteps for what I shall have done.
Ke bolela ka lebaka le bana ba ka ba rate se ke se dirago.
At this,
Ba re ke a tlaishega.
at this moment, my own kids don't like what I'm doing because they say you are not, you are doing something that is not helpful in your life.
Batswadi ba re gore ba swanela ke go re thusha gore re fepe bana ba bona a bana selo.
The parents that I have given the responsibility of looking after the kids don't have enough to pay.
Motswadi o tla go wena le hona a kukile ngwana a re o hweditše mošomo kae ga ana tšhelete ya go ka thoma le ga e ka ba pene wena o swantse o lebelele ngwana ga go hwedi ka moka go fihlela ge hwedi fela o tsebe gore ge hwedi fela o swantse gore a patele gabedi motswadi a kgone go go patela gabedi.
Some parents come having brought the children to the ECDs. This poor parent has got absolutely nothing. And you remember you've got your own child that you must look after. At the end, you have to pay for the two people and you don't have the means.
Ke a tshola gore o ka re o latlhegile sa moya.
Yeah.
Ke bolela se motswadi shi o tlisha ngwana
A parent brings a
ana
child.
selo
She's got nothing or he's got
o
nothing.
sa tso hwetsa
He's
mošomo
just
le
got
hono
a new job now.
o kgopela gore ntshwarele ngwana o ke tlo re mafella kgwedi ka kgona go go patela.
He says, just keep this child and I'll be able to pay for the fees at the end of the month.
O tsebe re o bjalo sa ntse go patele gabedi.
Now, you must remember that he must pay me double.
Ga a kgone motswadi o fetsa a tšhaba ka mo go nna o tšhabela ka next door.
Because she can't afford. She starts running around or running away.
Then o thoma go patela gabotse ka mo le ga moagišana ka.
Then she starts paying correctly at the neighbor's ECD.
Nna le moagišana ka re thoma o lebelelana gampe because ngwana ole o sepetse o ile ka mo le ke iputša gore na go diregile is either nna ke a tura goba ele o theošitše na.
Then there will be some disagreement because I'm thinking, am I too expensive for this mother to maintain a child in my ECD? Then problem start there.
Re kgopela thušo go na le
We kindly request your intervention.
go na le mokgwa o mongwe le kgonang go thušana le di-ECDs.
There is a system that is in place for the practitioners to help each other.
le di-ECDs tšeo di lego mo di-proclaimed area.
Those EDCs which are situated in the proclaimed areas.
Le kgona go ba fa setsekanyana se se itšeng gore ba kgone go thuša go godiša bana bao.
You can easily share that little bit that you have in order to help those children which
Ga re
are in the
hwetše selo
ECD.
rena re dutšego mo mafelong ao a bitšwang di-squatter camp.
We are not getting anything because we are staying in squatter camps.
Nutrition e feta ka church, everything e feta ka church, ditukišo eng le eng di feta ka church. Re mo kae mo South Africa na?
Everything goes through Church Street. And
Gona ka mokgwa oo.
most of the help that we need from the government goes through church because we are staying probably in the squatter camps.
Jwale re a kgopela batswadi ba rena, lena baetapele ba rena, le hono le re kweng. Sello sa rena ngwaga ka ngwaga ba re bitša ba re tlang le tle le tlatšeng di-form sheet ke tša nutrition. Rena re di tlatša fela re fetša ba re botša gabotse ba ra re tloga mo ro di lahlela dustbin.
We are really pleading with you because every year we do fill forms. And unfortunately, we have been told straight in the face that these application forms are going to be thrown in the dustbin.
Ge fela re sa dutše mo squatter camp.
Because we are still staying in this squatter camp.
Potšišo ke gore na kwa squatter camp go phela diphoofolo goba batho na?
The question is, are we, as people who are staying in the squatter camps, are they squatter camps have animals which are staying there or people?
Lena le jwale le dutše mo le dutšeng gona mo maemong a leng gona a le thomile kae le thomile le le mo goba le thomile on the floor like us.
When you started this journey of becoming parliamentarians, you started from scratch. You went step by step until you arrive where you are.
Ke kgopela gore rwalang dieta tše ke di rweleng ka nako e. Le ipotšišeng gore ke ikwa ke le bjang. Ba bang o ya so depressed ka dilo tše di diregang. Ka re ngwana o tlišwa crèche a sena pampers, a sena selo. Ge e beile gore go na le mokgwa o itšeng wa gore le mphithego. Nkabe nka kgona gore nka kgona ngwana mosadi ole ka mo rekela pampers or diapers eo. A ke kgone.
Put yourself into our shoes. A child is brought to you, she hardly has pampers or anything that could help him. And I have to look after him. Put yourselves into our shoes and experience what we are going through. Remember that children give birth to children. They are not equal to us.
Batswadi ba gona jwale ke started from age of 1986 to 2000. Ipotšišeng gore ke batho ba bakae a ba bodule bokakang gore e ka ba batswadi na ebile from 80s ba godile mara ke thoma from 95 ke tla mono go 2000 re hlokometse bana ba rena ba ile gore ga se batho ba kwiša gore na go godiša ngwana ke eng.
We are experiencing problems with our kids. They are still children or kids. They give birth to children. And when I look at the age in the 80s and the 90s, it's even worse because they are still children. They can hardly look after themselves.
Life
There is an education which is called the life skill. Inside this syllabus,
include parental care because bana ba ba rena ba ima ba sa le ka gare ga dikolo ga fetsa mo o expecta gore nna ke le motswadi ya gago ke be back to square one go ba motswetši gape.
In your education system, you should include parental care because remember, if my girl gets pregnant, I still have to go back and become a parent to her and even to the child that she has given birth to.
motswadi ola bega e mo gone jwale a re mo dumeleleng a adopt setlogolo sa gago o experience the same problem e ke e bolelang mo ka lebaka la goreng ngwana o godišitšwe ke ena tatagwe a emetse kua strateng ka baka la gore tate le ena e sa le ngwana or is either o hweditše ba re ke mang sugar daddy. Sugar daddy na le lapa la yona ga ena gore ka tla re carry responsibility ya ngwana o le wa ka and on top of that o a mo tshošetša gore ge o ka ba wa re po ke go bolaile.
Let's allow this man to adopt the child because his biological father is not looking after them.
Tšhelete ya batswadi ya grant ya bagekolo le bakgalajwe
The grant that we get from the government for our senior citizens is not enough.
ke a gagwe re a kwešiša mara ka bomadimabe go rena batho ba baso le tseleng gore ke yona e hlokometšego ditlogolo ka mogare ga malapa batswadi ba rena ba bolaya ke dikgatelelo tša menagano batswadi ba rena ba bolaya ke di-stroke batswadi ba rena ba bolaya ke madi a magolo batswadi ba rena ba bolaya ke disukiri ka lebaka la merwalo e ba e rwešitšeng ke ditlogolo.
Remember, as the senior citizens, we have got so many problems. We are so stressed up because of the grandchildren who are not being taken care of by anybody. So we take it upon ourselves to make sure that we take care of the responsibility. So we do ask help from the government.
Jwale ke kgopela gore le thušeng mafelo a go hlokomela bana.
Please help the ECDs. During the day,
bana ba le ba hwetše lerato le ba le hlokang ka kua ga ke nako ya gore mohlomong motswadi o sheile ngwana from 7 o'clock until 5 o'clock.
allow us SCD practitioners to give these kids the love that they need, because this child was brought up to the ECD from 7 o'clock and the whole day he's been taken care by the ECD practitioners. If I don't have enough food, I can't take care of these kids. The money that I get or I have, I must also look after my own needs. I'm aware that time is not on my side, but let me just finish off what I wanted to say. Thank you. I was touched by one issue last year at about during the COVID lockdown. There is a family of physically challenged people. Is the mother, the father, the mother and the daughter and the son. This boy is smoking glue. She collapsed just in front of me. I took a decision to go into that family. Arriving there, when I wanted to know what's going on, they told me that the social development department was here, but nothing was done. I spoke to the social worker, and then she gave me the numbers of the social development, and I spoke to these people, and they attest that they knew about this issue. They promised me that the day they will go and visit this family, they will also call me to accompany them. They did not do that.
Ke itse ge ke nyaka go tseba gore why ba mpotsa gore
When I asked them why did they not come or involve me,
bona ge ba ya ka mo lapeng leo bona batho bao ba ba raka.
they told me that the very family sort of did not want to talk to them, or they just did not want to do anything with them.
Ke potšišo ya ka ke gore bjang mme o mo godima wheelchair ga a sa kgona go sepele o ba sepele
This,
ga a sa kgona go
this
sepela.
woman is in the wheelchair.
Mošimano
The boy,
ke ene ga normal
She's not
ke patla
okay.
ke go hlalosa gore bjang ka re ge mohlomong ke tlo
he's
thuša ba
physically
bang.
challenged, and I cannot explain it further.
Ngwanyana o ka nako e ke ya ka mo lapeng
The
le le ba ba
girl-
re o ithwele.
When I went there, I found that the girl is pregnant.
Ebile o dula le boyfriend ke le gona ka iputša gore
And she's
bjang
staying with the boyfriend. And I asked myself, how can this happen?
ngwana o wa mošimane
This
o
boy-
kgona go robala le mma wa gagwe.
This boy has sex with his mother.
O kgona go robala le kgaitsedi ya gagwe.
Also has sex with the sister.
Jwale wena o le monna o tlo tswelela botse ka tlhaologanyo e feletše go tšea ngwana o le re gwa sa felela o ile mo dira mosadi o kgona bjang.
But a normal person comes and do, funny things, and yet you are mentally okay.
Jwale ke kgopela lena ba direla leago.
Please, the Social Development Department,
A ke re ga le dire mmereko wa lena.
I'm not saying you're not doing your work,
Ke kgopela gore go be le tsela go ka tsena ka mo lelapeng le le gape go ba le tlhokomeleng batho ba go swana le bao ka gore ke ba bantši ba re ba bonago ba tlaišega ka montle mokgwa ga rena tsela ya gore rena re ka fitlhelela jwang ge lena e le lena le thibile tsela le re botsa gore le a tswa mokgwa le ba le rakile jwale go swantse go be le tsela e nngwe le e šomišang gape ya gore le tsena bjang go fitlhela le fenya.
please intervene and help this family and help all other people who are in the same situation. Maybe you have issues that do not allow you to go and look after these people, but our plea is please go and help them.
All right, okay. All right, ma'am. Siyabonga. What you can do, iya lapha kula tafile, ungafihli next, usitshele amalango ye kwa social development, wakhuluma nabani, wathini, uyibeke lapha yalento, so that ezinye zezinto siyakhona ukuthi sizilandelele. Thina mos we are not social development, singamalungu eparlamente ajongayo ukuthi social development uyayenza yini umsebenzi wakhe. So andifuni ube ubalisa esinye story esibhlungu phezukwesinye, mara ndifuna uyowubiza amagama, even if uyamazi social work igama. That's why bendithe ungathethi kwi mic ngamagama abantu ungekabi sure,
Please go to
so
the-
that uzoncedakala yonke lento incediswe as you request. Sime kancane ke ngoku ngoba ziyavakala lezi stories zakho and they are touching, so asifuni ukuthi sibe emotional sonke la.
Yamafelelo ma-
Go to the table and give your story. Give them everything that you need to tell, names and phone numbers and everything, and then you will
Ay
take it up from.
mbotshela khona lapha ya.
Mafelelo fela. Batswadi ke kgopela gore le re feng thuto ya go hlokomela bana ba ba se ba itekanela mo di centereng, please.
Please give us education on how to look after people who are physically challenged.
Kaloku we must also give time for social development aphendule, and also members would love ukuthi zibe nendlela eziphendula ngayo. Siyabonga ke. Nkosi baba.
Raleboga.
Ke leboge sebaka se le mphileng sona sa
Thank
go
you for
ema
the
go pele ga
opportunity
lena.
given.
Se se ntlisitseng mo ke ka baka la gore le nna ke ntate ke na le bana.
I am here because I'm a father, I've got children.
Ke ile ka bona ke itumeletse go bona taxi e ileng ya re tlisa mo gore re tle re kgone go ba le lena mo.
God pleased that we managed to get a taxi that brought us here so that we could be with you.
Ha ke tlo buseletsa sepe se se buseleditseng ke bo di boledi se di fetileng.
I'm not going to repeat anything that has already been said by the previous speaker.
Ka Sepedi ba re mojamorago ke kgoši.
Now, in Sepedi, they say that someone who got an opportunity after the people had already maybe been served, then that person is a king.
Ebile ha ke tlo leka go bolela ho phala Ntate Ramaphosa. Ke tlo leka go fokotsa speech sa ka se be se se khutshwane thata.
I'm not going to try to speak better than Mr. Ramaphosa. I'm going to make my speech short.
Ebile ha ke tlo ira metla e beane ka Trevor Noah.
And I'm also not going to make jokes like Trevor Noah.
Oh, askis,
Ho na le mabaka a mabedi a ke batlang go a tlhalosa ke tswa ke leke
askis kancane andikuvanga apha ekugcineni.
I'm not going to make jokes like Trevor Noah.
Oh.
ke o mongwe wa matseta ba kereke ya Lutere ba pedi ya ko Mamelodi West.
Now, I'm one of the delegations of the Luther Church.
Ke mo mokgatlong wa Men's League.
I'm part of a group called
Men's League.
Men's League.
Ebile ke o mongwe wa diopedi sa choir.
I'm one of the singers of
Lutheran Church.
the choir in the church, Lutheran Church.
Mo ileng ka be ka o emela kereke ko Germany ka 1984.
I went and represented the church in Germany in
Tseo ke-
19.
Ke e nngwe ya dilo tse ding tlo etsang gore ke tle mo ke tlo emela bana.
Now, that is one of the things that encouraged me to come here and represent men.
Ke buseletsa gape ke re ko o mongwe gape wa bakgatlha ba Lekhulene ko Mamelodi East.
I'm part of Bakhatla Balikuleni in Mamelodi East.
Mo ebileng maloba ba nkgethile gore ke be mongwaledi wa bona.
And just recently, they elected me to be their secretary.
Ke tlo leka go leboga ka la bobedi o fetileng o re kry-ile dijo tse di tlisitsweng ke lena ba social development.
Now, I want to thank you because just this past Tuesday, we received food that was brought by the Social Development Department.
Go na le mme o neng ke mo memile gore a tlo tseya dijo o na le bana ba ba 8.
There's a lady whom I had invited to come and collect food. She has 8 children.
O paletse ko kry-a dijo ka baka la gore operation ya ga e ne e tlhatlhamologa a tsamaya.
Now, she couldn't come and get the food
Fela ba bang ba ne ba ne-
because her operation was maybe getting open. So she left.
Ke na le mogopolo wa gore tsatsi le leng gape o tla tla a fodi a phile spila gore tsatsi le ge le tlang ka December le ena a kgone go kry-ela bana ba gagwe dijo.
I'm very hopeful that next time when she is healed, she can come and get the food on her children's behalf.
Bana ba gagwe ba babedi ba bagolo
Her 2 old children,
ke batho ba ba amogelang grant ka karata
they are receiving social grant using a card.
e fela ba furaletse bana ba bona. Ba na le bana le bona.
Now, those children, they have children also, but they are not taking care of their children.
E fela tšhelete yona ba e amogela.
But they are receiving the social grant money.
Ke mo ke batlang thuso ya lena gore re ire bjang.
Now, that is where I need your intervention.
Tsatsi le leng ile ka re ke leka go ruta bana go letsa trumpet ko Mamelodi East ko Mahobe.
Now, one of the days when I tried to take the children, I blew a whistle in Mamelodi, Mahube section.
Ka fitlhela go na le bana ba bashimane ba bagolonyana le ba banyane.
I found that there were some a bit older children and others were smaller.
Ba bagolo ba ba abuse ba banyane ka thobalano.
Now-
Go sena motho a ba kgalemang.
The older children were sexually abusing the smaller children.
All right,
And there was
Baba.
no one helping them.
All right.
Ke mo ke batlang thuso ya
reprimanding
lena.
them.
All right, Baba. Did you report the case ko bo social development?
Ke ile ka kry-a e le gore social worker a se atle.
I did go there, but I found that the social worker wasn't
Ba
there
rotaneng ne
yet.
matsatsi a tlang ka ona ke ya kwa le unfortunately a ke mo kry-e.
And even the days after that, when I went there, I couldn't find the social worker.
Ibile ngwana ola o lose interest, a sa batla go letsa trumpet.
Bekukuphi kule ndawo ubuye kuyo wangathola ama-social worker?
Mamelodi East.
Mamelodi East.
Extension, phase 3.
Phase 3 in-
Phase 3.
Mamelodi East.
Lento oyiripota ngoku baba isaqhubekeka namanje.
E bontsha bjalo ka gore ka maabane, ne ke ile go applyela grant ya ka ya pension. Mme wa bona mpontsha picture, mo neng ba bontsha ngwana o a bolailweng ke neighbor 3 weeks back. Mo tlhabile, ke solo mo ile mo molaleng mo. Ngwana ola o
Well,
tlhokofetse.
it seems so because just yesterday when I went to collect my pension money, their mother showed me a picture
On a cell
on which
tablet.
there's a child who has been strangled and that child died.
Hayibo, baba, masicela social worker Mamelodi East bithuni bikhona. Ubaba lento yonke sensitive kangaka.
We're
Ihoyeke.
asking for a social worker
Kasincediseni.
from Mamelodi if one is present here because what the gentleman is saying is very sensitive, so we're asking for your help.
Sicela baba
Yabo
uye
felo.
kula tafula ushiye ama numbers akho bazasinikeza ama numbers sifuna ukwenza follow up yale case ukuthi yalandeleka na.
Please go to
Before
that,
sibe sibeka ebala yonke lento eyenzeka kule film.
Dinonwane tsa o tlo tlhoko ke tse ntšhi tse nka di bolelang. E fela ya bofelo ke tlo e bolelang ke gore mo ke practice-ang trumpet mo teng, go na le bashimanyana ba ba tsubang nyaope.
Now, there's a lot of things that I can say, but the last thing that I'm going to say is that where I practice my trumpet, there are boys who smoke nyaupe.
Ke mo ke kopang thuso ya lena gore re ire bjang.
Now, I also ask for your intervention in that regard.
Ke a leboga.
Thank you.
Yonke lento oyireportayo baba ne reporta khona pha kuma mara ama numbers akho uwashiye pha sikwazi uwathola sikwazi ukuncedisa kaloku laba benyawuphe bafuna amaphoyisa and community I situation enjengale ayifanelekanga ilwe ngubaba yedwa fanele yonke I community around there ikusize incedisane nawe to go and report emapoliseni thina sifuna uthi I reported this to the police on such and such a date ku police ban sizokhona ukulandela ukuthi why engayithathela ngaphezulu because once wena waba nguye ulandelana nalomuzi walenyawuphi uzawuphela uba yi-victim kulabafana badlalento kanti mayi-community i-community ine-responsibility yokusiza kwi-situations ezinjengezi bangabukeli abantu izinto zibonwe ngumuntu oyi-1 as if yena ubona ngendlela yakhe so siyacela nalena if you know the number yalendlu the street and everything ngoba awuyange emaphoyiseni to report it sikhona ukuthi silandelele yonke department siyasebenzisana nayo we can silandele yonke lento
Department of Environmental Affairs ile ya ira tender some 2-3 years back. Ra le ka go apply la tender mo ileng gore ba fa batho tender tse ileng gore ba di subcontractor mo bathong ba bang rena ba re applyang re batla go deala ka di tire ke batla go kena le passion ya go ira setlhako ka tire.
Okay.
Can we?
We approach the Department of Environmental Affairs, trying to apply for a tender, but they gave tenders to other people. We were not given any tender. Whereas I have experience in making shoes using tires.
ngicela nitolikelwe bathi uphi umuntu othethayo apha kanitolikele le ntetho anithethi uthwani apha ndimvuthini thini bhuti
Okay. We approached the Department of
Department of
Environmental Affairs, applying for tenders, but we were not given any tender. Whereas I have experience in making shoes, making I mean, using car tires. Yes.
Waste tires.
Yes, waste tires.
All right ke. Leyo ke ekugcineni asingeni ndawo kuyona. Fanele sitsho masikhona ukuyenza leyo. Andithi kuya applywa, the only thing esicebisa yona ukuthi ngoba kune council entsha ngoku. Fanele unximane no councilor lo wendawo, then akutshele ukuthi kufakwaphi uzoba khona kwidata.
This does not concern us. Sir, your matter.
All right, ba. Okay, masiphuma la sawucheckisha ukuthi ungubani ucounselor wendawo yakho ngoba abantu batsha basandukubekwa, and then akuncedise ke to move forward about that one. Inkosi. Cela uDepartment of
Okay, sir, we ask you to refer this matter to the relevant authorities because we, as the portfolio committee, we are not in charge of such tenders. What the appeal that the chairperson made earlier was the following. The gentleman raised an issue of Nyaupe, people that take Nyaupe, and she pointed out that this is a criminal matter and appealed to the community at large that please report these kind of matters. And the gentleman who was speaking needs to go to the tables on the left and give details of all of these incidences. For example, matters should be reported to the police, note the name of the police officer that you spoke to, note case numbers, and bring all of this information forward. But criminality and nyaupe and such are all, they're the responsibility of everyone, not just parents. So we ask that the community be involved in such matters.
Uyabona ke la eTshwane apha Soshanguve aniqhubi kahle.
I'm not
Ngoba ngoku
satisfied with
niyaphakamisa
the,
izandla kodwa siqedile.
I'm not satisfied with the way the program is running here in Tshwane, Soshanguve, because I see people are raising hands even though we are bringing the program to a close.
Yebana. 1, 2, 3, 4 niqinile.
I
1
will
minute,
take
1
those-
minute, 1 minute.
I will
Oza
take
ngaphambili.
those 4 hands and we wrap up. And please, each one of you, you have 1 minute.
Oza baba. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Ke a le dumedisa ba botlhe.
Susi mask mama.
Okay.
Umzuzu wakho uyaphela usasusi mask.
Nna ke tlhaga ko mokgatlhong wa PUMSA.
I am from
PUMSA
PUMSA.
ke Pastors United Movement.
I'm from PUMSA
of South
organization
Africa.
in
We are
United-
based in Hammanskraal.
So,
so far.
re nna ko Hammanskraal gone jaanong.
It's a pity. Transport that was organized came very late, and the pastors are outside there. So I just came in now.
Ka maswabi
So-
sepalangwa se re ne re se baakanyeditse se tlile morago ga nako baruti ba teng ka kwa ntle ka kwa mme ga sa tla ka nako gone jaanong jaana.
So please give
All right,
me time.
mama, askis
Right.
kancane ne?
Yes.
Askis, umzuzu wakho uyaphela. The
Chair,
only
Chair.
thing efanele yenzeke, kuna empty chairs apha, abo pastor bako kuzophendulwa. At least they must get the answers from the department. Nanzi izitulo, thetha security abancede bangene bahlale nanga ama empty chairs. Qhubekeka ke bayakuva outside kodwa mabangene and then bafumane impendulo from.
Ba tshwanetse gore ba-
Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Chair.
Ke documentile just a few things.
Ke batla go tshwala ka dilo di le mmalwanyana fela.
Ke Mrs. Phyllis Makata.
I am Mrs. Phyllis Makata
From Mona Mokgatlo wa PUMSA.
from this very organization PUMSA.
I belong to my church.
So ke wa kereke ya me.
And
Sorry, security, can you allow the pastors that we are being told that they are outside? There are empty chairs, other people have gone already. Can you bring them?
all right, at PUMSA, we work with schools.
Ko Phomza re bereka ka dikolo.
We go to schools, we hold assembly, because children are raised by a nation.
So re ya ko dikolong re tshwara dikopano teng ka lebaka la gore bana ba godisiwa ke rona.
As Mokhatlo, we wish to go deeper and help with counseling.
Re batla go tsenella ko teng jaaka mokgatlho gore re thuse bana bano ba ka go ba sidila maikutlo.
And other things, like we have already adopted a school whereby we give the children the needy food.
Le dilo tse dingwe jaaka ha re buile ke dikolo ka jalo bana ba tlhoka dijo.
I'm experienced in Sunday school, and I also train personally Sunday school teachers.
So ke na le maitemogelo ka tsa Sunday school bile se seng gape se ke se dirang ke gore ke kgona go katisa ba bangwe le go ba traina ka tiro ya Sunday school.
And for the past more than 10 years, I've been running in South Africa training teachers, and that's why I realized, children go to church, they can't even read the Bible.
Ke se le ke ileng ka se bona ha ntse ke tsamaya dingwaga di ka nna 10 ke ntse ke traina le baruta bana tota mme mo tirong e ha ke e dira ke ile ka tlhokomela gore bana ba ya sekolong.
But they can't even read the Bible. in
Mme
church.
ha ba le ko sekolong jana ga ba kgone go bala Bible.
We need sites.
Ka jalo re tlhoka ditsha lefatshe.
We need containers
Re tlhoka di-container
for offices.
tse re ka di dirisang jaaka di-office.
PUMSA is a national Mokhatlo organization.
Ka jalo PUMSA ha re bua ka yone re bua ka mokgatlho e leng gore o mo nageng yotlhe. It's a national organization.
So, hence, re kopa ditsha, and then re kopa le di containers. At least if we could get office or anywhere where they can offer us offices.
Ke lone lebaka la go ke re kopa ditsha mafatshe re kopa di-container kgotsa golo gope fela ko le ka re thusang gore re kgone go na le lefelo le re ka nna le di-office mo go lone.
Ke kopa just clarity, because we got this information on Monday. We couldn't come together to sit down and go through everything and mandate people. So,
Ke kopa lo ntlhalosetse dilo dingwe ka gonne re amogetse tshedimosetso eno e bošeng fela jaana ga ra kgona go na le nako e telele ya gore re e buise yotlhe le gore re e tlhaloganye.
there was, if I'm wrong, you'll help me, something like a child had the right to, has a right to her body, and she can even make decisions like abortion at the age of 12. I don't know whether that is still effective or
Le tla
not.
mpolelela ha e le gore ke bua phoso ka gonne ke bone sengwe se se buang ka kgang ya gore ngwana o na le ditshwanelo tsa go itirela tshwetso ka mmele wa gagwe a re ka seka e gongwe ngwana o imile a kana itirela tshwetso ya gore gongwe o batla go ntsha mpa ga ke itse gore a dikarolo tse o tsa molao di santsane di bereka le gone jaanong jang
Without parental
a
consent.
dira jalo kwa ntle ga tumelelo ya batsadi.
If that is so,
Mme ha e le gore go ntse jalo
really, please let us look at it
tsweetswe
and let there be amendment. Parents have to be involved.
a re ke re lebeng ntlha eo re be re tlhabolole mme re dire gore batsadi ba tsaye karolo mo go seo ba amege le bona mo go seo.
I saw the clause 5 non-citizens of children who have to be included because they are innocent.
Ke bone molawana wa bo 5 o buang ka bana ba iseng ba mo nageng ya rona mme e le gore le bone tota ba tshwanetse gore tota ba akarediwe mo karolong eno.
As you go Lily busy go, please talk to those who are in charge of borders. Let them just make sure that South Africa, Leona, inale matla. Because there's no way they will come in because they know in South Africa the children will have everything. We'll just go on having problem after problem.
So dirang gore ha lo ntse lo tsamaya jana le buisaneng le batho ba ene gore ba na le taolo ka melelwane di border tsa rona re batla gore batho ba kgone go bona gore Africa Borwa tota lone ina le matla ka jalo ba tla tsena ba ntse ba tswa ha re kile re be re bokgona bothata jono mme re tshwanetse gore re le tlhoko dikgato tse re batla go di tsama le bana le melelwane eo.
So I'm requesting for email address where we can send our written, comments or so on to be included there so that discover left out.
Re kopa di email tsa lona gore tle re kgone go romela dilo tse re batlang go di kwala di tshwaelo e le gore re se ke ra iphitlhela e le gore rona ga ra tsenya tshwaelo e
1 minute iphelile ma naya itafula mamo ma naya itafula bakunikeza iphepha uyibhale phansi le submission yakho and kuzawuphendulwa apha. Ya lapha kubo ubuze kahle ukuthi how do you submit.
Dumelang. Wa eme go mokilisidi. Mabule. Dumelang. Wa eme go
Greetings.
Kilisidi Mabule.
I'm Lishidi Mabule
Go to region 5 to File Kalinen.
from Region 5 in Kalinen.
Na khopelo yaka
My request is
ke bereka ka bana
I'm working with the children.
for 10 years ke bereka ka di orphanage home.
For the last 10 years, I've been working with orphanage homes.
Go le na government
Sorry, Chair, there's quite a disturbance and that disturbs us. Can we have order, please? There's a lot of disturbances and we can't read correctly.
ke tswa go Refile region 5.
I'm from Refilwe, Region 5.
Ke bereka le maphodisa,
I work with the SAPS.
ke bereka le department ya education.
I'm also working with the Department of
Ke boe
Education.
gape ke leboge social development.
I am also thanking the social development
Ka re ga mmereko ko o berekago,
for what I am doing.
di social worker di tlile jarateng yaka.
The social workers came into my yard.
Ke bereka ka jarateng yaka
I'm using my yard as a
for 10
workplace
years.
for 10 years.
Ke ne le bana ba ile gore ga nna le ke ma teacher, example ke sekolong sa Choke.
I have got children that are grown up. Some of them are already as teachers.
Jale ke be ke kgopela gore bolela le di masepala tša rena.
I'm appealing with you to talk to our municipalities.
Ke gopola department ya social ge e tla jarateng yaka ba kgopetse gore re bolele le masepala ba mphe setsha.
When the social development came to my place, I asked them that we should have a municipality so that we could have a stand.
Ke swere di-proof. Ke boletse le council.
I have all the proof, all the documents.
Ka bolela le RED.
I spoke to the council and I spoke to RED.
Ke tswa city planning.
I'm from city planning.
Ke swere dinomoro tse di fapafapaneng.
I have got different numbers.
Jale ke kgopela gore ga nne ka 2021.
Now I'm appealing in 2021.
Ba approvile nomoro ya 275 mo ke extension 9 Refile Mena.
April stanza 279 more Philomena.
Ke le children's home.
It's a children's home.
Bile ke tsere boto ke tšono e beya.
I've taken the board to go and place it there.
Ke be ke kgopela lena government.
I'm appealing from the government.
Bana ba nna ba ima ba lahla bana.
Our children give birth to children and they abandon them.
Ke lebega le modimo ka lebega re ge ba tšha bana community ba mpa tšha ka maphodisa.
I'm thankful because when they bring these children, police are involved.
Jale ke be ke kgopela gore government.
I'm appealing to the government.
For 10 years ke a kgopela.
For 10 years, I'm pleading.
Bile ke a le lokolla.
Even I'm giving you all the permission,
Gore parliament le ka nna la romela batho.
or you can send people to come and inspect.
Ke nna 1664 Refile extension 1.
I'm staying at stand number 1664 at Refilwe number 1.
Jale ke be ke no kgopela gore government ke bereka boima. Di-pampers ke no thusha ke mogau wa modimo.
I'm really working hard. Sometimes I get pampers because of God's grace.
Ga go ne le social worker or special ba government ba no go tla ba mpha di-pampers or ba mpha tša go ja.
There are no people who come and help us with pampers or food.
Tata, ke kgopela gore mpeng stand.
The main issue is, may I have a stand?
275,
275.
extension 9,
Extension 9,
refile mena,
refuel Mena,
refile Kalinen.
refuel in Kalinen.
Ke leboga Modimo ka lebaka la di-company bo food bank.
I'm thanking the Lord, like companies like Food Bank,
Bo Blue Ribbon.
Blue Ribbon,
Ka no e jarateng ya ka ba pentile go monate go botse.
they've come and repainted my house and
Jwale
it's
ke be ke
beautiful.
kgopela gore lena batho ba government ka mokana ga lena o a lego available.
I'm appealing to the government people who is available.
A ka no tla lapeng la ka.
You can come to my house.
Ke beile poto, ke beile ke Mama Bula o le bana ba apere.
All right, all right.
This is Mama Bule and the children have got their uniform.
All right.
Mme le go ke a o rata, mme ke a o rata.
Yeah,
I
mean
love this
1
job.
minute ipheli. Yeah, siyabonga.
I plead.
Ake sizole bethuna, we understand into yoba the meeting idlule isikhathi efanele isibambile. We were supposed to be here for 2 hours only.
Thank you.
Ke a leboga.
I'm Tabang,
Ke nna Thabang,
a member of We Are Fathers and We Are Parents.
leloko la Without Fathers, ibile re batsadi, parents.
I won't be long.
Ga ke tle go bua
I'll
nako e
try
telele,
to be short.
ke tla bua fela ka bokhutshwane.
Honorable members, we
Batlotlegi,
need your intervention, especially in giving or providing a support and the training, especially to social workers, Department of Justice, SAPS,
re kopa thuso ya lona malebana le gore le re thuse ka go katisiwa ga mafapha a farologaneng, lefapha la sepodisi SAPS, lefapha la justice, mmogo le la first one, social workers, social workers, yes.
as fathers,
Rona
We
jaaka
have-
borra bana,
we have noted that we are only fathers in giving out money to support our children.
so re tlhokometse gore se se re dirang gore re nne borra bana ke fela gore re ntsha madi a go tlhokomela bana ba rona.
Uma sifuna ukuba responsible
So
for ingane zethu sihlale nazo.
fa re batla go nna le
Even
maikarabelo a
though
gore
we are aware that financially, and then we are aware about the needs of our kids.
fa re batla gore maikarabelo a rona e nne gore bana ba rona ba nne le rona ebile re ela tlhoko le kgang ya gore ba re tlhoka ba tlhoka thuso ya rona ka ditlhoko tsa bone.
You will find out that these three organs of state, they will deny us access of living with our kids.
Re tlhokometse gore mafapha ano a mararo a puso a re ganela gore re kgone go fitlhelela bana ba rona le go na le nako le bone.
Uzothola ukuthi uma wengane akasebenzi
You'll find that the mother of the child does not work.
and mna ndingutata womntana.
And I, as the father of the
Ngiyasebenza,
child,
I can afford my child with everything that is looking for.
ngiyakwazi ukuthi ingane ngiyenzele yonke into.
Uma ndithi ndifuna umntana amazohlala nami.
If I say I want to live with my
Yonke
child
into ndibe responsible for umntana.
so that I can be responsible for the child,
The Department of Justice, social workers, they will tell you that no, umntana makahlale nomama.
umnyango wezobulungiswa ke uzothi
Umama will decide ukuthi umntana uyaphi.
the child must live with the mother and the mother will make a decision of where the child will go.
We experienced ukucindezelwa kulama department as fathers.
We are really facing oppression in this
The
department
system
as
is not
fathers.
favoring us.
Uhlelo ke alusekeli thina.
There is a contradiction.
Kunokushayisanayo.
Kuthiwa mawusu pension
They say once you are
awuzukwazi ukadopt umntana
a
because
pensioner,
imali incane.
you won't be able to adopt a child because you don't
But
have
if
enough
you are
money.
young,
kodwa uma
As a
omncane
father, you are employed, you can afford.
njengobaba uyasebenza
You are
ungakhona
denied an opportunity
kodwa ithuba ulinikwa
ukuhlala nengane yakho.
lokuthi so you can live with your
The only
child.
thing thina siba responsible ngayo sifunwa ngayo is just to give money to the child, which is not fair.
Into kuphela thina esinikezwa
We
usiyenze
want to
ukukhipha
see
imali.
our child from A up to Z.
Sifuna ingane zethu ekuqaleni kuye ekugcineni.
We want to be 100% responsible, not just by depositing
Sifuna ukunakekela izingane ngokugcwele, hayi ukhipha imali
having a
kuphela.
full time.
Sifuna ukuchitha isikhathi ngokugcwele nezingane zethu.
But we have noted that
Kodwa ke sibone ukuthi
the Department of Justice, social workers, and SAPS, they
umnyango
are not doing justice to
wezobulungiswa,
fathers.
osonhlalakahle namaphoyisa abasizi obaba abenzi okuhle ngobulungiswa kobaba.
Members, you find that there was a case
Malunga hlonipheke sithola
whereby
ukuthi
a
kekaba
kid will
necala
say, I don't want to be with my mother.
kube necala
These are
lapho
the reasons.
La-
My mother, uyangishaya.
kube necala lapho uthola ukuthi ingane iye yathi ayifuni ukuhlala umama wayo ngoba my mother was abusing me.
Yes. The mother will agree on that, say, yes, I did 1, 2, 3.
Umama avuma ukuthi yebo ngikenzile ukuthi nokuthi nokuthi.
But the same system will say, no, we'll have to investigate this matter.
Kodwa lo hlelo futhi luthi cha sifuna uqala senze uphenyo ngalolu daba.
And if ngempela kuyenzeka,
And if certainly this does happen,
umama umntana uzothathwa isiwe kwi-counseling.
the mother of the child will be taken for counseling.
But if leyo case iqhamuka ngobaba,
Kodwa ukuba lo cala belifike ngobaba or it came through the father,
ubaba uya straight to jail.
ubaba uqoniswa ngqo ejele.
So we sithola ukuthi that system is not fair.
Ngakho we
It
find
needs
that
to
that
be
system is unfair.
As fathers, we want to take fully responsibilities of our children.
Njengobaba sifuna ukunakekela ingane zethu ngokugcwele.
Thank you very much. Lento kanye sithethayo kulo mthetho sifi.
Siyabonga, this is the
Kanye
project we're talking
le
about
uyithethayo,
in
enkosi.
this bill. Thank
1
you.
minute bethuni.
Umzuzu owodwa nje.
Dumelang, lebitso la ka ke nna Dr. Nelly Majeke.
Greetings, my name is Dr. Diri Matse.
I'm running an orphanage home and a daycare.
Ke tswa ko lelapa le le tlhokomelang bana le tlhokomelo ya bona motshegare ba re ba senang batsadi.
The time ne ke misa letsogo ne le taba tsa hore I just wanted to answer the question ya eno e bolela gore where are the community when coming to motho le ena a lwelang bana ba ba
By the
dlongolwang.
time when I raised my hand, Chair, is because I wanted to be here on the platform to answer the question. By the time when you asked as to where are members of the community to help in connection with one of the challenges that was raised here by the person whom you said community must get involved.
Before ke kena mo tabeng ya ka ne ke nyaka go e fetisa tjena.
Now, before I say what I'm here for, let me basically bring that one up first.
People that are no longer interested to go kena go ba leihlo la setšhaba.
Batho ga ba tlhole, ba kgatlhegela to be the eye of the nation
Because of dilo tse di etsagalang, as you have said, gore ba bangwe o ba victim.
because of the things that happen. Even as you mentioned, some could become victims of that.
Sa le ka riska ka bophelo ba ka,
I once risked my life.
motho a rapile ngwana
A person had actually raped a child
ka mona go strateng.
right on the street.
I had to make a follow up, a serious,
Ke ne ka tshwanela ke gore ke sale kgang eo morago
until I boela jail, and I was alone.
ka botlalo go fitlha motho a tshwarwa.
Because
Ke ne ke le
batho
one.
a ba nyaka go ba leihlo la setšhaba.
Because people don't want to be the eye of the nation.
So re hloka batho ba modimo ka ba thusang a ba tsosa gore ba emele setšhaba.
So we really need people whom God can help and strengthen them to stand up for the nation.
Especially bana, they are precious gift from God.
Especially bana ka gonne ke dimpho tse dintle tse di tswang ko modimong.
Ke utlwa botlhoko ka dilo tse di etsagalang ko malapeng. Ke a kena.
It hurts me when I get to know of some things that are happening in some of the families and I go right in there.
Re batho ba di-creche,
We are ECD
re
practitioners.
tsaya bana.
We look after kids.
Ba bangwe le batswadi ba bangwe a ba itse gore bana ba re ba tsaya mahala.
In fact, some of them you find that we have to actually take after their children even for free born.
Because re ba tshabisa mo go repiweng.
Because we are actually trying to gather them here to take them away from the danger of being raped.
Because batho gone ba ne ba iphetositse diphoofolo.
Because People are following them as if they are animals.
So ne re kgopela, we salute you, bagolo ba rona.
So you honorable members, we are appealing and we are saluting you.
Go theoga la tla mo.
Having come from the top to the ground.
It's not easy.
So ga se motlhofo.
It's not in vain.
And ga se sa lefela.
God bless you for that.
E re letsa re Modimo ka lesogofaletsa yona ntlha e.
Re na le bothata mo dikretšheng.
We have a serious problems in our
Ka di
ECDs.
fees.
And ka madi a ba duelang
Things are
di-fees tsa
so
rona.
expensive.
They are exorbitant amounts.
Re ka itumela.
And we could be very happy.
We know gore la re thusa.
Ra itse gore you are helping us.
Sente le re fang yona.
The little amount that you give us
Ne re
money.
kgopela e tle ka nako.
So we wish it could actually arrive at us on
Because
time.
e na le go nna 2 months.
Because sometimes we have to wait for 2 months.
And then o kry o te strapolla.
And then you find that you have to give all that you
O
have
try to
money-wise.
cover.
Try to patch here
Kana ke
and
tsere le
there.
bana ba ba sa
And
pateleng.
here we are sitting in the ECD with
Because this
children
government,
whom their parents are not even paying a fee.
because I love this
And
government.
it is because I love the government, that's why
We
I
are
do
what we
that.
are kasheko re na le mosebetsi.
We are re se re leng sone gompieno jaana, we
Re
are
butse
employed.
re butse di orphanage home.
We've been able to open
Nese
orphanage
tsa rona e le
homes.
tsa batho ba basweu.
And then not only that are operating only of
We
the whites,
salute
but we
you
also
for
have
that.
ours.
That is why re etsa ka dipelo tsa rona tse tsotlhe.
And we do this wholeheartedly.
And re kgopela taba ya adoption.
And then we want to appeal on the matter of adoption.
Batho a bana bana.
People don't have
Ba
children.
utlwisa botlhoko ha batla ba re botsisa gore a lo adopt na.
It hurts when they ask us, can
Ebe
I
go-
adopt a
E
child?
be e ba a long procedure.
And then it comes to be this long procedure.
Motho a tshwanetse a kry-e ngwana, o bona le- lapa la hae le le sharpo, age ba dumela.
You know, you find that these people are so good looking, the age is on their side. It could look so good in this family if they
Ba
could
bangwe ba
adopt
modimo
one.
ba blessitse ka bana ba ba latlha.
And then some, on the other hand, are being blessed. God is blessing them with children. They abandon them.
So please help us gore taba adoption e be ka speed, re kgone ho thusa batho ba
So,
senang bana.
can you please help us so that the adoption process can actually be sped up so that
As a-
people can have children?
As a Christian country,
Mo nageng eno e ya Bokeresete,
we believe in God
re dumela mo Modimo.
and God is blessing us South Africa.
Modimo wa re segofatsa rona
We don't
Afrika
expect
Borwa.
gore batho ba ka hloka ha kana kana.
Ebile ha re lebelele gore people must be in so much of a need.
Ne re kgopela please.
Please, we are making an appeal.
We want to help.
Re batla go thusa.
We are availing ourselves.
Re batla go leka ka
Gore re lebelle
bojotlhe
malapa a nang le tlhoko.
gore we must look at the families
Mo
which
go
are
morate
having
ka pola rona.
this particular need, and we are actually
Because
doing
we
our
love this
best
government.
because we love the government.
Re kgopela ba re thuse.
We are asking them to please help us.
And when coming to eya bana ba hano bona ke di both parents.
Be ha re tla mo kganyeng ya where actually parents, one of them is denied access to the child.
Ntho e ntle e Modimo a editseng.
That is to this beautiful thing that God has
Ya gore
created
ngwana a tlhaelle ka both parents.
for a child to be born by both
A
parents.
precious thing.
A precious thing like
But e
that.
fetoga e sour today.
Now today, they become center of
E
contention
fetoga bonaba.
and enmity
Ke
between
kgopela
them.
le lebella ka leitlho le lengwe.
So when I look at this particular
We don't
situation,
know gore ho etsagalang, as the previous speaker a boletse
we
gore
actually don't know, have all the facts. We don't know what's happening, even as the previous speaker has said.
ngwana o ba in a danger.
But ngwana o nna mo boemong bo bo
Go
kotsi.
ha batswadi go disturba ngwana.
So the child is being disturbed and traumatized by the fight between the two parents.
Even at school ngwana a participate pila.
This child ha dire tiro ya gagwe sentle le ko sekolong.
Re kgopela e le lebeleng ka leitlho le lengwe.
Please give this a serious look. We
Gore
appeal.
ntho e ntle e
So that this beautiful thing, a
a
child,
precious gift
this precious gift, ya
e
Modimo,
gole pila.
can grow very well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Siyabonga. Khohliwe
Sorry, mommy.
me senikhohliwe whether le bill ngiyayisupporta or all right
Support it
siyabonga
100%.
1 minute please
Dumelang.
susi mask ke
Sorry. Dumelang.
Greetings, everybody.
Ke a le dumedisa ba Palamente.
I want to convey my greetings to the Parliament.
Leina la ka ke nna Landiwe
My name is Landiwe.
Sibanyoni.
Sibanyoni is the surname.
Ke tswa ke le Winterveld.
So from Winterveld,
Tulong ya Slovo
from Slovo area,
e welang under Mabopane hape.
which falls under Mabopane.
Taba ya ka ke gore ke na le creche
I have an ECD
e ke ranang mo plekeng ya ke ntlo ya mamaka ke pleke ya mamaka e thomile ke yena.
which I'm running from the place of my own mother, who is the one who actually started it.
So pleke eo ha ena di title deeds.
This place doesn't have title deeds.
And then kgwedi e fetileng ntse ke hlasetswe ke batho ba ko health department ba tlilo checka tulo ya ka.
People from the health department did come to my place last month to come and assess it.
Lwa ntlha ba fitlhile ba kry-a le gore ga ke yo ba share di-task ba inspector pleke ya ka ba share di-task tse ke tlameileng go di etsa.
Upon arrival, when they came for the first time, I wasn't home, and so they left few tasks which I must actually do, but they went ahead assessing my area.
So ka baka la gore ga ke na title deed ga ke na sponsor
Because I'm having no title deed, no sponsor,
ga gona ko nka kry-ang sponsor ko teng ka baka la gore mo gotlhe go batlega certificate sa health.
so there is nowhere I can actually be sponsored, because everywhere I go, they need a health certificate.
So bakeng seo ke na le matitjhere a ke tlameileng gore ke a patele a nthusang bana.
And I also have some of the teachers, practitioners whom I must pay because they are helping me with the children.
Ke patele hape le motho wa ko kitchen o a nkapielang.
And then I must also pay my cook in the
Bakeng sa
kitchen.
gore ha ke kgone gore nka patela o mo extra teacher ke nna hape ke teachang maari.
But now I'm not
Ke ntse ke le principal hape.
I'm not able to pay or make any payment for an extra teacher because I'm also a teacher, and doubling that, I'm also a principal.
So ho bohloko ho nna bakeng sa gore ha ona mo ke kry-ang sponsor mo teng ke gore dijo tse ke di jang ke ja tsona tsa bana ba ba patelang school fees.
It frustrates me because of not being sponsored at anywhere where I'm trying to seek for help. Even when it comes to food, I eat the food that belongs to these very children.
Grocery ya bona bana ba school fees ba ba patelang ke yona tšhelete ya ka e leng gore so mare ke tlo ja ona mong di nyakwa tsa ka ha ona gore nka di etsa.
So the fees that are being paid into the ECD, we use this to buy some groceries, and I know that I'm going to have food from these very groceries.
Mabone ha ona re nka patela metsi ka etsang ka re ke pleke ela ke batho ba ileng gore ke ba dikobo tsa ko tlase ha ona gore nka ira school fees se ye ko dimo.
So all what I do is I'm unable to pay very well for the lights and for the water. The people in that area are basically indigent families, so I cannot even raise those fees.
Le ga nka raise school fees le hape go tsene COVID ha ona gore nka tseya bana ba bantši bakeng sa di-class tsa ka volume ke e nyane, and then ke a limitega gona mo gore nka kry-a ba le bana ba bantsi gape gore nka kgone go kry-a sengwenyana le for nna.
Even if I wanted to raise the fees, I can't, or maybe if I consider raising a number of the children absorbed into my ECD, I can't, because we have been limited by COVID-19, because that could actually add some more fees because of their bigger number, then maybe I could be able to do something.
Ke tswile even le ko forumong ya ka ya Winterveld bakeng sa gore ha ke na even le tšhelete ha ke kgone gore nka patela le ditšhelete tse di batlegang ko forumong.
I even left my Winterveld forum simply because I don't even have money which they need for me to pay in that particular forum.
Ha ke kgone go patela le forum.
I can't pay the
Mara
forum.
ke a leka thata for gore ke kgone go tlhokomela bana ba tšhelete e yotlhe ke ba rekele dijo.
But I'm my level best to look after these children.
All right. For Winterveld.
So the only thing I'm in need
All
of
right,
right now is
1
the
minute
title
ya
deed in
kuiphelile.
Winterveld.
1 minute ya kuiphelile.
Okay,
Ya sizwile. Ngokugcina ke ma.
Dumelang.
Dumela ma.
Lebitso la ka ke Maphefo ha Makgoba ke tswa ko Region 6 ko Mamelodi. Ke founder ya God's People Educare Center.
I'm a founder of
God's People Educare Center.
God's People Educare Center.
And also a volunteer komsamu.
Le Moikhafu, Mosapu,
Msamu.
Misamu,
It's multi-sectoral AIDS management unit.
ke unit eo e leng hore e na le di-sector tse di fapanego.
And then it's a door-to-door on daily basis.
We also do door-to-door on daily basis.
So from this door-to-door, ke mo ke bileng ka bana le a heart ya hore ke started this NGO.
Now, from these door-to-doors, that's where I ended up being encouraged to do this NGO.
Because re ya go communitying every day. And then re
Because-
kreya bana ba ile gore ba tletse kwa strateng ba bang a ba tsene dikolo a ba ye dikretšheng ba tshwere ke tlala ba bang ba ditšhila ba bang a ba para pila so ha ba lebeletse ba bona gore bana ba ba tlhoka thuso.
Because we go to the community every day. And while going to the community, we found that there are children in the streets, some are hungry, some not bathed. And that's where you realize that actually these children need help.
And having a heart ya go nyaka go sa nyaka go bona ngwana a sokola or a tshwere ke tlala, then go ba na le a group of people ba re tlang together and then re checkang from the stipend e re kry-ang, which was 2,000 by then.
Now, having the heart to help children, not wanting to see people suffer, we then got together, and from the stipend that we were receiving, which was 2,000 rand by then,
Ge re popa out to maybe something like 300 each of us, and then re tse bana ba re ba tlise together to a center mo e le goreng ba tla kgona go kry-a early child development lessons ba rutiwa mo bjana ka bana bo botlhe because their parents cannot afford to take them to ECDs.
now we then got together and contributed 300 rands each, so that we could help those children by taking them to a center because their parents could not afford.
Then ka berekisa jarata ya ka, ntlo ya ka, lapa la ka go make sure gore bana ba bo botlhe ba tla ko centeng and then ra ba thusa.
We then used my yard, my house, to ensure that those children came to the center so that we could help them.
Because most of the parents, as the previous speaker boletse gore batswadi ba teng ba yang ba dlala dikarata go ba lebeletse ba ko dikarateng ba ko mo chining bana ba romara around the streets and then right or bana molato. Then mo centeng mo la ka the little money e re kgonang go raiser and then re kgona ba kry-ela di basics tsa dijo and then ra nyaka le di funding.
Now, as the previous speaker had actually said that you find that most of the parents are young and they play cards while actually neglecting the children. We then said that since children are innocent, we then decided
Now,
that we should bring
the
them to
major
the center
challenge-
and then
Major challenge
provide
e re
them with
tlhakanang
help.
le yona ke ya gore bana ba ga o ya kwa le di parents mama ke wa ka mo mama kwa ko Zimbabwe or Mozambique and then ntate ke wa ka mo for informal settlement because of where I'm staying ke surrounded like the 4 informal settlements.
Now, the major challenge that we face is that you will find that the mother is a South African.
Zimbabwean.
The father is a South African and the mother is a foreigner. Because where we are surrounded by 4 informal settlements.
Yes, and more informal settlement, most of the parents are namola di young, and then bana le bana. So abana ababereki, most of them abana di ID, and then therefore bana abana di birth certificates. So abakono access anything from SASSA.
Now, in those informal settlements, people who stay there are mostly young and they are undocumented and therefore unable to can access the
Social grants.
the social grants.
Yes. So in that case, what we are doing, kosenteng ya rona, bana ba he batla, re a ba tseya, and then re try go nyaka thuso through the social workers. Re a checka gore ka mohara family eso, re kry-a bana ke ba ba 7.
Okay. Now, what we do at our center is that when these children are brought, we actually accept them and also check in their families. We would find that maybe there are about 7 children in one family.
and then ba na le bo ma 3, 4, 5 years, and then aba credit grants. And then how ya go Home Affairs, via Otamaguri social working, ba obozo rena mo abona ka mkhorka thusa, wa ya go Home Affairs, go SASSA, or Home Affairs ba ka se kgone ba thusa because batswadi ba tshwantse ba ye for the DNA test go Braamfontein go Joburg, and then hence ka mo jarateng aba kgone afford le tšhelete ya go reka lofo ya borotho ba tshwere ke tlala.
Now, when we try to help those children, we would go to the Home Affairs, the Social Development Department, where we would be told that they are unable to can help us, and by then, those parents are not receiving anything. They are not receiving social grants, and they are unable to can even afford a loaf of bread.
Ke mo ko senteng re kenang mo teng re bonang gore bana ba ba ja mara thuso a ba kgone ke rea because Home Affairs ere rena re ka se kgone re fella mo SASSA ere he Home Affairs e pala go ba issue the birth certificate, there's nothing we can do. Home Affairs ere aba ye Braamfontein ba ira DNA test la mathomo ke transporto ka mo jarteng ba tshwere ke tlala re ba fa dijo aba na tšhelete transporto.
All right. Sesizwile ukuthi abatholi lutho. Bengicela ke ube uqebile. I1 minute yakho kudala iphelile.
Well, we have heard that the children are not receiving anything, and your time is actually up.
All right. Ixesha lonzakele. Masibize i-social
Time is
development.
up. Let's call the Department of
Social
Social
development
Development.
makeze ngaphambili. Masizole bethunani kuwashazela kakhulu. Social development wonke umuntu okwa social development eze ngaphambili bathu ixesha madod.
May I ask all officials, members of the Department of Social Development to come forward? We have very limited time. Please, can I ask you to
Nihlala apha esitulweni.
come forward, all of you?
Nihlala phezu ezitulweni introduce nama portfolio enu.
Please
okanye
come and
ama-position.
sit in front. Introduce yourselves as well as your portfolios.
Uphi u-advocate lo ebezasijoyina. There are issues apha ekufuneka zi-explainilwe in terms of lo mthetho.
Where is the
we-parental
advocates who are supposed to join us? Because there are some issues that are going to concern his portfolio. Can you please have the advocate?
Ni right nalapha kule ndawo nihleli kuyo. Take the mic who is introduce position yakho bethu. Uphi advocate.
Re kombela hore ba titibadze bane ba bva kha muhasho wa social development. Re kombela hore ba vhulunge na tshifhinga ari tshena tshifhinga.
Dumelang ka moka.
Ko ba lumedisa batho botlhe.
Ke nna Makgomo Motsipe,
Makgomo
social work
Motsipe.
supervisor.
Social work
From
supervisor.
Tshwane Region, Department of Social Development.
Tshwane Region Social Development.
Good afternoon, Dumelang Mabokef, the
Di
committee
masiare
and the
batho botlhe
community.
na committee.
Lebitso la ka ke Mpho Mokoena
Mpho
from Social
Mokoena,
Development,
ba
the
social
regional director for the Tshwane office.
Ka regional office ya Tshwane.
The regional director in the
Regional
Tshwane office,
director.
yes.
Ya Tshwane.
Sanibonani. Igama lami ngunikelwa Ntshinga, social work manager
Nne ndi
from Department of
social
Social
work manager.
Development.
ubva
La
kha
eTshwane.
social work development ya Tshwane.
Dumelang.
Di masiare.
Lebitso la ka ke Obakeng Mokwape, social
ke
work supervisor, Tshwane
Obakeng-
Region.
Dipha Obakeng Mokwape, ubva ngei Tshwane.
Dumelang baholo.
Di masiare
Lebitso
batho
ke nna
botlhe.
Nomhle Molelekwa, social worker from Soshanguve.
Isuse mask ma'am. Asikuzwa.
Okay. Dumelang baholo, lebitso ke Nomhle Molelekwa. I'm a social worker at Soshanguve Service Point.
Dzina langa ndi Nomhla Molelekwa, ubva ngei social work ya Soshanguve.
Thobela,
Lina la ka ke nna Tebogo Magongwa, social worker, Soshanguve Service Point.
Tebogo Mawa, Soshanguve social work.
Asiyiva le ndawo yokugqibela bethunani. The last part. Social worker what?
Soshanguve. Soshanguve.
Ndima Siari,
Good afternoon.
dzina langa ndi Patwani Musiye,
My name is Patwani Musie.
ndi social work supervisor,
I'm a social work supervisor.
Soshanguve Service Point.
Soshanguve Service Point.
Rishumanga statutory.
We work with the statutory.
Ndolibu.
Ah.
Good afternoon. My name is Thandi Mokgotsi
Nendifi Thandi Mokgotsi.
from National Department of Social Development. I'm a social work manager responsible
National.
for adoptions, in fact.
Bashumana nazwa adoption.
Regional director, nguwe umkhuzi mikhosi. Ngena kuyona imibuzo yabantu ne-concerns, nokuthi uyabona ukuthi abantu bala banenkinga. Ama-social worker asazi ukuthi whether visible or awakho visible. If awakho visible, ini inkinga. Coverisha konke lokho ke.
You
awekho? Awakho ama-social worker? Okay, all right.
All right, you must intervene on behalf of your colleagues. Please come forward and let us know, are social workers visible or not visible? We need you to make a comment on that too.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Basically, yes, we've heard all the concerns that the community ebenazo. Okay. Ngizoyi-addressa ngesizulu.
I'll be speaking in isiZulu.
Sizwile ama concerns the community yase Tshwane enawo.
We heard all the concerns of the community of Tshwane,
Ikakhulukazi mayelana nabantwana
especially with regards to children
nama ECDs.
and the ECDs.
Okukhulu esikutholile ukuthi kuneyikhalo kakhulu ngendlela ama social workers kungewona only we department.
We learned that the biggest complaint is with regards to social workers, not only from the department,
but include nawama NPOs ekukuthi department yawafana.
but including those from the NPOs which are funded by the department.
Indlela asebenza ngakhona ama social workers kuma communities wase Tshwane.
With regards to how the social workers work in the Tshwane communities,
in delivery of services.
mayelana nokuhlinzeka ngezidingo,
Okay. Amanye ama areas because I department ifunda ama NPOs, so kunamanye ama areas aserviswa ama NPOs, kunama areas aserviswa
when
I
it
department.
comes to areas, there are certain areas which are run by the departments and others which are serviced by the NPOs.
So esizokwenza manje ukuthi sithole ama details wawo wonke lama complaints abe wakhona so that sizokwazi ukufollow up with either ama NPOs or ama social workers within the
What
department.
we will do is to collect all the details with regards to a complaint so that we can make a follow-up with the department's social workers and the NPO social workers.
And intervene accordingly.
And we will intervene accordingly. So ngenelela ngendlela efanele.
More especially lapho okukuthi ama cases or ama matters ashiwe elenga.
Especially with regards to those cases which have been left pending.
Yes, kungana conclusion or kugcine umphakathi ungasizakalanga.
Where there was no conclusion or where the community was not assisted.
We also sinotile futhi na kakhulu ikhalo zabobaba.
We also noted the complaints from the fathers.
More especially lapho okukuthi in kwamanye ama case abomama sebashona or abomama bayaphila kodwa abobaba bancishwa ilungelo lokuthi nakekele or babe nobudlelwano nabantwana
With
babo.
regards to cases where the mothers have passed away or are alive, where the fathers are denied access to their children or the ability to take care of their children.
So now ama cases sizowa follow up with the details that we will be getting.
We will follow up on those cases using the details that we have received.
In terms of ama ECDs,
Malana,
Chairperson,
nama ECDs, Hlalo.
isikhalo esivele kakhulu la kuma ECDs amaningi abewamela phambili.
The biggest complaint from the ECDs are from those representatives which stood here in the front.
Ama issues are related to compliance to ama bylaws we municipality waseTshwane.
Inkinga eziqondene nokulandela ke imithetho emisiwe umasipala waseTshwane.
Ama bylaws operatehayo kumkhandlu dolobha waseTshwane.
The Tshwane bylaws which are being used in the
signotile nathi lo ukuthi our user friendly for ama ECDs.
We noted that the Tshwane bylaws are not user friendly for the ECDs.
I-department izamile engage with the city.
The department did try to engage the city.
In the middle of this year, we had a ECD summit where ama ECDs attended a summit which was led by the city of Tshwane. Sibambisene nabo ukuthi kube nale summit ukuze ikhalo zama managers or ama owners wama crash zizwakale ku MMC.
We're working together with the city so that the complaints from the ECD managers and the practitioners could be heard.
Ukuze umasipala uze neplan yokuthi bazongenelela kanjani ukuze ba-assiste ama
For the
ECDs.
municipality to develop a plan, an intervention plan to assist the ECDs.
Because lokho bekushilo ukuthi kufuneka ama 40,000 ama wara 1,000 rand, it is true.
Because what they said, saying that they are required to pay 40,000 and many other thousands is actually true.
Okwashiwo MMC we social development eTshwane ngalelo langa.
The MMC for social development mentioned what I'm about to say at Tshwane on that day.
Wathi noma bangeke bashintshe ama bylaws,
They said even though they cannot change the bylaws,
but bazobuka issue yale mali efunwayo or expectwa from
they
ama
will consider
ECDs.
the issue of the money that is expected from these people.
And kuzoba bazobiza another a follow-up summit.
And there will be a follow-up summit mengqungquthela yokulandelela,
Yes, ukuze banikeze ama ECDs feedback.
so that the ECDs can be given feedback.
Ngoba kunzima ukwenza ama re-registrations kwama ECDs from our side if bangahlangabezani nalama requirements afunekayo for re-registration okukuthi kubambeke ngale
Because
ku-
it
the
is
city.
difficult for us to do registrations if they do not have all the requirements.
Okunye esikunotile ama issues are related to ama CYCC child and
We
youth care
also
centers.
noted issues with regards to our CYCC centers.
Khona abanye abarana ama CYCCs abathe amanye wabo avaliwe ngenxa yezizathu ezihlukile.
There are people who run CYCCs who said that some of them have been closed because of different reasons.
Ngithanda ukubeka chairperson ukuthi akwenzeki ukuthi kumane at one go iCYCC or ECD ivele ivalwe
I would
nje.
like to mention this, Chairperson, that it doesn't just happen at one instant that the CYCC or the ECD is being closed.
Ama gaps aya identifywa, umanager notify ukuthi kudinge ukuthi nilungise lokhu naloku naloku for the protection and the safety yabantwana.
Gaps are identified, and then the manager is informed that they must fix this, this, and that for the safety and protection of the children.
And in instances where bangakhona ukuthi bahlangabezane nalawo ma requirements we compliance,
And when in instances where they are unable to abide by the requirements of compliance,
we then sit ne board yabo kuvunyelwana ukuthi angeke siqhubeke sibeke impilo zabantwana at risk.
Siyahlala ke with the board and then discuss that we cannot just keep on living the lives of children at risk.
So esizokwenza, let's pause i-functionality yenu whilst nilungisa loku oku-identifyiwe.
So we then tell them that we would like to pause your functionality until you resolve or fix what has been identified.
Emva kwaloko mase kulungile zonke izinto nendawo seyisafe ukuthi abantwana bangagadwa kuyo or bangaphila kuyo.
Once all of that has been fixed and the place becomes safe for children to be guarded or to stay there or to live there,
sizobuya senze isibheke ukuthi i-registration possible iyenzeka, uma yenzeka si-register bese niyaqala
we
futhi
will then come
niya-operate.
back and see whether we can be able to register you. And if possible, then you will be registered and then you will begin to provide the services.
Ngoba lokhu kwenziwa ukuze kuprotectwe abantwana.
This is done for the protection of children.
And nokuthi i-center nayo ikhule ine compliance,
And for the center
kungamane nje kubukwe ukuthi bayagadwa nje
to
abantwana
grow,
bayagadwa,
for the center to
kungana
grow,
compliance.
being compliant, and that it will not just be a place where they just guard or take care of the children.
I think, let me see. Ngicabanga ukuthi Chairperson okuningi ngikusummarizeile basically
I think-
kuloko bekukhulunywa beku critical bekuvezwa umphakathi.
Chairperson, I think I have summarized all that was critical, which was raised by the community or the
So-
public.
Okukhulu ukuthi sizocela ama-address, ama-details wama-complaints, more especially lawa has to do with household. Njengoba uChairperson correctly said, we cannot divulge imininingwane yabantu esihlangalaleni.
Most importantly, we would like to have the details of all those matters which have to do with the households. As the chairperson rightfully said, we cannot divulge information in public.
Siyabonga.
Thank you.
Siwacela kubani ke?
Who will we receive them from?
Khona bebabhalisa laphaya, so sizoyathela sesi.
There were those who were taking notes there. We will go to them and request that we receive them.
Abanye ama-social workers mabasuka la bebabonana nama-social workers bese bayaphuma, kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi akusibo bonke ngingako sizo
Other speakers
etafuleni sicela.
went straight to our social workers when they left the stand right here. But for the others, we will go there and request to receive them.
Kaloku la nizele for leyo nto.
That is
Akufanelekile ukuthi nithi abanye.
That is the main
bangazanga kuyo.
reason why you
That
are
was your
here.
duty ukuqokelela all the information.
You must not say that something did not
Usebenze
come to
ngayo.
you. Bekumsebenzi wenu to collect that information and work with it.
Hlala phansi ke the regional director.
Please sit down, regional director.
Mara uyaphendula because kufuneka uphendule.
But you are replying because we have to.
And most of the things what worries me uyanota.
Futhi into eningi osisholo uthi nje uzwile.
Mari manikezele ke ndibona ngathi sikhona isandla apha.
I see there is a hand
Phakamisile
there.
mos.
There is a hand. Bengithi sithatha imininingwane yalolu daba lolu bekade ke lucaye kakhulu.
Manikezele ama honorable members.
I would like to
Dingeka
hand
emotion
over
meeting.
to the honorable members before I mess things up.
Over to you, Honorable Aris.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I just have few comments to make. What is this? You go. Yes. Maybe it's, okay. Hello? No, it's fine. I think I really want to say to that father that was speaking the first time, that is fighting for his children. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, children must stop being used as a weapon when parents divorce or one parent died.
Ba khou tama u ṱalutshedza uri vhabebi vha songo swika hune vha shumisa vhana arali vha tshi khou fhambana.
They actually deny the children the right, to be with their biological parents, and they also deny the children the right to identity.
Ba khou swika hune vha khou thivhela vhana uri vha swikelele u vha na vhushaka na vhabebi vhoṱhe nga maanḓa vho khotsi vhane vha 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 tshi khou hanelwa uri vha vhe tsini na vhana vhavho.
And I salute that fathers that are standing up for fighting for their children.
Ndi fhululedza vho khotsi vhane vha vhona uri vha kone u ima uri vha lwele u vha tsini na vhana vhavho.
Because we live in a society that so many children, grow up without fathers.
Uri ri khou tshila kha tshifhinga tshine vhana vhanzhi a vha koni u vha na vho khotsi avho kana vha alusiwa nga vho khotsi avho.
Yes, and then in terms of the ECDs,
malugana na dzi ECDs,
I did hear that there's a lot of challenges in terms of infrastructure.
ndo zwi pfa zwori hu na khaedu nnzhi kana thaidzo nnzhi malugana na zwiimiswa kana zwifhaṱo.
I think with the new councils that is in place, we really need to get, SALGA on board in order for them to, the role that the municipality is playing and what their responsibility are in terms of ECDs.
Ndi vhona ungari ndi khwine ri swike hune ri shumisane na tshiimiswa tsha SALGA kana muhasho wa SALGA uri ube one une wa vhona uri u ambedzana na dzi masipala uri vha sedze kha helinoni fhungo la uri hu vhe na zwiimiswa kana zwifhaṱo.
Yes, and there was a lady that was also speaking about ECDs when when she owes the ECD, she now takes the child to, to the neighbor's ECD because of financial circumstances.
Huna vhaṅwe vho meve vha takuwa vha tshi khou amba hafhanoni uri vha na ECD fhedzi vho swikelela hune vha dzhia vhana vha vha isa kha iṅwe ECD. Zwi amba zwori nga mulandu wa u shayea ha uri a vha na tshifhaṱo tshine vha nga shumela khatsho.
I think with the migration of ECDs going to the Department of Basic Education, that the same principle as in the mainstream schools, that it must be a no-fee ECD. There must be no charges to ECD.
Ba kuri zwi nga vha zwa khwine uri musi hedzinoni dzi ECDs dzi tshi swika hune dza vhona uri dzi khou ya kha dzi DBE hu songo vha na tshelede ine ya vhona uri havha vhathu vha badelisiwa.
Like the children at schools are not paying school fees, so it must be with ECDs.
U fana na vhana hu na zwikolo zwine zwa vhona uri vhana a vha badeli school fees. Zwino na dzi ECDs dzenedzi dzi fanela uri na vhone dzi songo vha na tshelede ine ya vhona uri vhana vha badeliswa.
Yes, I think in terms of the lady that was speaking about safe havens, yes, I want to agree with her that there's really a need to have safe havens because so many children, newborn babies just been dropped somewhere in the field or something. We really need to look at that, where you get a place where if people don't want the baby, they can just go and drop the baby there.
Vha khou ṱalutshedza uri huna tshiṅwe tshiambi tshe tsha amba uri arali vhathu vha na vhana vhane vha vhona uri a vha vha ṱoḓi kha vha swike hune vha vha sie fhethu hu no tonga ṱhamusi dzi police station kana kha dzi fire station hune ha vhona uri vhathu vhane vha vhona uri vha khou ṱoḓa vhana vha ḓo swika vha wana hanefho.
Thank you.
Vha khou livhuwa.
Thank you very much. Ngithathele lithuba.
I'd like to take this opportunity
Nginibonge for kutalana namuhla.
Thank you for coming here today.
Okay, it's fine. Let me take this opportunity and thank everybody for coming here today. Taking your time to come and contribute to the amendment bill. You could have been somewhere else, but because our kids matter, that's why you are here today.
Yo mhaka mi teke nkarhi mi tala namuntlha.
Working at ECDs is not an easy task, but you volunteer your time every single day in ensuring that you educate and look after for our kids.
Ku va u tirha eka ti-ECD a hi matlangwana, kambe mi teke nkarhi wa n'wina siku na siku tiyisisa leswaku mi tirha kona ku hlayisa vana, ku va phamela na ku va wundla.
I hope the department heard all your concerns and frustrations here today.
Hi tshemba leswaku ndzawulo yi swi twile swivilelo swa n'wina na swirilo hi ku angarhela.
And they will stand up and make sure that ECDs get the necessary treatment they need from the department.
Naswona hi tshemba leswaku ndzawulo yi ta yima hi milenge ku tiyisisa leswaku va kota ku kuma mpfuno lowu lavekaka humaka eka ndzawulo.
In that, thank you very much, Ngiyabonga.
Ndlela yaleyo ni ri inkomu.
Thank you.
Inkomu.
I don't know if Mr. Solomon is still in the hall,
A ni tivi leswaku tatana Solomon va ha ri kona laha holweni.
but he is indeed right. A child is born to two parents.
Kambe u tiyisile n'wana u beburiwa hi vatswari vambirhi.
And unless we repair the broken family units in South Africa, no legislation will ever work.
Ngaphandle kwalapho nasingabhadala mindeni ehluphekile kweSouth Africa, umthethomlingwa angeke ubereke.
Because a nation is only as strong as its families.
Ngombana isitjhaba siqiniswa mindeni.
And legislation ultimately determines the quality of lives we live on the ground.
Begodu isibethamthetho ngiso esiqunda equality yomthetho esiphila ngaphasi kwawo.
And that's why your voice and your input was valuable today.
Ngikho ke ilizwi nevo lenu lidlala indima kilokho enikuhlomeleleko.
As a parliament, you always strive to leave a legacy.
Njengeparlamente sihlala sigijima elideni elifitshane ukuthi sibeke umthetho lo kube ngoberegako.
And my hope is that this fifth parliament's legacy will be to decriminalize and legalize
Begodu
safe
ngiyathemba
abandonment.
nakulokhu ukuthi umhlangano lo uzokuba ngophumelelako ekuphasiseni izinto esikhulume ngazo ezizibe ngokomthetho begodu zibe ngeziphephileko.
And there's an echo all around all the other provinces
Begodu sizokuhambela namanye ama-province
that when drafting legislation,
ukuthi lokha nasitlhatlhabeja isibethamthetho
we as parliamentarians should be sensitive to customary law.
thina njengeparlamente kufuze siyithathele ehloko imithetho yendabuko
And there's a need for us as legislatures
nokuthi kuyahlogeka bona thina njengesibethamthetho
to draft and amend laws within the South African cultural context.
sitlhatlhabeje besikhibelele imithetho mlingwa ngokwendlela yeSouth Africa.
I thank you for your input here today.
Nginithokoza kakhulu ngenjobelelo zenu namhlanje.
I just want to say thank you to the people of Soshanguve for coming out and speaking to us about this legislation and what your experience is in the children's sector.
Ndiyathanda ukubulela abantu baseSoshanguve ngokuphuma namhlanje nizokusixelela ngamava enu malunga nalomthetho uyilwayo.
I want to just emphasize what was said by our Tata earlier when he said that legislation needs to be mindful that we are African people and that legislation needs to be viewed in the context of our African cultures.
Ndingathanda ukugxininisa kwinqaku elithethwe ngutata othe xa kusekwa umthetho kufuneka kusikhumbule ukuba singama-Afrika.
And what we have heard from Limpopo till here is the importance of government lawmakers respecting the value of family and the value of us as African people, the values that is unique to us. And it is one that we need to adhere to.
Esikuvileyo eLimpopo nakumanye amaphondo kukuba thina njengabawisi mthetho kufuneka sikhumbule ukuba singama Afrika kwaye sihloniphe izithethe zethu.
And I just want, we start today with the 16 days of activism against women and children, violence against women and children. And I want to encourage our mothers, our fathers, our daughters that are sitting in this room to say that gender-based violence must be stopped by us as individuals, as families and communities.
Njengokuba siqala namhlanje iphulo le 16 days of activism, ndiyathanda ukunicela nina nikhoyo namhlanje ukuba niqinisekise ukuba ukupheliswa kobudlobongela kubantwana nakubafazi kuqala ngathi.
Yes. And lastly, I want to say in connection with that, so when we know that women are suffering abuse, when we know that children are vulnerable and left alone, as communities, as African people, we must not divorce ourselves from the needs of our sisters and the children that they raise. We must intervene. God bless you.
Ndiyathanda ukucela ukuba sithi thina njengoluntu xa sibona kucinezelwa abantwana kunye nomama singameli kude sithi asingeni ndawo kodwa singenelele. Ndiyabulela. Thixo abe nani.
Ke a leboga, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ke dumela gore di social worker tsa rona fa lo utlwile gore community ya re.
I trust that our social workers have been able to hear very clearly the comments of the community.
Le rona ra rata gore ha re tsamaile fa dillo tse baagi ba lileng ka tsona le di address.
We would also like to make sure that as we depart and leave this area, please address the complaints raised by the members of the community.
Ke kopa gore le ba lebelele ba ba ko magaeng, especially from Winterveld. Ke pleke e leng gore ke ya bo Mastene ba bantsi, so batho ba ko Winterveld ba ka se kgone le ha ba na le di ECD ba ka se kgone go nna le dipampiri tse di batlegang because pleke e le ya bo Mastene ya Winterveld.
Please make sure that you also visit those who are in Winterveld, because when it comes to the community in Winterveld, most of these people are the indigent families and they may not be able to obtain those papers which they need, so help them along that line.
So ke rata gore le batho ba bangwe ba botlhe ba ba raisitseng ditlhokwa tsa bona le kang go a dumela go go bona.
And even all those others who raised their needs, please approach these ones, talk to them.
Programe ya lona ya Vangasali e diragatseng e le ka nnete gore o mongwe le o mongwe a kgone go registera mo a nnang teng ka gore go le gantsi di ECD o kry-a le di ira fela ko toropong le ko location mara le sa kgone go ya ko magaeng le sa tsenelele ko magaeng a ko boteng.
So please put to use your Vangasani program that you have, because if you don't, you will always find that the people who are actually isolated in their own areas, like in their homes, in the villages, or in some other areas of town, will not be able to actually register. But now if you put it into a good application, then you can be able to help these people to register wherever they are.
Borre ba ne ba bua fa a ba re thuse le rona ra thusana ra o tshwaraganna molao gore o diragale gore o mongwe le o mongwe a tsenye moko marapong go diragala gore molao o re tlileng ka ona fa le ona wa go fa borre ditokelo tsa bona o kgone go diragala.
And some of the fathers who spoke, we want to say to you that we want to work hand in hand with you. We really want the law to be applied or to be put into application. We want to see that actually happening. So work along with us so that we can make sure there is compliance and you will actually not be denied the right to access of your children. We want to thank you people from Soshanguve.
Thank you, honorable members. Now, because of time, we're not going to waste your time. We understand that you had many issues that you wanted to raise with us. But we want to say to you, please don't wait for meetings and gatherings of this nature.
Re kgopela gore le se ke la ema nako e telele ge le na le mathata
It's
gore
better for us to be told
go kaone gore re tsebiswe e sa le nako
on such or such a day,
ka tšatši la gore
we went to social development offices.
re ile ra ya officing tša social development ka
I
tšatši
met
le itsego
so and so,
ra kopana le mang
akazange angincede.
a sa ka nthuša
Thina ke,
Rena jwale-
it's better for us because we are going to make a follow-up.
rena re tla kgona go latelela bao le boletšeng le bona ba seng ba le
Rather
araba
than to stay at home na le nkinga
ga go
engaka.
swane le gore o dule o na le bothata go mo o hwetšang
We could
thušo
see and feel ukuthi kukhona inkinga la.
re kgonne go kwa ra be ra kwešiša gore le na le bothata
But we will come closer to the department, sicheke
Re
kahle
tla
kahle.
batamela-
Especially u-regional director wabo ukhona la.
re tla batamela kgoro kudu-kudu ke ka regional director wa bona o gona gore re kgone go šomišana le go boledišana le ena
Knowing exactly into ba ii-ECDs zisebeni ziphume kwa DSD zizawungena kwi-education.
re lemogile le gona gore di-ESD di tla tšwa go DSD di ye le kgorong ya kgoro ya
Kodwa
tša
rich-
thuto
Kodwa regional director kubalulekile into ba xa bewela over besiya kwela cala, at least babe informed about processes, about things abanema-challenges azo.
re kgopela gore regional director e re ge re ba tloša ka mo kgorong e re ba iša ka go education ba be ba na le tshedimošo e feletšego ba tseba gore go diragalang ba tseba gore ba swantse gore ba dire eng
Let us not wait for the councillor.
re se ke ra emela
The council
mokhansela goba mokhansele
that promised ba izawuphinda izobanika i-update.
ba tshepiša gore ba tletle ba lefa tshedimošo e le tsebitang gore go diragala eng
Let us be proactive.
a re
Sibabize,
lekeng go ba hlwaiša ka baka ra gore taba tše di ama rena le bana ba lena
si iron out ezi challenges.
re
zabo.
tloše mathata ao re ka beng re na le ona
Le ndaba ye birth certificate
taba ya
throughout,
di-birth certificates re kopana le yona gohle mo re fetileng gona.
but nayo it's something that can be resolved
fela ke bo-
because i-department yakwa lento home affairs sinayo khona phaya eparlamente
Bothata-
and some of other members that are seated here zikwakula committee.
re na le go ka lokiša bothata jo ka home affairs ka baka la gore mo komiting ya rena re na le maloko ao a amanago le home affairs re ka kgona go le thuša go rarolola mathata a lena
But home affairs
kwa home affairs
une director yakhe,
O na le director ya gagwe.
policies zakhe.
o na le melawana ya gagwe
What we want and encourage kukuba sithi abantu abangekho suppose banikwe amaphepha alapha eMzantsi sinyanzelise thina ukuba mabanikwe amaphepha.
Re ka se ke ra-
Fanele everything ihambe ngendlela efanelekileyo kulandelwe the correct processes.
re ka se ke ra dumella gore mmušo wa rena o fe batho ba ba senang le dipampiri batho ba ba senang le tokelo ya go ka ba ka mo ka baka la gore seo ke tla be le phošo
Abo baba bayiraisile even in other province like KZN into ye free testing lento ye DNA
Ba-
testing.
bo tatago bana ka ko gakolokolo ka ko KwaZulu Natal
But
ba ile ba itšweletša be ba dumela gore bona ba ka dira di-DNA tests
Because babeka ukuthi abanye abantu abangobaba maybe umuntu akakhoni ukufumana i-rights zomntwana because funeka athi undergo into ye-DNA test qala so that kulandeleke ukuthi umntwana wakhe and whilst engaphangeli so
Wo-
angabi namali.
go ba le bothata ka baka la gore sa mathomo mogalajo ga a bereke fela ka baka la gore ga a na le dipampiri tša ka mo o palelwa ke go fitlhelela ngwana wa gagwe ka baka la gore a tseba gore ga a na ditokelo mohlomong dipampiri tše di mo hlatselang gore ke tatago ngwana.
But as this committee, we can't put our necks on the block by saying, nakanjani leyo into iza kwenzeka. We have to go back. There are things that we have to go back. Sihlale lapha eParlamente, sixoxe ngazo. That is exactly why we are requesting even yourselves. Can you hlala ni unpack le micimbi? Because into kaloku savumelana ukuthi nawulawula ningabantu.
Se re ka se ka nna ra le tshepiša sona ke gore re ka se re bothata jo re tla bolokiša gona jwale re swantse gore re boele morago ka tsotlhe tše le re fileng tšona re ya go boledišana le magoro ao a swanetšego gore re tle re kgone gore ge re boa re lefe dikarabo tša go kwagala le lena le batho boledišanang ka melao ye le kgone go kwešiša gore go diragala eng ge re tlile go kopana e be e le gore le lena le badile le kwešiša gore dipotšišo tše le di botšišang le di botšiša godimo ga molao o re boletseng ka ona.
Siyacela ke our contact numbers
Re a
are
kgopela
available and
dinomoro tša rena di gona
24/7. Sentšho ukuthi
bošego le mosegare
siyawashiya
tla di tlogela mo bathong
so that basi contacte
gore ba kgone
update
gore bolediša le gore tsebiša mathata a bona
about the progress.
le tšwelopele ya seo se diragalang mabapi le se re bolelang ka sona.
Oh, nilindi number.
Dinomoro
082
082
922 0446. Ndichilo ndathi igama lam ndingunonkosi Mvana. Kodwa ke i-challenge yefowuni zethu.
Here is the challenge with phoning.
Umzekelo njengangoku. If umuntu ufone ifoni ndizicimile.
If you phone when my phone is off,
Athi ndimfonela akafumaneki.
people then will say that she is unreachable.
It's better for you to write an SMS so that ndibone ukuthi xa ndinethuba sibuyele kuwe sisabele ke ngoku kuthini. And also ke much as they are open 24/7 noko ungaseske usebenzise lo nyweba yosifonela ebusuku.
So even though our numbers are 24/7 numbers, we ask you to respect and not really phone too late. You can send WhatsApp messages.
But ke mhlawumbi masishiye kuloo ndawo. If you
Let's
want
leave it at
any
that.
number from the members that are seated here, xa siphuma unakho ukuya kuye and request inumber yakhe. Mina ndinikezela ngeyam because eyam njengoba nditsho ndithi sifuni update. Director lo sizaba nayo indlela, not le ndlela yokuthetha man to man or one on one. Sinendlela ifanele iprotocol silandele to check the updates kwezi zinto siziqokelelayo, because we can't just let it go sihambele nje. There are times apho sithi si members committee sizele into abayibiza oversight, uyayazi ke yena ke. So kodwa ke this time around besizele nje lo mcimbi we bill, but asina kuziyeka izinto that are your challenges singabi nakho kuzithatha with us.
I have given my phone number. Feel free to approach other members of the committee and ask for their phone numbers. It is very important for us to have a follow-up to find out what the progress is on all these issues. We cannot leave them hanging, but I want you to be aware that there is a procedure to follow. So we are going to discuss some of the issues together, but we do not want to leave them hanging.
Oh, abakwazi ukuchwetheza i-technology. I-website sometimes ibakhona. You are able to check izinto ezithize phaya and also communicate wherever you are free.
Those who feel comfortable with technology, we do
emails.
have a website, so you can get information there.
Email addresses ziba khona pha. So all the issues ziyasiwa kuma departments are relevant. Asisithi sodwa abasebenza umcimbi kwa social development, but siya integrate i-programs. Amaphoyisa niyabona ukuthi adingeka apha, niyabona ukuthi health uyadingeka la, niyabona ukuthi home affairs uyafuneka la. Zininzi department esisihlangana. Basic education automatically uyafuneka ngoba abantu be-ECDs funeka beyazile uba exactly baza kwenza kanjani. And sibona ukuthi ke ngoku uma ucela ama-container, thina ke ngoku asingeke sibe nawo ama-container because ama-container kaloku azawuphuma xa kuhanjwe ku-assesswa kwabona ukuthi there is a need yobuwafumane. So yonke into nje kwi-government ihamba kanjalo, ayiveli nje kulalwe kuvukwe kubonwe, and it takes time, but you have to be patient.
On our website, there are contact details for various departments and different bodies that can help you. So please find information on those websites. Remember that there are procedures to be followed when we work with the state. And please also be patient because sometimes these things do take time.
Ngalo mazwi ke ndicinga ukuthi senibulewe honorable members, but mandiphinde ndelakelele ndibulele kakhulu because I am told that nalapha phandle kuzele, meaning that abantu bebe really missing i-opportunity yokuba beze bazo-interacta namalungu eParlamente. We really appreciate that.
With those words, I'd like to thank you for your contribution and participation today. I'm also hearing that there are many people outside who missed out on this opportunity, and so I really would like to thank you for your contribution.
You were a good audience, let alone that isikhathi zange siphume ngo-3. Kodwa nathi siye sabhatyaza saliphosa kancinci ixesha, nani ke ngoku niliphosile ixesha, inoba nithi vice versa mayenzeke ke lento. Siyabonga.
We thank you.
Abantu kuzawuthandazwa la. Sivule apha nge-national anthem.
We opened with the national anthem and now we're going to close in prayer.
Sicela umuntu olivolunteer, ndibonile ngathi kuthiwa kukhona nabo pastor apha, makeze umuntu apha kwi-podium olivolunteer azosivalela. Kuthiwa ningaphakami kwezi zitulo, sithandaze nje sibulele sicelelwe indlela niphinde nihlale phansi. Kukhona
Can we ask for a
okuzayo.
volunteer to come and pray for us, close for us in prayer? I heard that there is a pastor, are pastors among us.
Ningacimeli sawunenza into. Thank you.
You don't need to close your eyes.
Let us pray. Modimo Papa ka lebitso la Morena Jesu Kriste wa Nazareta. O Morena wa marena o kgosi ya dikgosi. O Modimo ya dutseng ka bosakhutling, o Modimo ya rokameng. Modimo ya re bonang le letsatsi la gompieno, Heavenly Father, we come before thy throne of grace after this meeting. We say, Lord, we thank you for all communication. Because when you are God, may your mighty hand, my God, be upon our parliamentarians. May it be upon our social workers and their departments and everyone else department that is represented here. May it be upon us who have come to contribute and to hear and to expand our knowledge. Help us, O God, and give us wisdom to be able to continue and do good to our communities. Father God, Umudimo wa siami, as we'll be leaving this place, we pray for safety, my God, along the way. We plead the blood of Jesus all over, my God, Moditsileng. God, may your hand, my God, and the fire that comes from heaven consume anything that would like to disturb anyone on the way, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you, Father. Amen.
Amen. Masihlaleni phansi ke. Why bangathi amen abantu balapha eSoshanguve?